it works okay, and we will give this a shot. For a brief sec, it lasted. Is it not working now? Oh, man. Hello, Sandy. Dina, hello. Laura, what's up? Hello. Hi, Sandy, what's going on? What is going on? Respiratory. Man, oh man. Hello. What's up, Jessica? Hi, Ryan. How you doing? I moved to TikTok. Okay, Laura, was it Ain't Afraid of No Ghost? Are you not on TikTok? Oh wait, I see it. Hello, what's up, Sherry? Yeah, is it? Hey, how you doing? What's up, Diana? Hopefully it's working. Okay. Hey, how you doing? Doing well. How are you, Diana? Hopefully you're doing well. Gigi, hello. Hi, what's up, Latimus? What's going on? Say hi to Shayla for me, Ryan. What's up, Shayla? I came here instead. Okay, Charlotte. Is it not working over on YouTube? I don't know if it is. Very good. Awesome. Hey, thank you so much for that heart, Charlotte and Laura. Thank you guys so much. It is working good. Okay. I just wonder if it's okay on YouTube. Can y'all hear me on YouTube and see me? Sissy, hello. Morning, Aaliyah. What's going on? Good morning from Australia. What's up, Yogi? Yogi in the house. For me, no. Okay, thank you, Charlotte. Man, that is crazy. What is going on? What in the hay? What in the hay? We all might get to meet each other soon. I'm telling you what, Jess. I mean, that is a very real possibility. Is that not a crazy thing? I see you, but you are frozen. Still the same as before. Man. I honestly don't even know what to do with this. What's up, Dankus Bagel? Yogi, thank you so much. Did you change is this a different Yogi or is this the same Yogi? Did you change your profile picture? Sherry, hello. Hey, thank you guys so much for those gifts. Yogi and Sherry, thank you so much. That was very kind. Thank you so much. Hello, Tammy. What's up, Tammy Young? What's up, Bagel? Bagel in the house. I will go check again. Okay, Jules. Will you talk about Nephilim? I will be. Yes, that's going to be a large portion of tonight when we get there. Welcome. Thank you. Yes, I've been waiting all day for this. I even took a nap. I even went out and it came back in. Okay. Frozen. Okay. I'll reset one last time. That's awesome. Jackie, Kellogg Mermaid, thank you so much for that gift. I sent you a message on there. Sandy, thank you so much for that gift. That is awesome. Thank you so much, guys. It's super kind of you guys. I'm having an issue with YouTube. Hey, what's up, Kent? Sheesh, what's up, Milk Apologist? Milk. I mean, who doesn't love some milk? Worked last night, slept today. Let's go. Let's do the thing. All right, well, I'm going to reset. I think I got to go to YouTube. Okay, I'll try this again one last time and hope for the best. Man, okay. Hey, thank you, Charlotte. Thank you for that gift. Thank you so much. Double tap. What's up, Nancy? Man, Tammy's the queen of with those thumbs, getting a thumb workout in. I love it. Hello, Lori. Hello from Austin, Texas. Awesome. Love the cake. I know, right? I had to make up for being MIA. That's awesome. Never feel obligated. I always appreciate it, but never feel obligated. That is one thing that I hope you guys understand. Just give me a second. I'm going to exit out of all of this and then try to, I don't know. We'll see it. We'll see. I don't know if I got to disconnect, reconnect. I'll turn it off, turn it back on. take it out, blow in it, the whole thing, like how it used to be. Okay, there's that. There's that. Okay, now I would like to click this button and then got my t-shirt in. Nice, Respiratory. Hopefully you like it. Hey, thank you so much, Sherry. Oh, man. Sylvia, hello. Hello from Canada. How are you over there in the Canadian world? I had to, okay, got it. Yeah, but the whole point of having spending money is so I'd have some to share. Okay. I mean, it's fair enough. It's completely fair enough. Oh boy. All right, so I'm going to Laura with the butterfly. Thank you so much for that. Let butterfly dances. Yeah, Canada. I'm telling you what. All right, I'm going to try this YouTube one last time. I disconnected, reconnected, reset. Now we're going to go again. We're going to try it. And Lord willing, it works. And if not, then okay. So just give me 1 minute, if you don't mind. Ba-da-doop, doop, 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 da doop, ba-da-doop, doop, 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 da doop, ba-da. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas. I mean, what movie are you guys thinking of right now? I know you all thinking of it. I know you're thinking of it. No. Home Alone. There it is. Yes, you get it. Santa Claus. I mean, same thing, right? Home Alone. Such a good movie, man. I'm telling you what. All the time. I was in Iraq trying to stay awake and just started singing that. And then the other guys next to me started tagging along and singing along with it. So much fun. Okay, we'll just try that. We will try that. Here we go. There's that. There's that. There's that. Okay. Iraq, you served. I did. Yeah, I did. YouTube not working. I just shut it down and I'm trying again. Manners. What's going on, Manners? 90s kids forever. You know what? It's really funny. Okay, I'm trying it again. Trying it again on YouTube. So if you guys wanted to let me know if it's working, it says I am now live. And so, yeah, let me know. Elise says, no, I need my triple digit summer days. Hey, Falana, thank you so much for that heart. I'm just now seeing that. Thank you so much. It's, what, you secret little agent, you? Yeah, hardly. It's all out in the open. I can't even keep anything. My son-in-law was in combat in Iraq. Yeah, it's a dicey spot. It's funny how people would tag along like that. Yes, it is. Hey, thank you. Yeah, I just didn't say that for that. I was just saying it just because that's what it made me think of. I hope it stays working this time. Is it working right now, Falana? Hopefully you can see and hear me. Oh, hey, Ryan, how are you? I'm okay. Thank you for asking. Hopefully it's working. Is it? Hello, Ryan and everyone. Julie in the house over on YouTube. Yes, it is. Okay. Hey, you know what? We'll keep our fingers crossed. Hopefully it works. And if it does, then all right and awesome. And if not, then we'll just migrate on over to TikTok. Sweet. It's working. Hey, Ryan and Sheesh fam, what's going on? Yogi, it's he got a service dog this year. Oh, awesome. That's wild. I imagine you working at Abercrombie. I'm gonna throw you across the room. No, I'm totally kidding. That is hilarious. It's always funny. It's always interesting wondering, we all have our own imagination. Like if all you saw was somebody's picture, you would automatically assume all of these things. And I'm assuming that's kind of like what took place. That's hilarious. What's up, Belinda? Hello. Tammy with the FYP. Somebody said something about a temple. Oh, Daniel, hello. You think the third temple will be built? I absolutely think the third temple will be built. The question is of when. I actually just released a video on that just because I think it's really interesting, having that kind of conversation. Yeah, Manners, I'm telling you what. That's funny. That is funny. Overpriced clothes. I wonder if you could buy that stuff from China for like $3 now. walking around like free sample our new cologne. Anybody? Didn't they used to have like dudes just chilling in there without shirts on? I don't know. I feel like I remember something like that back in like 2000s, but I'm not really sure what's going on with the red heifers. That is a question right there. I don't know. That is yet to be determined. Yeah, with the dog. You can manufacture spilling the beans. Yeah, it's crazy what's happening right now. I mean, but you know, fashion's always been in the eye of the beholder, I suppose, and it's redonkulous. Welcome in, sweet friends. What is going on, man? Hello, okay, Terry. Hello, Ryan. Good evening from Phoenix, man. Take me with you, because that's where it's all nice and warm. It was kind of warm here today. It was like 77, which was always kind of cool because I just enjoy the sun. And so I was outside today just sitting there enjoying the sun because the next couple days I think it's going to be rainy and stuff. And so, you know, I got to get out there while I can. Ryan, what's up, Alyssa? Hello. GMO cows, yikes. Snowing here in Denver. What? Move. How you keep bees away? Man, they chase me. Actually on vacay in Sarasota, Florida. So warm, very cool. It's snowing here right now. Julie. Hey, thank you, Alyssa. Thank you so much. All right. Well, we can go ahead and start talking about some things. Sorry about that little delay just because of the YouTubes. But some of the things that are interesting just to kind of, you know, keep you up to speed just in case you haven't heard. President Trump made a statement today saying that he's thinking about just kind of like backing out of the whole Russia and Ukraine war. I think that's interesting because he made a promise saying that he was going to end that war. Hasn't happened yet. And so, you know, it seems like he's doing what he can, but maybe this is just another, you know, tactic in a sense, but who knows? That's just something that he made the statement today. I'm sure you guys also saw all of the, you know, the people, the very famous people going up into space and that whole debacle. That's always interesting. You know, it's just like, hey, let's talk about something that I don't know. It's wild. You got a lot of stuff going on right now. It is just crazy. But also something that is very interesting to note is America hit Yemen in a big way and ended up killing like 38 people, I think it was. And so that happened within the last couple hours, last 12 hours, I think it was. But lots of stuff happening there. You also have the statement from President Trump saying that he just basically delayed the attacks on Iran, not saying that he stopped it like completely, but it just kind of paused it because his hope is to achieve peace. And so I don't know if you guys watched the video that I just put out. I just put it out like 30 minutes ago or something like that. But it's really interesting trying to like navigate a world in which a temple would be allowed to be built. And I want you guys to kind of like run that through your mind, like try to figure out a world or try to figure out a scenario in which a temple would be allowed to exist. I mean, think about it, like, because you know, over there in the Middle East, it is like a tinder box. It is just like waiting for it to go up and smoke, you know, just like somebody's just got to light a match and then all of a sudden it's just completely gone and lit on fire. And so the question on the table is, what kind of world needs to exist in order for a third temple to be allowed to be built? Because if the Jewish people tried doing that right now, it would be all kinds of anarchy. And so it's really quite, dynamic when you try to unpack that and try to understand it, especially from a biblical point of view. Hey, thank you, Denise and Brittany. Thank you so much. Because the question on the table is how and why. And so I proposed an idea, and that idea comes along with the attached understanding of the Abraham Accords. And so if you watch the video, you'll probably be familiar with it, but just in case you didn't, the Abraham Accords are basically something that has been worked on or been built on top of for the past, recent years. And the idea is to achieve peace over there in the Middle East. Now, why that's so interesting is because nobody's ever been able to achieve peace over there. Thank you, Brittany. Thank you so much for that heart. And, and so these Abraham Accords, the reason why the word Abraham is there is because Abraham is where everybody can find common ground. You have the Jewish people and the Arabs, and they all have a common ancestor, which is Abraham. And so they have to go way back into time to find common ground, and that's why it's called Abraham Accords and the Abraham Accord Treaty, in a sense. And so the idea there is to have peace with all of the Middle Eastern nations. And so I think it's really fascinating to imagine a world where the nations over there all kind of sign off on that. And if they sign off on that, then that would allow, in a sense, hypothetically, what's up, Amber? Thank you so much. Hypothetically, for them to build a temple. And that would be fascinating. And so that would also make a little bit more sense in Daniel 9:27, where it says that he will strengthen a covenant, because the idea of strengthen means that the covenant had already existed. So that could be perhaps related to the Abraham Accords, which is really, really provocative. But when you dive into the whole temple, the question is the temple actually built, or is it not built during the tribulation? And so I always argue that the temple is already standing before the tribulation begins. And the reason why is because the sacrifices are ongoing. Because in 3.5 years into the tribulation, the sacrifices are going to be stopped. And if they are stopped, that implies that they were happening. And so in order for them to happen, there needs to be the temple, because the sacrifices happen within the temple compound. And so you have this whole, it's like this Rubik's Cube of trying to figure out certain things. And so, I just think it's really interesting, because we know that there is going to be a third temple. The question is when and how. So one day, I've been once near the Rockies. You've had 2 pairs of gloves this whole time. I'm sorry. I can't not think of, every time I hear the Rockies, I'm just like, yeah, we're in the Rockies. I'm kind of... Me too. Oh, man. Oh, that's too funny. I think that's hilarious. How would one temple serve the entire world? Well, that's the interesting question right there, Charlotte, because the temple would be basically a mixture, in my opinion, of the primary faiths of the world, and that is Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. And so that's why there's an idea or a name where all of them emerged, and that's where the idea of Chrislam came to be, because it's a mixture of Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. Chrislam. You have all of the names merged into one. And so it's a mixing. And so I don't know. I mean, it's just really, it's hard. Who knows how it's going to work out. But what we do know is that it's going to happen. Hey, Whiskey, thank you so much, Whiskey Patriot. It would be their one world faith. Yada. Yada, 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 yada. Okay. Welcome to our Bible study. What's up, Elise? Hello, hello. Okay, so that's just some stuff to consider before we dive on in here. If you guys are new here, thank you so much for being here. My name is Ryan. We're just going through the Bible book by book, chapter by chapter, verse by verse, and it is a lot of fun. Christina, what's going on? Yeah, absolutely, Charlotte. Foreshadowing of Jesus' sacrifice overlooks Golgotha. Absolutely, the messenger. Incredible chapter, Genesis 22. I'm looking forward to getting there because of how many things there that you can unpack. You also have the word love is mentioned there for the first time. Fascinating. You also have a donkey that is there. Fascinating. You also have wood strapped onto Isaac. Fascinating. You also have 3 days to get there. Fascinating. You have so many things. Whiskey, thank you so much. And so if you guys are new here, we're just going through the Bible book by book, chapter by chapter, verse by verse. We've done Revelation, Daniel, Ruth, Hebrews, James, John, Acts, Romans, all of the Pauline epistles, Isaiah, Zechariah, Matthew, 1 Peter, 2 Peter, and we just finished the book of Revelation for the second time, and all of those are uploaded to YouTube. Any news on the potential job? Yeah, Christina, I've actually got a couple texts, and so as far as a decision, I haven't made a decision yet, and I was actually going to bring that up. But if you guys want, since Christina just asked, but for those of you who don't know, I'm in like a little bit of a conundrum of sorts, I suppose, because of the question is, Do I go? So I was, there's like this potential Bible teaching position that might come available and here within the next couple of weeks. And so the question is, do I take that? And if I do, then I won't be able to do this. And so if I don't, it's just like one of those things where I'm going back and forth. And so I would appreciate if you guys wouldn't mind praying for me about it because it's a big deal. I know many people, I mean, I'm telling you, like, I can't even explain to you guys how much you guys weigh in on that decision. It is probably the heaviest thing there because you guys matter so much. And like, this is very helpful for so many. And I understand that. And I feel like I can't not, do that. And so, yeah, if you guys wouldn't mind praying for me about that, just on how to kind of, for wisdom and discernment and understanding and guidance, because it's a decision that needs to be made. And so if I do that, then I won't be able to do this. So we will see, but it's a whole thing that I'm working through right now. So been praying on it, and we'll take it one day at a time. But yeah, that's the latest and greatest. But yeah, if you guys are interested in a verse-by-verse Bible study, I would encourage you to check us out here, give us a try. But all of these are uploaded to YouTube. There's a YouTube link up here. And this Bible study is basically ran by you guys. And so if the Lord blesses it, which, he is in many different ways, and if he blesses it, then it's going to continue. And so it really just comes down to that. I mean, it's just one of those it's an amazing book, trying to understand the Bible. It's something that we're never going to be able to do, but it's something that we can continue to pursue and chase and just keep running after and just enjoy the journey. And so that's the whole hope here. Thank you, Christina. And so anyways, all of these studies are uploaded to YouTube. I want you guys to know I'm not a pastor, I'm not a scholar, I'm nothing special like that. I just am just a guy trying to study the Bible and try to word the things in a certain way that many people can relate to, because that's how I need things worded for me. And it's really kind of fascinating, like when like I need you, like for me, for example, like I need you to talk to me like I'm a 6-year-old boy. Like I need you to explain things as simply as you possibly can. And so when I understand a concept, I feel like I'm able to regurgitate that in a sense. And so it's just it's a privilege to be able to do this right now. And so we're going to just keep doing this till the wheels fall off. And so I'm just enjoying the ride, and we are one day closer to home. But I want you to remember that I don't know everything, and I'm never going to get everything right. You could throw another person in here who is insanely intelligent, and they'd be able to, say a whole bunch of big words and sound super smart. And I'd be like, yeah, hey, it's all you. But I want you guys to remember the main thing is always going to be the main thing. And so going back to the cross is where I always want you guys to focus. I want you to stay there. I want you to live there. I want you to stay right at the feet of the cross, the foot of the cross, and I want you to just stay there. Make that your home, because the main thing is always going to be the main thing, and that is how to know for sure you can get to heaven. How do you get to heaven? Yeah, Yogi, till the wheels fall off. How do you get to heaven? Because if you don't know that, then you don't know anything, in a sense. And so the way to get to heaven is the most important question that you need to understand. If I ask you your name right now, you would be able to tell me your name just like that, because it's important for this world. You need to know your name. If I ask you your phone number, you would be able to tell me just like that. If I ask you your address, you could tell me just like that. Your social security, you could tell me just like that. But if I ask you, how do you know for sure you're going to heaven? A lot of people clam up. And then they're just like, well, and then they start going all over the place, and they start like, that conspiracy like meme, like where there's like a red line going all over the place, and it's just like all over. It's a very simple answer, really, but it's important to understand it. Thank you, Sandy. Yeah, 100%. But how do you get to heaven? First, you need to understand the bad news. The bad news is for all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. There's two bad things there. You are a sinner, and you have fallen short of the glory of God. But there's more bad news in Romans 6:23, which says, for the wages of sin is death. So you are a sinner, you have fallen short of God, and because you have sinned, you are under the death penalty. That's a lot of bad news. So now that you acknowledge the bad news, you can appreciate the good news. In Romans 6:23, it says, for the wages of sin is death, but the gift of God is eternal life through Jesus Christ our Lord. That's incredible. It is through Jesus Christ our Lord. period. You need to understand that period right there is so significant. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Paul says in Ephesians chapter 2, verse 8 and 9, he says, "For by grace you have been saved through faith. And that not of yourselves, it is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast." It is by grace through faith, through faith, through faith, through faith. It is always faith, whether you're in the Old Testament or the New Testament, wherever you're at, whatever time you are in, it is always through faith. That's what Hebrews chapter 11 kind of exemplifies in many different arenas, in a sense, because it always says by faith Abraham, by faith Noah, by faith Enoch. It is by faith. I mean, it is just echoed all throughout the scriptures in a very, very clear manner. And so the emphasis is on faith. And so I don't want you to get lost into this whole water baptism thing, because this thing is running all over the place on TikTok and YouTube. Many people believe in that. Many people believe you need to get water baptized in order to get to heaven. And so this is why I keep talking on it, because other people are saying you need to. And so there's all kinds of chaos and confusion and chaos and confusion and chaos and confusion. And I want to encourage you to recognize that it is for by grace you have been saved through faith. And so it's the most important topic to dive into. And if you're going to study anything, I would encourage you to study that, salvation or soteriology. Dive into it, know it, own it, make it your own. And when it's your own, then you can give it to somebody else. And so that is my belief. I would argue anything other than, for by grace have you been saved through faith, by faith, Christ plus nothing. Anything other than that is a different gospel. And so that's a pretty big statement. That means that, what about all those people who believe that, who are putting their faith in water baptism to cleanse them of their sins? I'd be like, well, that's a different gospel. And so it's a very, very dynamic thing. And so you need to understand, you need to know what you know, and you need to know why you know it. And so it's very serious. And so anyways, all that to say is that we're going through the entire Bible and we are unpacking some heavy stuff, but I need you to understand a lot of them are secondary, but what we just got done talking about, that is primary. And so I always try to bring the focus back to that. For example, tonight we're going to be talking about the Nephilim. A lot of people fall in with the whole idea of the Nephilim, and I'm like, that's completely secondary. I don't want to be focusing on a creature. I want to be focusing on the Creator. And so that's what I would like to encourage you guys to do as well. Okay, so let's go ahead and get on into the book of Genesis. If you guys are new here, we're going to be doing a review of Genesis chapter 1 through 5, just because that's what we typically do. We always do like a little bit of a warm-up just to kind of, grease the gears a little bit, kind of get it going. But Elise says, keep Amber in your prayers. She had second round. Okay, chemo today. Okay, thank you for letting us know that, Elise. I appreciate that. Another thing that if you guys wouldn't mind, for those of you who pray and write things down, and if you guys are prayer warriors, pray for my grandmother, my wife's grandmother. Today's her 93rd birthday. She's in the hospital, and I had the opportunity to go see her today, which was really nice, and I was praying for an opportunity to be alone with her for a little bit, just because I was going to tell her about Jingo. I had the opportunity to go see her today, which they don't like talking about political things. They don't like talking about religious stuff, and so I'm like, I'm gonna tell you. So I went in there, and you could, like, right away, I got the vibe that she didn't really want to talk about it. You could kind of feel it, and I was just like, okay, well, I went through it, and I said it very straightforwardly, and I didn't give her all the extra stuff because of the vibe that I was picking up on. But I needed her to know, hey, thank you, Laura. Thank you so much for that. I needed her to hear it, because that's all I can do, right? You can never force feed somebody, but you can tell them. And that is a seed that is being planted, or has been, or added to what has already been planted, and so, some plant, some water, but God gets the increase. And so we need to, we're just all workers in the field. We're laborers. We're on the same team, but God gets the increase. And so I absolutely love it. And so it's an absolute privilege to be able to do that. But, I don't know if she's born again or if she's not, but it's a pretty serious thing. These are souls that are at stake. Your grandmother lived to be 99. That is crazy. That is a long time. Is anyone else hearing this echo? I don't know. Hopefully there is not an echo. He doesn't know yet, isn't sure if he's teaching position, he'd be unable to continue. Yeah, Felina, I hope he doesn't stop doing the ballot. I gotta learn so much. Yeah, I mean, it all comes down to, stability in a sense, and, providing and whatnot. But, God is good. And I mean, I was thinking about that. I was like, I could I just completely step out. Just who, it's an amazing thing. What's up, April? Good to see you. But okay, dang, this is still pausing for me. Really? Praying for your family. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate that so much. Thank you, Laura. Thank you so much for that gift. All right. If, should be working. Is it okay on TikTok? And is it okay on YouTube? All right, because if it is, we will get this thing started. What's up, Tamra? Good to see you as well, brother. What's up, Sheesh? I Greer, hello. Okay, now, yes. Okay, it's a little laggy this evening. All good. Sandy says, go and come back in respiratory. I can understand why you would do it, though. Okay, my spouse's grandma, 110. What? That doesn't even make any sense to me. That is crazy. All good for me. Okay, very cool. My phone kept freezing. Okay, you switch your iPad. Okay. Well, hopefully it's working. No echo, but buffering on my end. Well, maybe I'll pray for it. Hopefully it works out. But we'll go ahead and dive on into the KBRB. We're going to go ahead and dive into the review. So in case you guys are new here, I want you guys to always remember that the main thing is always going to be the main thing, and that is about Jesus and what he did on the cross, because it's absolutely incredible, especially considering the day that we are observing, in a sense, as Christians. I also want you guys to understand that there are other people who really, there's divisions in a sense, or disagreements. Better word, as to the day when Jesus was crucified, and a difference on the day when Jesus rose from the dead. There's disagreements. People like to get in there. And I want you to understand, like, it's okay if you see it one way and if somebody sees it a different way, because it's difficult. It's challenging. It's something that you can dive into and unpack, but I don't want to remove the spotlight off of the actual event by focusing on which day it was. There's a lot of people who really make it a big deal. And I just want you guys to understand, it's not about like, which day was it? Was it a Wednesday? Was it a Thursday? Was it a Friday? Hey, thank you, Laura. And so I want you to just focus on the actual event. And so praise God for what Jesus did. He died on the cross. He was buried for 3 days, and he rose again on the third day. That's the gospel. 1 Corinthians 15, verse 3 and 4, it says that Jesus died according to the scriptures, that he was buried and rose again on the third day according to the scriptures. That's amazing. It is absolutely unbelievable what he did for us, and the time that we are alive during this time, that we can look back to the cross and just completely just rest in his completed work. I'm so happy I caught you live this time. Normally I get to watch your videos and share one of your videos. It's a happy day. Praise the Lord. Awesome, Addie. Well, thank you so much for being here. Question, could you go live while doing your teaching? No, I couldn't do that. I couldn't. That'd be kind of fun. But I couldn't do that. And the teaching there is completely different than what I would like to do. Thank you so much for those roses. All right, let's go ahead and get on into it. Laura, thank you so much for Laura. All right, so we're going to just dive into the review. Genesis chapter 1. In Genesis chapter 1, verse 1, you have arguably one of the most important verses in the Bible. If you don't agree with Genesis chapter 1, verse 1, then you're going to have a rocky road for the rest of the Bible. You're going to be able to, like, if you pick and choose certain things that you believe in, like there, for example, the flood. When we talk about Genesis chapter 7 and 8, we're going to be talking about the flood. But there's some people, some Christians, who don't believe that the flood was a global flood. It's clearly it's clearly a global flood. Like, I mean, there's no doubt about it. But there's people who say, I don't think that actually happened. And I'm just like, well, and so they kind of pick and choose. And so I want you to just understand the danger of kind of removing some of the stuff in a sense. Even though you're not taking it out of the Word of God, you kind of just dismiss it. And I don't want to dismiss it because it's important. If we have it, it's there for a reason. We need to unpack it. And when you unpack it, then you need to recognize the significance, because it's one way or the other, it's always going to be pointing back to Jesus Christ. Everything seems to be pointing back to Jesus in some way or another, and it's incredible when you absolutely see it, or when you see it for yourself. Armor on, Ephesians 6:12. That's right. Hey, thank you, Prayers from Pennsylvania. Thank you so much. Keep Walking Ministry. But in Genesis chapter 1, verse 1, it says, in the beginning, God. We need to recognize the significance behind the word Elohim. The word Elohim there is plurality. And so in the very first verse of the Bible, you were introduced to a very, very interesting concept behind God. Like, how do you explain what God is? How do you understand? How do you describe him, right? And so right off the bat, in the very first verse of the Bible, you're introduced to a very complex God. And so in Genesis chapter 1, verse 2, you go from verse 1 to verse 2, and then you read about how the Spirit of God was hovering over the face of the waters. And so then all of a sudden you're just like, what is going on? Like, okay, like there's God and now the Spirit of God. And so there's a plurality there. And so that means that there's at least two. Now, obviously, just so you guys recognize, I believe in the Trinity. I believe in God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit. I believe they are three in persons, but one in being. And so there's people out there who say that Jesus is the Father, that Jesus is the Son, and that Jesus is the Holy Spirit, which would go against what the Trinity is. And so there's a difference in there. There's a whole bunch of, it gets kind of messy. Like the more you're on TikTok and the more you're on YouTube and the more you see what other people are talking about, the more you're just like, what in the world? Like somebody sent me, Chris, I don't know if you're in here or not, but he sent me a video about a dude on here on TikTok about, and he was like talking about the name, God's name isn't Jesus. And every time he talked about Jesus Christ, he would say X-ianity. And so he wouldn't even want to say Christ or Christian. He would just say X-ianity or Jesus X and all this kind of stuff. And I'm just like, what in the world is this guy even on right now? I was like so confused. And so then he started getting so far off and to all these things. But this dude had like 92,000 followers on his Instagram, which is what the video he sent me. And then on his TikTok, I think he had like a couple 100,000. And I'm just like, why are so many people following this? Like, this is unbelievable. And so my point is that there's a lot of things out there that you guys can follow and a lot of people out there that you can follow, but you need to understand that there are some very, very dangerous people out there who are saying things that are just completely incorrect. And so this is why I'd encourage you to test all things. And I don't say that lightly. I know I say it all the time, but it's not something you need to take lightly. We literally need to search the scriptures. That's what you need to do. You need to study to show yourself approved. Don't listen to what somebody else is saying and then be like, that's me studying. No, you need to receive the word with all readiness, and then search the scriptures daily to find out whether these things are so. Thank you, Suzanne. Thank you so much for those roses. So you need to hear and be like, okay, I hear what you're saying. I'm not going to accept it though. I'm going to hear what you say. I'm going to put it in my little brain, and then I'm going to go and I'm going to search the scriptures to find out for myself, which is what you need to be doing. I'm not right all the time. I understand that and I acknowledge that, but I'm trying. And there's a lot of topics in the Bible that is very, very difficult and it's challenging. And so this is why, somebody can ask you a question and then they ask another question. And next thing you know, you're just like, your mind is just like jumping through hoops and you're trying to like order everything. And you're like, okay, how do I, and you want to do, and it's so vital to understand what we are doing when we give a biblical answer. And so like it's a very heavy thing to kind of wear, in a sense, to give an answer, because like in a sense, like if I ever answer a question, or if you ever answer a question about the Bible that somebody asks you or somebody asks me, and we give an answer, that's a big deal, because you are influencing that person and you are helping them in a sense, or at least you think you are, but you're telling them what the word of God is and you are answering it by how you interpret it. And so it's really challenging, because you're like, that's a big deal. You're pouring into somebody else's life. And so we need to know that that's not something to be taken lightly. But there are a lot of people out here who, and you might think that I'm one of them who takes it very, very lightly, but it's a very serious thing, and we need to understand how serious it is. But this is the word of God, and so we got to tread carefully in on this kind of stuff. And so the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom and understanding. We need to understand, like, that's the beginning. Meaning, if you don't have that, then you don't have wisdom or understanding if you don't fear the Lord. And so, anyways, moving on, Genesis chapter 1, verse 1 and 2, you have God, Elohim, plurality there, and then in verse 2, you have the Spirit of God. The Spirit of God there is it's an interesting thing. That's showing a very complex God. In verse 3, you also have the very first sentence that God says in the Bible, and he says, "Let there be light." Now, what's interesting about this verse right here is that the light there is not the sun. We've talked about this plenty of times. And so why this is important to understand is because there's many people who believe that life comes from the sun. And so when you read about the creation account here in Genesis chapter 1, what you find is that the plants existed before the sun did. And so why this is important is because when you recognize that the plants existed and were living and thriving before the sun existed, that shows that life existed before the sun existed. And so basically this is a refutation for the people who believe in the sun. Remember the sun god, every life comes from the sun. Well, what this shows us here in Genesis chapter 1, the order that it's given basically debunks the whole idea that life comes from the sun, because life doesn't come from the sun, because there was life before the sun, which was the plant life. And that is significant. And so if there was life before the sun, then that must mean that life comes from something else. And if life comes from something else, then the question is, what does life come from? And so the answer ultimately goes back to God. And everything is going to be pointing back to God, back to God, back to God, back to God. And so that is really important to kind of see this in Genesis chapter 1. Moving on to Genesis chapter 1, verse 14. In Genesis chapter 1, verse 14, this is where he introduces the sun, moon, and stars, and he says, "Let them be for signs and for seasons." Now, we talked about this before, but the idea of the word seasons in Genesis chapter 1, verse 14 it has the idea of the appointed times. And so when God says, "Let the sun, moon, and stars be there for the appointed times," that's basically, if you choose to view it this way, picture like a calendar on your wall, and you go up and you write something that you need to do on the 15th of July, and then you have something to do on the 12th of April, and then on the 16th of November. You're writing certain things down so that you don't forget, whether they're birthday parties or you have a dentist appointment or an oil change or something like that, right? And so the idea there is that just like how you have a calendar and you write things down on it so that you know what's happening in the future and that you don't forget, same thing is related to God. The sun, moon, and stars are there for his kind of calendar. Not that he's going to forget. I'm just trying to draw a clumsy analogy there for you to kind of pull from, just so you can kind of relate a little bit. But the sun, moon, and stars is really, really fascinating. But this has very direct implications with Leviticus chapter 23. In Leviticus chapter 23, you have the 7 feasts of God that is given to us. Now, these are the 7 feasts of the Lord. These are not the 7 feasts of Israel. You need to understand that Israel they're the ones who observe these feasts, but they are not the 7 feasts of Israel. They are 7 feasts of the Lord, and that is significant. It's a very little minor detail, but it's important detail. I was talking to my dad tonight about something that is, like we hear certain phrases like "enter into the joy of the Lord" or "enter into the kingdom prepared for you before the foundation of the world." Certain phrases like that. And it's really interesting because those are phrases that many of us have heard said before, but understanding who they are being told to and who they are for, it's important for you to understand the concept. If you don't understand who he's talking to, then you don't understand what he's talking about. And if you don't understand what he's talking about, then you don't understand who he's talking to, and who certain things apply to certain people, whereas other things don't apply to other people. And so it's really important. It's deep. It's hard to kind of remember and kind of compartmentalize all of these different ideas, but there are certain things that are meant for certain people, whereas other things are not meant for you. Some things are meant for me, you and I, if you're a born again believer. Some things are just specifically for the church, and other things are not for the church. Some things are specifically for Israel. And so this is why you need to understand, there's a lot of people in our world today who apply a lot of the Old Testament concepts and things that apply just to Israel, and they say those verses today as if they apply to them. And I'm like, well, I was like, that's not what it's for. I was like, that verse was for them, and it's to them. And so that's not for us. Like, you don't want that verse because we got this verse. And I'm just like, why do you? And so it's really challenging. But anyways, in Genesis chapter 1, verse 14, where you have this word seasons, and you draw the connection to the feast of the Lord in Leviticus chapter 23, I think it's really important to understand that there's 7 feasts of the Lord. And those 7 feasts of the Lord, 3 of them, the first 3 were fulfilled during Jesus's first coming. And those first 3 feasts were fulfilled when Jesus died, was buried, and rose again. He was the feast of Passover. Jesus fulfilled the Passover. And so all these first 3 feasts out of the 7, he fulfilled the first 3. And the first feast that he fulfilled was the feast of Passover. And so now you're down to 6. And then after he died, because he was the Passover lamb, in John chapter 1, it says, "Behold, the Lamb of God, which takes away the sin of the world." Jesus is referred to as the Passover lamb. Revelation chapter 5, behold, John turns and he looks and he sees a lamb as though it had been slain. Jesus was our Passover, 1 Corinthians chapter 5, right? And so you have the Passover being fulfilled. And so then the next feast was the Feast of Unleavened Bread. And so that feast was fulfilled when he was buried. And then the next feast was the Feast of First Fruits, and that feast was fulfilled during his resurrection because he was the first fruits of the dead. And that's talked about in 1 Corinthians 15, verse 20 through 23. You see, he is the first fruits of the resurrection. And Revelation chapter 20 talks about how blessed are those who take part of the first resurrection. It's very significant. This is important stuff to understand. But there's 7 feasts. Jesus fulfilled the first 3 feasts, which leave 4 more feasts to be fulfilled. The next feast in order is the Feast of Pentecost. Now, you can say that that's already been fulfilled because that is in relation to the church. Thank you, Leah. Thank you so much. That is in relation to the church. In Acts chapter 2, or in Acts chapter 1, Jesus ascends into heaven. In Acts chapter 2, the Holy Spirit comes down and the church was born. And so that takes place. So you can say that the Feast of Pentecost has been fulfilled because of the church currently being here. But the next feast, the last 3, because of the church currently being here. But the next feast, the last 3 feasts are the ones that need to be fulfilled. And these 3 feasts are the Feast of Trumpets, Feast of Atonement, and the Feast of Tabernacles. Now, what's interesting about the feast, the next one that's in order, is the Feast of Trumpets. Many people believe that the rapture is going to occur on the Feast of Trumpets. I have no idea. It seems to make sense. If I had to guess one way or the other, I would say, yeah, that makes the most sense to me. I have no idea, though. But it is something to at least be mindful of. And so anyways, that could be something. So if that is something, then cool. If not, then who knows? But that's the Feast of Trumpets. Then the next one is the Feast of Atonement. That's going to happen probably during the tribulation period because that's when the Jewish people are going to look upon him whom they pierced, and they are going to mourn for him as one that mourns for his loss or for a lost son. And so that's going to be a covering type period for the remnant that is going to make it through those 7 years of tribulation, because there's going to be 1/3 of the Jewish people that are going to remain, and they are in a sense covered. Anyways, the last one is going to be the Feast of Tabernacles, which speaks to the millennial kingdom. If you read that in Leviticus chapter 23, that is the only feast that has palm trees or palm branches that is attached to it, which I think is very significant, because if you read Matthew or Luke chapter 19. In Luke chapter 19, Jesus rides into town on a donkey, and they have palm branches, or not Luke 19, it's in one of the other Gospels, perhaps Mark or something like that, but they describe Jesus riding into town on a donkey, and they are laying palm branches down on the road. The reason why they were laying palm branches down on the road was because they thought that he was bringing in the kingdom. The people were always waiting for the kingdom to arrive. If you read it, you'll find multiple places where they thought the kingdom was going to appear, and that's significant because the Jewish mind back in the first century, they were looking for the kingdom. They thought Jesus was going to bring the kingdom in, which is why when he died, they're like, what is going on? Which is why in Matthew chapter 18, when I think it's Matthew chapter 18, you have the Mount of Transfiguration. On the Mount of Transfiguration, when Jesus was there and he transfigured before their faces, Peter spoke up and he's like, Lord, it is good for us to be here. Let us build for you 3 booths. And so he's like, one for you, Moses and Elijah. And the reason why he wanted to build booths is because that is what the Feast of Tabernacles is often called. Some people refer to it as the Feast of Tabernacles. Other people refer to it as the Feast of Booths. But they literally set up a tabernacle. Thank you, Rhonda, for that gift. And so these people actually thought that the kingdom was going to be ushered in. And so that's why palm branches were being thrown down at his feet while he was riding into town, because they thought he was going to be bringing in the kingdom. He wasn't. And that's why Jesus was crying. That's why he wept. And that's why everybody was hooting and hollering, because they had the wrong understanding. And so it's really, really interesting to recognize this kind of stuff. Anyways, that's in Genesis chapter 1. Moving on, Genesis chapter 1 verse 20. In Genesis chapter 1 verse 20, Genesis chapter 1 verse 21, it says, "So great sea creatures and every living thing that moves." So this is still during the creation. The words great sea creatures there is the word tannin. The word tannin there is where we pull our word dinosaur from. Now, the word dinosaur wasn't invented until like the 1800s. But before the word dinosaur existed, there were things that were referred to, creatures that were referred to as dragons or sea creatures or sea serpents in a sense, or a sea monster. And so as time grew on, we invented this word in around the 1800s that we referred to as dinosaurs. And so what's really interesting about that is the thing to understand is that before the flood, the world was different. Everything was different before the flood, because everybody lived to be like 900 years old. And if they lived to be 900 years old, the question is, what about the animals? How big did the animals get? Hey, Kirsty, thank you so much for the rose. How big did the animals get back then? And so what happened to the dinosaurs? Where did they go? Well, what you know is that if you pay attention to like archaeology and stuff like that, you find that there are animals, there's creatures like carved into cave walls and on coins, ancient coins and stuff. And if you hold up a coin, you see a man standing over this dragon, like fire-breathing dragon. And so mankind basically hunted them down and eliminated them. Sheesh, what's up, Lynn? And so it's really interesting to see this kind of stuff, but this is not a new concept. The Bible talks about, hey, Rhonda, yeah. The Bible talks about these dinosaurs. In Job chapter 39 and in Job chapter 40, you have a land-based animal, which is called behemoth. In Job chapter 40, you have the water-based animal, which is called Leviathan. What's interesting about this Leviathan creature is that this thing was massive and it could not be beaten. Nothing could beat this thing called the Leviathan. So that's very significant, but God could. And so anyways, all of these humans tried to defeat Leviathan, and there's a whole chapter that's dedicated to this creature, and it says that he was fire breathing. Think about that. An animal that could not be defeated, that could breathe fire. That's in the Bible. That's in Job chapter 40. Remarkable. And so we look around in our world today and we're like, I don't see anything like that around here. Where'd he go? And so you have like all of this kind of like conjecture and all kinds of videos and all kinds of things on Leviathan. And I'm like, you want to get lost in the world of Leviathan, go for it. I'm going to stay as close as I possibly can to Jesus, because he is amazing. And so we need to recognize that. We need to remember that. Thank you so much, Rhonda, for that gift. And so moving on, in Genesis chapter 1, verse 26, this verse right here is in Genesis chapter 1, verse 26, you have in verse 27, 26 and verse 27, you have very important verses here, because God says, this is when God makes Adam. He says, let us make man in our image. Notice that he doesn't say, he doesn't say, let me make man in my image. He says, let us make man in our image. And so what's interesting about this entire thing is that the word image is used 3 times in verse 26 and 27. Now that is significant, because this is a trinity of images. There's image, image, image 3 times, used 3 times in verse 26 and 27 of Genesis chapter 1. And so the reason why this is significant is because there is God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit. And so when you see the word image, 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 you're like, okay, that's a trinity. And so that is something that is really kind of cool to pick up on. Now, what's interesting about God creating Adam here is that in Revelation chapter 13, you have the opposite thing happening. In if you guys remember, the Antichrist is going, the Antichrist and the false prophet is mentioned in Revelation chapter 13, and in Revelation 13, the false prophet basically follows the Antichrist around, and while he's following the Antichrist around, he's doing all kinds of signs and miracles. He is doing all kinds of cool stuff, like he's pulling fire down from heaven, and he is just amazing, wowing the crowds in a sense. But basically what this false prophet ends up doing is that he goes in to the temple and he breathes life into the image. And so just like how God breathes life into Adam, sometime in the future, the false prophet is also going to be granted the ability to breathe life into his image. God breathes life into his image. The false prophet breathes life into his image. And so you have a parallel going on. And this is, again, one of the reasons why it's important to understand the parallels. There's many, many of them, but in Genesis and Revelation are some amazing books. And so if you understand Revelation, then you'll be able to understand Genesis a little bit better. If you understand Genesis, then you'll be able to understand Revelation a little bit better. They complement one another. And so it's really kind of cool to see how it works. The Bible is unbelievable. These books, there's 66 different books here. There's over 40 different authors. Many of them didn't know one another, and they all are authenticating one another. It's absolutely incredible. And so I just want you to appreciate the absolute masterpiece that we have at our disposal. And it's really, really important to understand how beautiful it really is. I mean, just fall in love with that. Just think about that for a second. Every time you go from Genesis and you go to the New Testament, you are flipping forward thousands of years into a different time, a different environment, a different culture, a different society, a different way of thinking. Everything changes. And so that's why it's such a difficult book, because every time you go from Genesis to Deuteronomy to Numbers, and then you go to Joshua, and the next thing you know, you're in Psalms, and then next thing you know, you're in Zechariah. Everything's changing. It's all over the place. And you're just like trying to keep your head above water. And you're like, this is insane, but it is so beautiful. And this is why I want you to always keep your eyes on Jesus, because that's where we need to stay. We need to live right there. What's up, Mark? Good to see you. Hello, sheesh. But in Genesis chapter 1, verse 28, this is where God says, he blessed them and he said, be fruitful and multiply. Now, this is very, very important to recognize, because it's a big deal in our world today. When God commands Adam, or what he's going to command them, essentially, he says, be fruitful and multiply. The only way that this is possible is in a heterosexual relationship. So when you go all the way back to the beginning, God says, let them be fruitful and multiply. His words imply that type of relationship. Our culture, our society right now is painting a completely different picture. Laura, thank you so much for that, Galaxy. That's awesome. Thank you so much for that. I'm blessed by that. Thank you. You're very kind. But it says be fruitful and multiply. And so you need to recognize the significance there. This is not the only place. This is going to come out again. This is talked about many different times. But it's something that is it's heartbreaking. We're actually going to talk about a little bit about that tonight, just because we're going to go to Jude and we're going to talk about some of the stuff that's there. But moving on to Genesis chapter 2. In Genesis chapter 2, we spent a lot of time. In Genesis chapter 2, the first couple of verses, this is when God rested. Hey, thank you, Kirsty, for that. Squirrel. Hello, Kimberly. What's up, Ian? Hello. What's up, Portland Patriot? Hey, very cool. Liked, snubbed. In Genesis chapter 2, you have the whole conversation about the Sabbath. Now, the Sabbath is a very, very dicey situation, at least here on TikTok. There's some interesting things going on here on TikTok, and there's a lot of different ideas. And there are people in here who probably even disagree with me on this, but I need you guys to understand that the Sabbath is, anybody who thinks that the Sabbath is a light issue or a light topic hasn't really studied it, because it's very, very dynamic. But the understanding, the end conclusion is very simple, but the idea of it all is rather, rather complex. And so here in Genesis chapter 2, you are introduced to the Sabbath. And the reason why the Sabbath is so important is because I want you guys to understand the Sabbath, what God did here in Genesis chapter 1, God did everything in 6 days, and then he rested on the seventh. And the reason why this is important is because what God did is what he tells the Jewish people to do. he gives what he did. He's like, I worked 6 days, I rested on the seventh. The seventh day is a special day, that's mine. You are to observe it. He gave that to the Jewish people. And the reason why he gave it to the Jewish people is because he took the Jewish people and he threw them out into the nations, the Gentiles. And he's like, hey, go and be a light. Because that's what the Jewish people were supposed to be. They were supposed to be a light for the Gentiles. And the way that they were supposed to be a light was by observing the Sabbath. And so that's why I want you to imagine if you lived back then and you had Jewish people all around you, and then on this one day, once a week, you would look at these Jewish people and none of them would be working. You'd be like, what are you guys even, like, you guys are lazy. Like, what's going on? And then they would be able to tell you, be like, no, we're not supposed to be doing any work today. And they'd be like, well, how come? And then that would be a perfect opportunity for them to be like, well, can I tell you about God? Can I tell you about the one true God? And so that was what they were supposed to be. Thank you, Kirsty. And so that's what the whole idea of the Sabbath was meant to be. It was meant to be them resting that day so that they could be demonstrating, pantomiming. They were charading it out for everybody to be like, what are you doing? And so it was pointing. The Sabbath always points back to creation, which ultimately points back to the Creator. And so you need to understand the significance of it all, but you don't need to get lost in the idea of the Sabbath. The Sabbath is important, but there's some people here in our world today that like get completely just completely engulfed in this idea of observing the Sabbath and keeping the Sabbath. And I'm like, we need to remember we're in the New Testament here. Hey, thank you, Ashley and Christy. Thank you so much. We are in the New Testament right now. And so what applied to them back in the Old Testament does not necessarily apply to us in the New Testament. And so the things that were written for us in Paul says in Romans chapter 15, the things that were written for that back then were for our learning. And so when you're reading the Bible and you're reading about the Old Testament, the danger there is that it's a slippery slope sometimes, because you get so lost in the Old Testament that next thing you know, you're like right back under the law and you don't even realize it's happening. And so you don't want to do that. And so that's what a lot of people, thank you, Ashley. Thank you so much for those gifts. You don't want to do that. You want to be very, very mindful of it. And so the whole idea of the Sabbath in the New Testament is it's very important to understand chapters like Acts chapter 15. Acts chapter 15, you have all of the heavy hitters in one area. You have Paul, you have Barnabas, you have James, you have Peter, and they're all talking about this issue on how to handle the Gentiles, because all of the Gentiles, like, they came to the Jewish people and they're like, hey, we're Christians, but we don't know what to do. And so the Jewish people got into like a little football huddle, and they're like, okay, guys, what are we going to do? What are we going to tell them? And so they decide to write them a letter, and they write them a letter, and they tell them to avoid a couple things. And out of those 4 things that they tell the Gentiles to do, the Sabbath is not on that list. They do not tell the Gentiles to observe the Sabbath, which is very fascinating, and it's also very significant. The reason why it's significant is because if it was important, because the Sabbath was extremely important to the Jewish people, but they recognized that it wasn't extremely important for the Gentiles. And so they didn't try to put the law on top of them because they couldn't even hold it up themselves. Hey, thank you, Julie, for that. Thank you so much, Julie. That's awesome. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Hey, thank you, Julie, for that. Thank you so much, Julie. That's awesome. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And so it's really, really important to understand Acts chapter 15, but also Colossians chapter 2 talks about Paul. He says, let no one judge you in food or in drink or in new moon or in Sabbath, which are a shadow of things to come, but the substance as of Christ. And so the substance, like all of those things, everything, the new moons, the Sabbaths, those were all a shadow, meaning if I am walking, let's say here is a corner right here, and I'm walking up on the corner, and there's a light behind me, and it's projecting my shadow, so my shadow is in front of me as I'm walking, and you're on the other side of the corner. You can't see me, but you see a shadow on the ground. You don't know what I look like, but you know that something is approaching because you see my shadow. And so that's the whole idea of these new moons and these Sabbaths, because it was foreshadowing. It was telling you that something was going to be fulfilling that, and the thing that fulfilled it was Jesus. And it's always going to be pointing back to Jesus. That's what those 7 feasts are, all pointing back to Jesus. And even the Sabbath, it's all pointing back to Him. Pointing back to Him. And so anyways, that's Genesis chapter 2. Thank you so much. Yeah, that you are. Well, thank you, Julie. I appreciate that. Kirsty, thank you so much for subscribing. I just saw that. I don't think there was anything that flashed up on my screen. That's such a bummer. I always try to say something. Thank you so much for subscribing. Thank you so much, Kirsty. That is awesome. Thank you so much. Hello, Jenny. Hello. Okay, so let's keep on moving. What's up, Katie? Hello, hello. Moving on to Genesis chapter 2, verse 16. In Genesis chapter 2, verse 16, this is an important verse right here too, because it says, "And the Lord commanded the man, saying, of every tree of the garden you may freely eat, but of the tree of knowledge of good and evil you shall not eat, for in the day that you eat of it you shall surely die." Now, here in Genesis chapter 2, verse 16, God, you need to understand, like this, the thing that's important here is to recognize that God commanded Adam. It's also important to recognize that Eve was not yet a thing. She did not yet exist. She did not exist at the point when God commanded Adam. Eve did not exist. And so Eve wasn't there listening, like with like a little cup on the wall. Like, what are they talking about? What they talk about, I can hear it, just like there's none of that going on. So she didn't even exist. So this is a conversation between Adam and God. And so that's very important to recognize. Moving on to Genesis chapter 2, we'll come back to that here in a little bit. But Genesis chapter 2, verse 23 and 24, after Eve was created, it says, "And Adam said, this is now bone of my bones and flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman because she was taken out of man. Therefore, a man shall leave his father and mother and be joined to his wife, and they shall become one flesh." Now, the reason why this is so amazing is because of how many things are attached to this verse, these two verses. Like, it is unbelievable. Like, you could spend hours on just this, so much time just on this. The understanding that is like what Adam had in this. Whoa, man, absolutely. What's up, legit? This is distracting. I don't like it. Hello, Cole. But it says, "This is now bone of my bone and flesh of my flesh." And then he goes on to talking about how a man shall leave his father and mother and be joined to his wife, and they shall become one flesh. Basically, what he's seeing here in the garden before the fall, the thing to pay attention to is that Adam, right when he saw Eve, he knew about a family, and he talked about the family. Right when he saw her, I want you to imagine, like, you're just like kind of mind your own business. You wake up after a long nap, and then all of a sudden you see a new creation, which, by the way, was the last thing, which was like the cherry on top. You women are like the cherry on top in a sense. It's crazy. Y'all women are awesome. I'm just telling you, like, high five. Like, let's go. But right when Adam saw her, he was like, "This is now bone of my bone, flesh of my flesh." And then he goes on and he talks about what a man shall do. And he talks about having a father and mother. So right when he talks about having a father and mother, this basically shows that he recognized that there was going to be children. And the reason why this is significant is because this was in the garden before there was sin in Adam and Eve. And that's significant. And the reason why that's significant is because of the implications that takes over into Revelation. Thank you, Kent. Because in Revelation chapter 21, you have this concept called the new heaven, new earth, and the new Jerusalem. And so the idea of what's going on, the new heaven, new earth, and new Jerusalem, you need to understand what that's going on. Like, who's living? You need to ask yourself, who is living on the new earth? Who is living in the new Jerusalem? And so when you understand that there's different people living in different locations, then you're like, oh, okay, that makes a little bit more sense. So I propose to you the idea that there's going to be people who actually like are going to populate the Gentiles, the nations that make it out of the tribulation. So here's the idea. During the tribulation time period, I believe in a pre-tribulation rapture, just so you guys are aware. I believe the next thing that's going to happen prophetically, in a sense, is going to be the rapture. That's just my own personal belief. It's okay if you see something different that is a complete secondary issue. We can laugh about it when we get home with the Lord, because I'm just looking forward to that. But my point here is that during the tribulation, there's going to be 7 years of tribulation that is going to take place on the earth. During that time, there's going to be people who get saved during that period of time. And when those people get saved during the tribulation period, they are going to, they're going to either make it all the way through the 7 years and survive, or they are going to lose their heads during the tribulation. Those are the two options. You're either going to make it or you are not. And so if you make it and you do not lose your head during the tribulation, you are going to enter into the kingdom. You are literally, with the body that you have on, you are going to march your little toes on into the kingdom as a born-again believer. I mean, I want you to picture, like, you are just like, you got like, ash and soot all over you, and you're just like, your hair is like electrified, and you're just like, I made it. You're just like so like out of your mind. You're like, that was a terrible 7 years. Like, let me tell you. And then they hand out t-shirts and you're like, I made it through the tribulation. No, they don't do that. But I'm just saying, like, that's the idea. And so you have this concept of these people who actually make it through the 7-year tribulation. So the question is, what happens to those people who make it through the 7 years of tribulation? Well, the people who make it through those 7 years of tribulation, they literally walk into the kingdom, and they have their bodies on that they had before, during the tribulation. They just kind of walk into it. And so then those people live 1,000 years. They don't die. They do not die. And so after they don't die, they just get translated over to the new earth. And while they are translated to the new earth, that is when they are going to be what Adam and Eve were in the garden before the fall. And so that seems to be the most plausible kind of outcome. And so that's just my opinion. Obviously, this is secondary. It's a rather deep kind of concept, but it makes the most sense to me. Moving on. One of the things in Genesis chapter 2 that I think is really good to kind of recognize, just because of what we are, technically observing here, in the traditional sense, Good Friday. But in Genesis chapter 2, verse 21, it says, And the Lord God caused a deep sleep to fall on Adam, and he slept. And he took one of his ribs and closed up the flesh in its place. Now, what's interesting about that word rib right there, something that we talked about before, the word rib is it can mean a couple different things, but the word rib here, God opened up Adam's side, and he, paid for his bride by something that was removed from his side. And so just like how Adam is a type of the last Adam, because Jesus in Adam Adam is a type of Jesus. We read about that in Romans chapter 5. But we are told very specifically that Adam is a type, meaning he is a model, in a sense, of Jesus. And so just like how Adam had his side opened up, and out of his side is what cost him for his bride was his rib, is really interesting, because when you read the Gospels, in the Gospel of John, what you find there is that Jesus's side was also pierced. It was also opened up. And that is really interesting. So just like how Adam paid for his bride out of his side, Jesus did the same thing and had his side opened up as well, which was when he was pierced on the cross. Now, why that's so remarkable is because what the Roman soldiers should have done, thank you, child of God, what the Roman soldiers should have done was that they should have broken Jesus's legs. They should have broken his legs, but they didn't do it. And so the reason why that's so remarkable is because in Exodus, when God is talking to Moses about the Passover, God tells Moses the instructions for the Passover and how to operate the Passover. And he tells Moses that the Passover lamb should not have any of its bones broken. And so that is really remarkable, because when you read Psalm chapter 22, what you find is that Jesus's bones were all out of joint, but none of them were broken. And so that explains why the Roman soldiers never broke Jesus's legs. It's because they were not allowed to, in a sense. And he's like, you're not going to do it, because it's written down that none of the bones of the Passover lamb were going to be broken. And so just like how an actual lamb had none of its bones broken, the same principle was applied to Jesus, because he is our Passover lamb, and none of his bones were broken as well. And that is amazing. So very neat. Anyways, Genesis chapter 3, moving on in Genesis chapter 3, this is where Satan, or the serpent, comes up to Eve, and he basically questions God. And he's like, hath God surely said? And so basically what he does to Eve here is the same thing that he's doing to everybody around in our world today. Hath God surely said? Are you sure God said that? Are you sure? Can we talk about this for a second? Did God really say that? Let me ask. Okay. Let me ask you again. Did he really say that, though? I mean, did he say? Is that what he meant? And so that kind of idea has been going around throughout the beginning of time. This is what he did back then. This is what he's doing now. There's nothing new under the sun, right? And so we understand that the serpent went up to the woman. Now, why this is so significant is because You need to understand that he's very, very tactful. He's extremely cunning. He's a very sly. He knows what he's doing. Ezekiel chapter 28 tells us that Satan, or Lucifer, was created and he was full of wisdom and full of beauty. So when you couple this already cunning creature, which is what snakes already are by nature, and you allow the manipulation through Satan, and you increase the cunningness, in a sense, if you will, and you put the cunningness all the way up to 1,000, he goes straight up to Eve and he does what he does and he deceives. Now, we learn that the woman was deceived. This is talked about in 1 Timothy chapter 2. Thank you, child of God. The woman was deceived, but Adam was not. But you need to understand the tactic that was used here. Satan, or this serpent, did not go up to the woman just randomly. He didn't flip a coin. He's like, okay, heads, I'm going to Adam, tails, I'm going to Eve. No, that's not what he did. He went specifically to Eve because he knew he could not deceive Adam. And the reason why he couldn't deceive Adam is because of what we talked about before. In Genesis chapter 2, we are told that God told Adam to not eat of the tree. And so since Satan knew that God had that direct communication with Adam, that means Satan realized, he's like, I can't trick Adam. He's like, I can't deceive him, because he had that communication. They had a conversation. And so since they had that conversation, thank you, child of God, since they had that conversation, Satan was like, well, I'm not going to Adam. He's like, I'm going to Eve, because Eve didn't exist yet. And so there was a chance that she could be deceived, and sure enough, she was. And so that's remarkable. Anyways, Genesis chapter 3, you have this whole situation where she was deceived, and then Adam was not. And so this is really beautiful when you actually see what's going on here, because if you remember in Romans chapter 5, if you remember that Adam is a type of Christ, and if you just remember that Adam is a type of Christ, and you look at Genesis chapter 3 with that in mind, then what you see here is a beautiful picture, because what you see is a bride, Eve. She represents the church here. Eve messed up. She fell down. She messed up. And then what you see, that's not the focus. The focus is what Adam does. Adam, he sees that his bride fell down, and he goes in after her. And that's what he does. And so when you see Adam not being deceived, which is a detail that is very significant that we are given, and when you recognize that the reason that we are told that he was not deceived is because it was modeling what Jesus was going to do on the cross. Because Jesus was also not deceived. Adam was not deceived. Adam became sin for his bride. He knew no sin. He who knew no sin became sin for Eve. And just like what Adam did for his bride is the same thing that Jesus did for his bride. He who knew no sin became sin for us. That is an incredible verse. I mean, how do you even just that is massive. That is massive. That is incredible. And so here in Genesis chapter 3, you just see an absolute beautiful, the beautiful makings of a love story. And so when you read the Bible, I'm sure you've heard the Bible being referred to as a love story, but when you understand, when you just start thinking about what he's gone through, the lengths that he's gone through to try to be with you. If you are a born again believer, you need to appreciate what he's done to try to be with you. And so I made a video on this, but just to kind of give you a flyby, he was walking with Adam. They were walking together. They had conversations. He wanted to be there. He didn't have to be there. He could have been somewhere else. He was there with Adam. That was before the sin. After the fall, he is separated from Adam, but then he sends a tabernacle, and there's a tabernacle. And so you have this kind of dwelling place. He's like, hey, I'm still with you. I'm still with you. I'm still with you. And thank you, the bathing. And so after you have the tabernacle, that switches to a more permanent thing, which was called the temple. And so that was the dwelling place of God. And so there is the temple. He's like, I'm still with you. I'm still with you. I'm still with you. And then after the temple was there, then Jesus himself, Emmanuel, God with us. Are you kidding me? Then God himself is right there, boots on the ground. He's like, I'm with you again. And here I am. And then we kill him. And then he ascends up into heaven. And then he sends his Holy Spirit. Praise God for that. We have the Holy Spirit. And so now he's like, I'm not in that temple anymore. You see that stone temple that they're all looking at? He's like, no. Now I'm in you. And so you see this this whole section of God's dwelling places all throughout time. And then in Revelation chapter 21, Revelation chapter 21, you see God tabernacling among them. He's like, I'm right back where I wanted to be. You see this whole picture, and this is all an attempt of him trying to be with us. And it's just like, why in the world do you want to be with us? Like, we are the worst. Like, what is going on? But you just see how much he loves you. And I want you to appreciate it. Like, he is going through unbelievable lengths to be with you and to be with me. And so it is a free gift. And when you understand that this is a free gift, you're just like blown away. And John 3:16 is the most beautiful verse ever. It's for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son, that whosoever shall believe in him shall not perish, but have everlasting life. I just like, what? Anyways, Genesis chapter 3, it's absolutely incredible, guys. Genesis chapter 3, verse 15. In Genesis chapter 3, verse 15, you need to understand this verse right here, or these couple verses here, because of how significant they are. But this is where God basically curses the serpent, he curses the woman, and he curses the man. But in verse 15, he says, I will put enmity between your seed and her seed. Now, hey, thank you. The bathing lamb, thank you so much. Her seed and the serpent seed. So you have two different seeds introduced here, and you have the seed of the woman and the seed of the serpent. Now, this is pretty cool, because what's going on here is two different lines you could basically trace. You could, like if you wanted to, if you were a background investigator or something like that, you could, if somebody was getting a job and your job was to basically say, okay, I see your resume here. I'm going to do some research on who you are as a person so I can understand who you are a little bit better to see if you're a good fit for the job. Well, what that person would do is they would go back and see what your last job was, where were you, what did you do, why did you leave there, and then you would go from the last job after that, then the job before that, and then you would go to like what school you went to, what kind of grades you got, like if you ever got in any trouble criminally, they would unpack your entire life, right? Just to see, and they would paint a picture of you. They're trying to paint a picture of you. And so just like how they would paint a picture of you, this is basically what you can do with this verse, because you have two different seeds. You have the seed of the serpent and you have the seed of the woman. The seed of the serpent, in a sense, is painting or going to culminate with the Antichrist. The Antichrist is going to arrive sometime in the future. Hey, thank you, Laura. Thank you so much. He's going to arrive in the future sometime. But the seed of the woman is a really, it's a really interesting phrase there, because you would naturally think that it's the seed of the man, because the man is the one who has the seed. But God refers to it as the seed of the woman, which is, again, prophetically speaking, of referring to the virgin birth. And so that's incredible. And so the seed of the woman was fulfilled by Jesus being born. And so thank you, Laura. Look at the little dinosaur. Oh, but thank you so much for that. That's awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much. But you have a whole bunch of stuff here. And so anyways, Satan is there. He's listening to this entire conversation going on. And as he is talking, thank you, Jax, for the cowboy hat. Thank you so much. When you see when you see that, you can go all over the place with this. You have so much here in verse 15, so much stuff. You have two different lines, two different seeds, two different genealogies in a sense. And so you can't really trace the Antichrist down, because he's not yet revealed. He will not be revealed until 3.5 years into the tribulation. That's just, like there's people who say they know who it is. I just want you to understand, like, you might have an idea. I mean, I'm sure everybody's got like their own thoughts and stuff, but as far as being revealed in the biblical sense, it's not going to take place until 3.5 years into the tribulation. And that is going to take place when, and Matthew 24 is important to understand that concept. Matthew 24 verse 15 talks about, when you see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet standing in the holy place, then let those who are in Judea flee to the mountains. And so the Jewish people are going to just have their beady little eyes out looking at this dude walking into their temple, and they're going to be like, what are you doing? You don't go into that temple. That temple is only for one person to go into the temple. That's for the high priest, only one time, once a year, only under strict ceremonial preparation. And so when you understand that, you're just like, wait a second, the Jewish people are going to see some other dude walking into the place that he has no business being in, and then that is when they're going to see, and they're going to be like, oh, there he is, and they're going to have to flee to the mountains. And so that is when he is going to be revealed, which isn't until 3.5 years into the tribulation. So that's just an idea, just something that's my own personal belief. I know there's people who see that differently, but that just seems to make the most sense. But anyways, you have this whole situation going on here in verse 15, Genesis chapter 3, verse 15, where it says, he shall bruise your head and you shall bruise his heel. Thank you, Jax. He shall bruise your head and you shall bruise his heel. So the word bruise there can mean bruise, and it also can mean crush. So in regards to Satan is going to have his head crushed, meaning it's a permanent thing. In regards to bruising his heel, Jesus, in a sense, was bruised, but it's in the temporary sense, because he was on the cross, he died, but it was not a tragedy. It was an absolute achievement. And so he was bruised in a sense. And so that's incredible. Hey, thank you, Bretta. Good to see you. I wish I had Tuesdays off. Oh, man. Well, all of these are uploaded to YouTube if you want to go back and listen to them again. This is all just review. We've already covered this, so I'm just flying by here. This is just stuff that we've talked about before. Anyways, moving on to Genesis chapter 3, verse 18. In Genesis chapter 3, verse 18, it says, in regards to God talking to Adam, God is putting a curse on top of Adam. He's like, here you go. And so in regards to this curse that's attached to Adam, you have thorns. Now, why this is so interesting is because Adam, again, is a type of Christ. And so when you recognize that Adam is a type of Christ, and you see that thorns were applied to the first Adam in direct connection to the first Adam, you see the thorns being brought back into the picture to the last Adam. In John, you see John chapter 18 or something like that. You see like a crown of thorns being placed onto Jesus's head. And it's unbelievable, because what you know about the thorns here from Genesis chapter 3, thank you, Laura. Genesis chapter 3 are letting you know that there's a direct connection to the curse and the thorns. And so when you recognize the connection between the thorns and the curse, you see the curse being brought back into view and placed on Jesus's head. The curse that God placed on Adam was the same curse that was placed on God. And so it's like, hey, I'm putting a curse on you right now, but soon in the future, I'm going to place that curse on me. And Galatians chapter 3 says, cursed is everyone who hangs on a tree. And so when you recognize that Jesus was literally nailed to a tree, that is when he became a curse. So he was attached to a curse. The curse was on his head, and you have curses just all over him. It's just like this is what that verse talks about. It says, he who knew no sin became sin for us. You're just like, what does that even mean? We can't understand it. We will never be able to understand it, but it was something that he did for you and I. It's just like unbelievable, which is also awesome, because when you think about like this whole idea of him becoming sin, the question is, where did the sin go? And this is why it's really cool to understand Leviticus, because in Leviticus, you have this concept of these two goats that were brought together. And basically one goat, they would do all kinds of stuff to it. They would actually sacrifice it. But the other goat, they would lay hands on it and they would release it out into the wilderness. They would just release it to an uninhabited land. And it's just like, what in the world? And so that was them demonstrating that the sin just disappeared. They had no idea where that goat went. It was just the scapegoat. It's unreal to see how all of this stuff is just like all together. And you're just all over the Bible. It's just like all painting one giant picture. And it's really, really beautiful when you see it. You just can't unsee it. Once you see it, you're just like, it's all over the place. So anyways, that is Genesis chapter 3. Also, something that's really, really important to understand is in Genesis chapter 3, verse 21. In Genesis chapter 3, verse 21, it says, in regards to Adam and Eve, God made them clothing. It says, and Adam and his wife, the Lord God, made tunics of skin and clothed them. Now, why that's so interesting is because the skin of an animal was required to clothe them. God created his own clothing and put them on him or on them. And the reason is because previously Adam and Eve were covered in fig leaves. Now, the fig leaves represent their own works. They represent them doing what they felt like they needed to do. And God's like, no. Here, let me show you. And he's like, this is me teaching you. And so God is like, I am going to teach you something very important. He's like, hey, pay attention right here. Watch what I'm doing. Watch what I am doing. And so that's what he's doing to Adam and Eve. And he's like, watch what I'm doing, because it's going to be instructive and you are going to tell your children about what's happening right now. And so he ends an animal's life. He skins it, puts the skin on them. And so Adam and Eve are just like standing there, just like watching this entire thing happening, like, oh my goodness, Bambi. And so they see death for the first time they see blood and they see the consequence for sin. And this is, thank you so much, Grace D. Thank you so much for that gift. You see this entire picture. And so they were covering themselves. God's like, that's not good enough. Here's clothing. He clothes them. And so basically what this was picturing was this was a hint to what was going to be required or implemented in Leviticus, the Levitical law. And so what I want you to also recognize during this time is there is no water anywhere around here. This is God demonstrating. And if you read Leviticus chapter 17 and verse 11, what you find there is it very specifically states that the atoning of the soul is all about the blood. The blood. It is the blood that atones the soul. It's not blood and something else. It is the blood, the blood, the blood, the blood. It's absolutely incredible. Anyways, moving on to Genesis chapter 4. In Genesis chapter 4, you have Cain and Abel. Now, we're all very familiar with Cain and Abel, but why this is so important to understand here is because you need to recognize that Cain and Abel both had the same mom and dad. And hey, thank you, Jeff. And because they had the same mom and dad, that means mom and dad instructed them both the same thing to do. So, I mean, you know how like if you tell one of your kids something, you tell the other one, that's just like what parents do. Hey, be home at 9 o'clock, be home at 9 o'clock. That's what they understand, right? Now, both children have the option to come home at 9 o'clock, or somebody could stay out till 10 o'clock and you'd be like, where you at? I said 9 o'clock, get over here right now. And so like the idea though, is that they were instructed what to do. Adam and Eve, mom and dad, told the kids what to do. Now, what you see being that actually comes to reality is what the kids end up doing. Cain and Abel, they both were told what God required. Mom and dad told Cain and Abel both what God required. And so what you see, though, is Cain is like, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to bring fruit. Abel, however, was like, okay, I'm going to do what is required, and I'm going to do what my mom and dad said. So you have two different kids. They both received the same instruction, and Cain did not listen, but Abel did. Now, that is really important to recognize because in verse 7, Genesis chapter 4, verse 7, God is going to Cain, and he's like, Cain, if you do well, will you not be accepted? Because God's going to Cain. He's like, Cain, you know what to do. You know what to do. What are you talking about, man? He's like, your mom and dad told you what to do, and you still brought fruit. And so he's like, it's not about, and so anyways, you see that God basically did not respect Cain's offering, but he did respect Abel's offering. And so basically what we learn in this chapter is that Jesus in Luke, the Gospel of Luke, basically refers to Abel as being the first prophet. That's fascinating. When you read Genesis chapter 4 and you read about Abel, it's important to understand that Abel is regarded by Jesus himself as being a prophet. Now that is significant. The reason why that's significant is because when you read Genesis chapter 4, verse 4, it says, Abel also brought of the firstborn of his flock and of their fat. And so why this is so significant is because when you view Abel as being a prophet, then all of a sudden everything changes, because now when Abel is doing something, now you're paying a little bit more attention to it. And when you're paying a little bit more attention to it, you recognize that Abel actually was doing something that he knew what to do. And the question is, how did he know? But you have mom and dad basically telling him what to do. He did it, but he was regarded as being a prophet, which is really, really fascinating. Because what you read in Genesis chapter 4, verse 4 is that Abel brought the firstborn of his flock. Now, what you see there in regards to flock is that you can imply that this is Abel brought a sheep. And if that's what you land on, which seems to be the most logical kind of conclusion there, just because of the flock, it could be anything else, but let's just go ahead and say it's a sheep. It makes the most sense, but it's the firstborn. And so when you think about a firstborn, what do you think of when you think of Jesus? He was the firstborn of Mary, right? He was the firstborn. He had brothers and sisters, but they were half brothers and half sisters. But he was the firstborn of the flock. And then you also see in Genesis chapter 4, verse 4, that he brought the firstborn of his flock and of their fat. Now, the reason why that's such an interesting thing, the question is, how in the world did Abel know to bring the fat? Because that's not instructed anywhere else. Like, we do not know how Abel actually knew to bring the fat. But if you read Leviticus chapter 3, you'll find that the fat is always the Lord's. And so before the Levitical law was even introduced, Abel already knew it. And so that's the question that you'd be like, how in the world did he know? And so that makes a little bit more sense when you look at Abel as being a prophet. He was a prophet. And so when you look at him being a prophet, because that's what Jesus refers to him, from the blood of Abel to the blood of Zechariah, you have that whole passage there. You just are like, wow, that's really neat. Abel knew some stuff. Like, this dude knew some stuff. Anyways, we spent some time on Genesis chapter 4, but Genesis chapter 5, let's go to Genesis chapter 5. In Genesis chapter 5, you have this really, really wonderful chapter, but it comes in the form of a genealogy. And in this genealogy, you have 10 names that are given to us. And if you don't know what these 10 names mean, then you're in for a treat, because it's really, really incredible. But in Genesis chapter 5, you have Adam, you have Seth, Enosh, Canaan, Mahalalel, Jared, Enoch, Methuselah, Lamech, and Noah. You have 10 names that are given to us in Genesis chapter 5. And what those 10 names mean, if you translate them over to what their actual meaning, the meaning of the name, what they actually tell you a story. And so what those 10 names mean is man appointed mortal sorrow, but the blessed God shall come down teaching. His death shall bring the despairing comfort and rest. That is what those 10 names mean in Genesis chapter 5. It's absolutely beautiful. And so the reason why this is beautiful is because this is the Christian gospel that is hidden in the Old Testament. Now, what I want you to take away from this, and it's very important, thank you, Jax, I need you to understand there is no water here. There's no water in this. And so when you recognize the significance of what is not mentioned, then you obviously are paying attention to what is mentioned. And what is mentioned is his death shall bring. This is why Paul says in 1 Corinthians chapter 2, he says, "For I determined to know nothing among you except Christ and him crucified." This is what it's all about. He's like, baptism is important. You should totally do it, but it's not what saves you. It is for by grace you have been saved through faith, and that not of yourselves. It is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. Very, very important concepts here, but it's absolutely a wonderful chapter. And so I hope you guys can appreciate that. If you guys were here for that, this is all uploaded to YouTube. If you want to go back and review it, you are more than welcome to. But moving on in Genesis chapter 5, verse 21, you're introduced to this dude that named Enoch. Enoch is, he's a curious creature, curious guy. But what we learn about him is that he was 65 years old when he had his son, and his son's name was Methuselah. Now, why this is so interesting is because the flood was this coming judgment. Before the flood, the world knew about the coming judgment from Enoch. It wasn't Noah, it was Enoch. Enoch was aware. And the reason why we know Enoch was aware was because he named his son Methuselah. He knew his son's name, Methuselah, and Methuselah's name means his death shall bring. And so Enoch had the understanding of a pending judgment. And so since he had that understanding, he names his son, his death shall bring. And so since he knew of this upcoming judgment, he names his son, his death shall bring, Methuselah. And he's like, hey, Methuselah, you are going to be a walking beacon for the world. Because as long as you are here, there's not going to be the judgment. Thank you, Debbie. And the reason why this is significant is because God chooses to demonstrate his long suffering by choosing the oldest person who has ever lived, Methuselah. And so what we learn, thank you, Myri, what we learn, is that Myri Clay? But what we learn about Methuselah is that he was the oldest person who has ever lived. And when you apply God's long suffering to Methuselah, what you find is that God's long suffering is longer and greater than anything else. That's what he chose. That's what he's demonstrating just through Methuselah. And I'm just like, this is incredible. But what I also want you to appreciate about that is that there's also an ending to it. There is an ending to his long suffering. And so just like how Methuselah was telling everybody about the coming flood for generations, 969 years, are you kidding me? That's how long he was warning people. And then just like when he died, that is when the flood came. That's why his name means his death shall bring. And so Methuselah was this walking beacon of God's long suffering, being like, hey, God's long suffering is absolutely incredible and it's absolutely amazing, but there is an end to it. And so his end, Methuselah, he died, which demonstrates that God's long suffering also has a limit. And so we would do well to really, really allow that to sink in. But in Genesis chapter 5, in regards to Enoch, we learn in verse 21 that he was 65 years when he had Enoch. And then we also learn in verse 23, Genesis chapter 5, verse 23, we learn that Enoch was 365 years old when God took him. So he walked with God for 300 years. So we learn in verse 22, Genesis chapter 5, verse 22, it says, after he begot Methuselah, Enoch walked with God 300 years. So the question, or the thing to take away from this is that Enoch was 65 years old. That might be some of your guys' ages. That might be some of your parents' ages. I don't know. But he was 65 years old when he had Methuselah. And so what's interesting about this is that it doesn't say that Enoch walked with God for those first 65 years of his life. And I think that's important to pay attention to. Enoch did not walk with God for the first 65 years of his life. And so then when you recognize that this is significant because we're told that he walked with God for 300 years, there is a distinction. Something happened in his life. I don't know what it was, but something happened in Enoch's life to which drastically changed him. And I have no idea what it was. We weren't told that. We don't need to know it. But what we do know is that something happened when he was 65 years old. And for the rest of his life, he walked with God. And that's incredible. Because when you see somebody is told that he walked with God, that is unique. That is not something that we are told very often. What we are told is that Enoch did walk with God. And what we are also told is that also Noah walked with God. But what is absolutely incredible is if you read Hebrews chapter 11, verse 5, you will find that Hebrews chapter 11 is the chapter of faith, like by faith Abraham, by faith Noah, by faith Enoch. And so in Hebrews chapter 11, verse 5, you read about this verse where it says, by faith Enoch, and you read about what Enoch did. But what you read about in that verse is that what is so beautiful about it is that it says that Enoch, his testimony pleased God. His testimony pleased God. And so when you think about his testimony pleasing God, I want you to ask yourself, what about you? If you're a born-again believer right now, is your testimony pleasing God? Because Enoch had 65 years of life where he was not walking with God. But then after he put his faith in him, then for the rest of those 300 years, the next 300 years, he walked with God and his testimony pleased him. And so this is something that we need to be we need to be mindful of, because I need to ask myself the same question. I mean, like, is my testimony, what I'm doing in my day-to-day life, what I'm doing when I'm around people, what I'm doing when I'm not around people, when I'm alone, when I'm with people, when I'm driving in the car, wherever I'm at, is my testimony pleasing to God? Because what we're told about here in Enoch, in regards to Enoch, is that his testimony pleased God. And so that's really something to think about. And so is your testimony pleasing God? Or are you allowing a whole bunch of sin and you're like, I'm a born again believer, but I got a whole bunch of trash just hanging out in my house. And it's just like, you wouldn't do that. You wouldn't let trash just hang out in your house. You take it outside because that crap stinks. You'd be like, yeah. Anyways, in Genesis chapter 5, verse 24, it says, and Enoch walked with God, and he was not, for God took him. And so this is really, really neat. What's up, Enjoy? Hello. Grandma, what's going up? I got to watch when I'm driving. I'm telling you what. It says in verse 24, it says, and Enoch walked with God, and he was not, for God took him. Now, this is so awesome. Now, I know there's people in here who, some of you might not even believe in the rapture. Some of you may believe in a pre-trib, post-trib, mid-trib, whatever you are. But I need you to recognize that here, Enoch was removed before the flood. Enoch was not mid-flood. He was not post-flood. He was pre-flood. And this is something that we are given on purpose. I need you guys to understand the way I need you, the architecture of the Bible is specifically designed to paint pictures all over the place. Say thank you so much. And so you're seeing this being given to us in the form of, all the way back here before the flood. You're seeing what's going on. This is information that we are given on purpose. When you understand that we are given this information on purpose, you're like, okay, how come sometimes we are told about what people are wearing? How come sometimes we are told what time of the day it is? How come sometimes we're told, like what hand it was? How come all of this kind of stuff, right? Like why? Hey, thank you, Amber. And so here, the same question needs to be asked in regards to Enoch. How come we are told that God? How come? Like, why did we need to know this? And so when you apply this and you look at it in an eschatological kind of perspective, then you can learn a lot from it. And so I'm not gonna, I try not to make these secondary issues too great, because I always want the focus to be on what Jesus did on the cross and, the gospel, but that is always going to be the main thing. The main thing is always going to be the main thing, and that is what Jesus did on the cross. Nothing else compares. There's nothing that literally, I was having a conversation with my kids on the way home today. I was like, there is nothing that matters. When I told them, I got to tell, they were there when I was telling my wife's grandmother about Jesus. My 2 little girls were in the room with me, so they were listening. And I'm like, there's literally, like, think about it. There is literally nothing I can do more important from God's point of view than to tell people about Jesus. There's nothing I can do. Literally, name something I can do that is more important to God than to tell other people about God. There's nothing I can do. That's it. And so that's incredible. And so, like, I mean, you could be setting yourself up for an awkward conversation because some people don't want to hear about it. But if you truly love these people, then telling people about Jesus, regardless of what kind of looks you get, it's very, very important, because you love them enough to just be like, I'm going to get looked at and they're probably going to talk about me, but I'm going to do it anyways. And so, not saying that she's going to do that to me, but I'm just saying that that's what many people think of. And so you need to understand the seriousness that's going on here. Hey, thank you so much, Jax, for that gift. Okay. So that is Genesis chapter 5. And so that is just a little bit of a review. All of those things we've done before, this is everything we talked about. We've already talked about before. This was just a little bit of a warm up before we dive into Genesis chapter 6. So we're going to be getting into Genesis chapter 6 here in just a little bit. But if you guys are new here, thank you so much for being here. My name is Ryan. We're just going through the Bible, book by book, chapter by chapter, verse by verse. We've done Revelation, Daniel, Ruth, Hebrews, James, John, Acts, Romans, all of the other Pauline epistles, Isaiah, Zechariah. We've done Matthew, 1 Peter, 2 Peter, and we just finished the book of Revelation for the second time. What's up, Hansonology? What's going on, man? Good to see you. And so if you're interested in that, all of these are uploaded to YouTube. There's a YouTube link up here. I'm actually live streaming on YouTube right now. If you are interested, you are more than welcome to come on over to YouTube. But I would encourage you to follow me on YouTube just in case they get rid of TikTok or they get rid of me on TikTok. So hopefully that doesn't happen. But I just want you guys to know that we do these Bible studies. And we go pretty deep. These go pretty long. These go 4 or 5 hours, sometimes 6 hours long. Hey Sherry, thank you so much. And so we talk about a lot of things, try to get some better understanding. And so I want you to guys always remember, I don't know everything. I give you my opinion on things, and I always encourage you guys to test all things and hold fast to that which is good. We need to be like the Bereans in that they receive the word with all readiness, and they search the scriptures daily to find out whether these things were so. This is very, very important in our time that we are living in right now, because there's a lot of people on TikTok who, open up the Bible and read Bible verses, but there's a saying out there that says, I can do all things with a verse taken out of context. You can literally live your life the way you want to with a verse. You could be like, I got a verse. And you can completely manipulate it and twist it just so you can apply it to yourself and be like, there's a verse, I got it. And you can live any kind of lifestyle you want if you choose to read the Bible incorrectly. And so there's a lot of people out there. And so this is the age of deception. There's a lot of stuff going on there. And so you need to recognize that Jesus mentioned it multiple times in Matthew 24 in regards to the end times. He says, see that no one deceive you. See that no one deceive you. He says it at least 2 times in that chapter. And so when he says it twice, you need to understand that it's important. The ability to be deceived is now more prevalent than ever before. Because right now we're living in a time period where AI is like, you guys remember like when AI was like almost a joke, like when they would have like computer graphics and you would like be like, this is terrible. What is that, like 2 pixels? You'd be like, what is that? But now we're living in a time period where you don't know what's real anymore. Like you have no idea what is real anymore. Like if you see it on your phone, you're just like, I mean, it looks real, but I can't really tell. Like, like it's so good. Technology is so good. And so this is why you guys need to live in the Bible. You need to just dive on in, because when you keep this your compass, then you'll be able to navigate what's going on in the world, and you will do well. And so that's what I encourage you to do. Hey, thank you, Sarah. Thank you for those roses. All right, so that is but the main thing, as per usual, is how to know for sure you can get to heaven. How do you get to heaven? Hey, thank you, Julie, for subscribing. Welcome to Frog. Fully rely on God. That's what Frog stands for. And it's only getting better and more evil by the day. Yeah, absolutely. Hansonology. It's crazy, isn't it? I'm telling you what, it's wild. But the main thing is always going to be the main thing, and that is how to know for sure you can get to heaven. Guys, if there's anybody in here who does not know how to know for sure you can get to heaven, you need to understand this is the most important thing that you need to know. There's nothing that can go above what we're about to talk about. How do you get to heaven? You need to understand the bad news before you can appreciate the good news. The bad news, Romans 3:23 says, "For all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God." For all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. So you are a sinner and you have fallen short of God. You're not good enough to be there. That's significant. In Romans 6:23 says, for the wages of sin is death. So you are a sinner, you have fallen short of the glory of God, and the wages of sin is death. That is big. You need to understand this is all bad, and this applies to every single one of us. But it doesn't end there. That's just the bad news. You need to understand the bad news before you can appreciate the good news. The bad news is this. The good news is that for the wages of sin is death, but the gift of God is eternal life through Jesus Christ, our Lord. It's through Jesus Christ, our Lord, period. Through Jesus Christ, our Lord, period. Not through Jesus Christ, our Lord, and then do this and this and this and this and this. And so there's a lot of people out there who's like, no, you got to do this and this and this and this. And I'm like, no. It's for by grace you have been saved through faith. And that not of yourselves, it is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. John 3:16 says it beautifully. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believes in him shall not perish, but have everlasting life. Now, this is where it gets a little weird, because there's some people out there who are like, well, you got to do some stuff. I need you to understand that if it is a genuine faith, if your faith in Jesus Christ is genuine, then it's going to be observable. Thank you, Jessica. Thank you so much for subscribing. Thank you so much. Genuine faith is going to be observable. People are going to be able to look at you and be like, there's something different about that guy. There's something different about that girl. What is going on? What is happening over here? They're going to be able to see what's up, and they should be able to, because you will know them by their fruits. Like, I don't know if you are a born-again believer. I can be fooling you, and you can be fooling me. Thank you, Hansonology. Thank you so much for that gift. I am here not to be a salvation inspector. I don't know. Like, I have no idea. But I am here to be a fruit inspector. That's what we are here to be. You will know them by their fruits, which means that's Jesus telling us to inspect each other's fruit, right? What's going on? Hey, are you a born-again believer? And so my point here is that if you genuinely have your faith and put your faith in Jesus Christ, the question on the table is, are you living and representing him properly? Because if you are, then there's going to be some fruit, and it's going to be evident. It's going to be able to, you'll be able to see. And I'll be able to recognize some stuff, and I'll be able to see this, and I see this, and I'll be able to be like, okay. But it's not what saves you. Good works do not save you. Water baptism does not save you, but those things are fruit. Okay. But that is always going to be the main thing. If you guys, hey, thank you. Potato. If you guys, if you guys wanted to support this ministry in any kind of way, we're about to dive into Genesis chapter 6. I never want you to feel obligated to, but if you would like to support this ministry, there are ways to do that up in my TikTok profile. There are some links up there that you guys can check out if you would like to. There's a link tree. But also, prayer is incredibly important. And so if you have, thank you regardless of what you do. If you have gifted anything or thinking about it or going to, thank you so much. You guys are incredible. It's insanely humbling. I want you guys to recognize that I look at this in a very, very serious situation. I think that this ministry that we got going on here is very, very important. Thank you, Potato. I think it really is, because TikTok and YouTube is where hearts and minds are one. People are looking for information and they go to TikTok and YouTube. There's some people who don't go outside, and so this is where they get their information from. There's a lot of people in the world who just scroll on TikTok, and so I have no idea who's in here. I have no idea what walk of life you're in right now. I don't know what you've done. I know there's a lot of broken people probably in here. There's a lot of hurting people who are probably in here. There's a lot of born again believers who are probably in here, and there's a lot of lost people who are also probably in here. And it's a mixture of people. It's a legit ministry, and so my hope is to always, hopefully you can always see Christ through me. But I don't know. I don't want you to ever, I just want you to. I don't want you to get intimidated by the Word of God. I want you to fall in love with it. And so the hope here is to, number one, tell you about Jesus and tell you about how you can know for sure you can get to heaven. That's the most important thing. But then number two, to equip you and myself at the same time by growing in the Word of God. Because the more you know about the Word of God, the more you're going to want to tell people about it, because the more lit up you're going to become. And so I know that's the situation for many people in here. Thank you, Potato. And so if you wanted to support this ministry in any kind of way, this is, I told you guys, if you guys wouldn't mind praying for me about this new job, as far as becoming a Bible teacher, like a legit teaching the Bible, that is on the table. And so I'm like, my wife and I, my parents, they're praying for me, and other people in here are praying for me. But in case you missed it, that's just on the horizon. And so if you wouldn't mind praying for me about that, as far as which way to go, I really do look at this study as incredibly important, and I just cannot unsee it. I'm just like, this is so incredibly important right now, especially because of the time that we're living in. It's getting dark out, but it's getting gloriously dark. And so, this is all ran by you guys. And so as per usual, I just keep saying that this is going to keep going until the wheels fall off. And so thank you so much for your prayers on that. All right, let's go ahead and get on into, hey, thank you, enjoy, and thank you, Potato, thank you so much for that. Yeah, thank you, Mark. Yeah, there's also a website that Mark just posted right there. All of those things, if you guys purchase anything there, goes to support this ministry too. Everything, it's all goes to support this ministry, literally everything. So thank you so much. All right, so let's go ahead. Thank you, Potato, gloriously dark, absolutely. Yeah, Katie, it would be wonderful. It's going to be, whether I'm in this part of the field or in that part of the field, I'm going to be telling people about Jesus no matter where you put me. It's just going to happen. Can't stop, won't stop. Hey, Andrew, thank you so much. All right, so let's go ahead and get on into it. Hey, thank you, Portland Patriot. Appreciate that. That is very kind. The more you walk with Jesus, the more you realize we are nothing without him. Absolutely, Elena. Absolutely. Thank you, Yogi, for posting all of those references and whatnot. Thank you, Respiratory. That is very kind. Don't judge me. Legit. The more you walk with Jesus, the filthier you feel. I'm telling you what. Yeah, the more, it's crazy. It's because the more aware of what we're actually been plunged into. You're like the kids in the class. You're like the kids in the class that talks to whoever they sit next to. On Arabic and all right, so let's go ahead and get on into Genesis chapter 6. Genesis chapter 6 is where we are actually going to try to slow down a little bit and talk about things, because this is where the study actually begins. Everything that we talked about up until this point was just a review, and all of these are uploaded to YouTube. Thank you, Potato. These are all uploaded to YouTube. If you guys want to go check that out, you guys are more than welcome to. I would encourage you to follow that channel just in case I get disconnected on TikTok, and we are live streaming on YouTube and on TikTok at the same time. So thank you, regardless of where you are. I appreciate that. Good teaching. Totally legit. That's awesome. All right. So this is, yeah, enjoy. Absolutely. Absolutely. Glad to be able to do it. I smelled the orange. Wait, what? To be able to smell the orange and not right away, but in its perfect timing, I smelled the orange. Orange porridge. All right. Let's get into Genesis chapter 6. This is where things are going to slow down a little bit because this is where we're going to stay today. We're going to just be covering Genesis chapter 6. Let's go ahead and go to Matthew chapter 24, verse 36 real quick. Matthew chapter 24, verse 36, as we dive into this study. Matthew chapter 24, verse 36. In Matthew chapter 24, if you guys were here for our study, Matthew 24 was probably the chapter that I probably spent the most time on in an actual... Nope, never mind. That was Revelation chapter 20. Okay, so Revelation chapter 20 is the chapter I've spent the most time in. The most time in. Hey, thank you, Julie. I love this study. I'm so glad. I'm thankful. I know you guys enjoy it, and so that's why I can't tell you how much that, like, it carries an insane amount of weight with this whole decision. So don't think that it's not. But thank you, Julie. I appreciate that. But in Matthew 24, or what I was saying is Revelation chapter 20 is where we spent the most time because we spent like 13 hours on just 6 verses in Revelation chapter 20. But aside from that chapter, Matthew 24 is the next chapter in which I personally spent the most time studying, because it was a lot. And, I did the best that I could, but remember, always test all things. But Matthew 24, verse 36 is where we're going to be reading about. And in Matthew 24, verse 36, it says, "But of that day and hour no one knows, not even the angels of heaven, but my Father only." Thank you, Andrew. "But as the days of Noah were, so also will the coming of the Son of Man be." Verse 38, it says, "For as in the days before the flood, they were eating and drinking, marrying and giving in marriage, until the day that Noah entered the ark." It's so interesting to view the ark as being a type of Christ. I want you to think about that. The ark is a type of Christ. The ark is what saved them, essentially. They entered into the ark. They were saved. They were preserved by being in the ark. And so just like how Noah entered the ark and was saved, you have that kind of the parallels between the ark and Christ. And so that's why that passage in Genesis chapter 2 about how when God put Adam to sleep, put him in a deep sleep, and he took his rib. What's so interesting about that word rib is how it relates to other things. That word rib can also be talked about as far as it's also the same word that's applicable to the side of the ark, meaning the ark that we're talking about, Noah's ark. And so Noah's rib is the same word that's connected to the side of the ark. And so you're seeing connections here in very, very significant concepts. Adam being being a type of Christ, the ark representing Christ in a sense, and then you also have the rib and the side of the ark in those connections as well. Really kind of cool stuff there. But Matthew 24, that chapter is talking about the second coming. Hey, thank you, Andrew. In Matthew 24, that whole chapter is talking about the second coming. You have the tribulation there. You have after the tribulation, and everything gets dark, and then the clouds and whatnot, the stars. But it's talking about the second coming. And so when you're thinking about the second coming, Jesus in Matthew 24 says this phrase that I'm sure many of you guys are familiar with. He says, "As in the days of Noah." And so the question is to try to unpack what the days of Noah actually were, because what were the days of Noah? Were the days of Noah where just everybody was really bad and where everybody was just really evil? Not necessarily, because if that was the case, then we better buckle up right now, because that's what the world is like right now. the world is incredibly evil and incredibly dark. And so you're seeing a lot of lost people, a lot of confusion. I believe personally that we are living in the Laodicean age, which is the last church age in Revelation chapter 3. And why that's so significant, if accurate, is because there is no other church after Laodicea. There's nothing after Laodicea. And so after Laodicea, after the Laodicean age, there's no more church. And so when you think about that, that is telling a lot, because the absence of the church from Revelation 6 through chapter 19, you're like, well, where's the church? Well, I would argue that the church is in heaven. And so that is just my own 2 cents. That's my own personal opinion, because I believe in a pre-tribulation rapture. But in Matthew 24, Jesus says this phrase, as in the days of Noah. And so the question on the table is, what was going on in the days of Noah? So that's going to be like a phrase that we can kind of like label Genesis chapter 6, as in the days of Noah. Well, let's go back to Genesis chapter 6 with that in mind. Genesis chapter 6, verse 1 and 2, the thing to recognize here is that the first 2 verses of Genesis chapter 6, verse 1 and 2, is this is all one long sentence. Don't think that there is a period at the end of verse 1, because that can confuse a lot of stuff. So let's just read the first 2 verses. In Genesis chapter 6, verse 1, it says, "Now it came to pass, when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born to them, that the sons of God saw the daughters of men, that they were beautiful, and they took wives for themselves of all whom they chose." Okay, so we'll stop there for a little bit, but the first thing that we need to kind of understand is what the phrase sons of God means in Genesis chapter 6, verse 2. In Genesis chapter 6, verse 2, it says that the sons of God. Now, the phrase sons of God in Hebrew is Beni Ha Elohim. Beni Ha Elohim. Beni Ha Elohim is what is in Hebrew is what we say sons of God. And why this is interesting is because it's different in the Old Testament than what it means in the New Testament. And so let's look up a couple, let's go to Job chapter 1, verse 6, and let's look up a couple places where this same phrase is echoed in the Old Testament. Now, this is all going to be in the Old Testament, and that is important to understand. But go to Job chapter 1, verse 6. In Job chapter 1, verse 6, it says, "Now there was a day when the sons of God came to present themselves before the Lord, and Satan also came among them." So sons of God there, Beni Ha Elohim. Now turn the page over, go to Job chapter 2, verse 1. Go to Job chapter 2, verse 1. We are going to see that same phrase again. In Job chapter 2, verse 1, it says, "Again, there was a day when the sons of God came to present themselves before the Lord, and Satan came also among them to present himself before the Lord." So you have the phrase sons of God being used again, Beni Ha Elohim. So that is in Job 1:6 and in Job chapter 2, verse 1. Now let's go to Job chapter 38, verse 7. Job chapter 38, verse 7. Actually, Job chapter 38, verse 4 through 7 is what we will read here. But in Job chapter 38, verse 4, it says, God is talking to Job, and he says, "Hey, Job, where were you when I laid the foundations of the earth? Tell me if you have understanding. Who determined its measurements? Surely you know. Or who stretched the line upon it? To what were its foundations fastened? Or who laid its cornerstone when the morning stars sang together and all the sons of God shouted for joy?" And so you have the phrase there in Job chapter 38, verse 7, the phrase sons of God. So you have that phrase, sons of God, sons of God, sons of God, which is Beni Ha Elohim. And the phrase there is unique to the Old Testament. Now, that doesn't mean that it's not used in the New Testament, because it is. The idea to understand here is that when the phrase sons of God is used in the Old Testament, it's speaking specifically of angels. Angels. Specifically of angels. That's important to understand. Because when you take that same phrase and you bring it over to the New Testament, now the phrase sons of God means something different. So in the Old Testament, when you hear the phrase sons of God, it's speaking to the angels. When you have the New Testament, when you see the phrase sons of God, it's speaking of angels or believers. The sons of God are never referred to in regards to the believers in the Old Testament. That's not what they're referred to in the Old Testament. The sons of God is not referring to the believers in the Old Testament. Sons of God is referring to believers in the New Testament. And that is something to really, really be mindful of. But in Genesis chapter 6, verse 2, it says that the sons of God. Now, what's interesting about these sons of God is that these angels, it's important to understand that they, the angels, were created as sons of God. But in the New Testament, you and I are allowed, we are given the right to become sons of God. Let's go to John chapter 1. We've talked about this, many, many times, but go to John chapter 1. And this is John chapter 1, verse 11. In John chapter 1, verse 11, all the time. I mean, it's an important concept. Sorry, Yogi, I have no idea who I'm talking to. I just always, I repeat myself all the time. I want you guys, if I sound like a broken record, I apologize. I just I feel like I say this. Surely they know this by now. Like I've said it a million times, but we're going to do it again. In John chapter 1, verse 11, it says, he came to his own and his own did not receive him. This is in regards to Jesus. Jesus came to his own, the Jewish people, and his own did not receive him. But in verse 12, it says, but as many as received him, to them he gave the right to become children of God, to those who believe in his name, who were born not of blood, nor of the will of the flesh, nor of the will of man, but of God. Now, this is important to understand because what we are told here in the New Testament is that you and I were given the right. Thank you, Sandy. Thank you for saying that. What this is telling us in the New Testament is that you and I are given the right to become something than what we originally were made. Because you and I were originally made as sons of Adam. Because I was born of my parents. My parents had me. I had my kids, just like what is applied to you and your parents and your kids and whatnot. We are all born as sons of Adam. But there's a difference between sons of Adam and sons of God. The angels were created. Anything that was a direct creation from God is referred to as a son of God. So all of the angels that exist right now are called, whether they are good or bad, they are all called sons of God. You and I, though, we are referred to as what is referred to as a son of Adam, because we were not a direct creation from God. And so that's important to understand. You are either a son of God or a son of Adam. So when you read John chapter 1, what you learn is that God all of a sudden changes everything. He's like, I am going to give you the right to become sons of God. And so when you think about becoming a son of God, the question on the table is like, wait a second, what is that? Well, let's go to 2 Corinthians chapter 5, verse 17. 2 Corinthians chapter 5, verse 17. Because here in 2 Corinthians chapter 5, verse 17, it says, therefore, if anyone is in Christ, he is a new creation. When you think about the phrase, he is a new creation, the question on the table is, well, what does that mean? And so I used the idea to kind of help us out last time. I used I have some stuff, so we'll use this. I just got stuff laying around here. I have no idea what's going on. Help. Okay, so let's say that this is what you were before. This is what you were before you put your faith in Jesus Christ. This is, it's like a little fish, or it's like I don't even know. It's just, but you have, this is what you were before. But when you put your faith in Jesus Christ, you go from this and you become a new creation. You become something completely different, a completely different thing. You go from being the old creation to the new creation. And so that's what we are. That's what we have become, a clamp. I know it's getting crazy. I mean, it's Friday night. But you go from being something to being something completely different. That is what that's what happened. And so that's amazing. You became a new creation, which means you are something that you once that you've never been before. You're something different, meaning that you were the old man and now you are the new man. And so that is really, really incredible. But that's just unbelievable. But this new creation is basically, if you guys remember, let's go to John chapter 3. In John chapter 3, Jesus is talking to Nicodemus. And Nicodemus was referred to as the teacher of Israel. And in John chapter 3, verse 3, it says this. In John chapter 3, verse 3, it says, Jesus answered and said to him, most assuredly I say to you, unless one is born again, he cannot see the kingdom of God. Now, why this verse is so interesting is because when Jesus is talking to Nicodemus, what Jesus is doing here is he's basically refuting the entire Pharisaical way of teaching. Because the Pharisees back during this time believed that if you were a son of Abraham, meaning an Israelite, then you would naturally go to paradise when you died. That's what they taught people. They're like, oh, you're good, you're son of Abraham, you're good, you're good, you're good. And so that's what they believed. They believed that when you died, you would be falling, and then Abraham would catch you. And then he would bring you into Abraham's bosom, right? That's what they would teach. And so here in John chapter 3, Jesus is basically refuting that by saying, unless one is born again. And so he's talking to the teacher of Israel, Nicodemus, and Nicodemus is trying to make sense of it all. He's like, what are you talking about? And so they go into this whole conversation and he says, unless one is born of water and spirit. And so basically the question, this is where a lot of people get confused because they think that this water that Jesus is talking about is like, oh, you got to get water baptized. No, what he's saying here is that this water is that you cannot literally be born again. You cannot become a new creation unless first you have been born humanly. You need to be a human. You need to physically be born, which is water, the amniotic sac, like when a woman's water breaks, that's being born of water. And so when you're born as a human, then, and only then, can you be born again. That's the only time you can be born again. An angel, thank you, Sophie, an angel, for example, cannot be born again because they were never born of water. And so they were never given birth. And so since they were never given birth, they do not have the option to be born again. But you and I, we were born of water, and we have the option to be born again. And so this is unique to us. It's not talking about water baptism. It is talking about you need to first become a human. You need to be a living creation. You need to be a son of Adam, and then you can become a son of God and become born again. And so that is that's important to recognize. Anyways, moving on to Genesis chapter 5. Going back to Genesis chapter 6. In Genesis chapter 6, while we're here, let's go to Luke chapter 20, verse 33. Luke chapter 20, verse 33. Luke chapter 20, verse 33. Sometimes these pages just don't want to cooperate. All right, Luke chapter 20, verse 33. So in Luke chapter 20, verse 33, you have this situation where Jesus is talking to the Sadducees. Now, the Sadducees, they did not believe in the spiritual. They didn't believe in miracles. They didn't believe in the resurrection. They didn't believe in any of that kind of stuff. They were very religious. They were a religious sect. But they were completely lost. They didn't believe in the resurrection. And so these people, these really religious people, came up to Jesus and they're like, let's go ahead and ask him some questions because I am very smart and I'm wise and I'm old and I have a very large beard and I have a very long man dress on. And so they would show up and they'd be like, hey, Jesus, in Luke chapter 20, verse 33, it says, therefore, in the resurrection, they bring this whole scenario out and they're like, hey, this dude had a wife and then he died and then the wife remarried. Who is going to have this wife in the resurrection, basically, is what's going on. So in Luke chapter 20, verse 33, it says, therefore, in the resurrection, whose wife does she become? For all seven had her as a wife. In verse 34, it says, Jesus answered and said to them, the sons of this age marry and are given in marriage. But those who are counted worthy to attain that age and the resurrection from the dead neither marry nor are given in marriage, nor can they die anymore, for they are equal to the angels and are sons of God, being sons of the resurrection. Now, why this? Okay, so verse 35 is where I want you to focus on. In verse 35, Luke chapter 20, verse 35, it says, but those who are counted worthy to attain that age and the resurrection from the dead. Now, why I want you to kind of like, you can like put brackets around the phrase resurrection from the dead just in your mind, because that's the phrase that we're going to be focusing on. Resurrection from the dead is what we are going to be focusing on. But the idea of resurrection from the dead is, first off, you need to recognize that there are two resurrections. There are two resurrections. In Revelation chapter 20, it says, blessed, Jesus says, blessed is he who takes part of the first resurrection. So he says, blessed is he who takes part of the first resurrection. So if you take part of the first resurrection, you are referred to as blessed, because that is an amazing thing. Happy is he who takes part of the first resurrection. So that's the first resurrection, which is only going to be, which is only applicable to born-again believers. Only born-again believers take part of the first resurrection. So that's the first resurrection. The second resurrection takes place after the millennial kingdom, and that's all of the people who never put their faith in Jesus Christ. The people who never put their faith in Jesus Christ are going to be in the waiting room, in a sense, which is referred to as hell or Hades. Hades and hell are not the same thing as the lake of fire. Right now, there's nobody in the lake of fire. The beast and the false prophet are the first cast into the lake of fire, and you read about that in Revelation chapter 19. But what I want you to recognize is that there's two resurrections. And so here in Luke chapter 20, verse 35, it says, but those who are counted worthy to attain that age and the resurrection from the dead. So when you think about the resurrection from the dead, in order to take part of this resurrection, you need to first be dead. And so what's so interesting about this is that the resurrection from the dead does not apply to the millennial saints. The millennial saints do not die. The people who die, the millennial saints do not die. And this is why it's so interesting. So you have this whole concept of a resurrection. Blessed is he who takes part of the first resurrection. That is only born-again believers. Then you have the second resurrection, which is applicable to the lost people, the people who never put their faith in Jesus Christ. But then you have people who never die. And those people who don't die seem to be seem to be the people who are in the tribulation, who get born again during the tribulation. They make it all the way through the tribulation. They never die during the millennial kingdom, and then they just are translated over into the new earth, but they never die. And so it's really interesting because you're talking about people having marriage, and it's talking about the people who it's talking about the resurrection from the dead, but there are people who do not die. And so this is why it's so interesting to think about this kind of stuff, because it's not as simple as what many people try to make it out to be. So when you're thinking about this idea of sons of, going back to Genesis chapter 6, verse 2, in Genesis, going back to Genesis now, going back to Genesis chapter 6, verse 2, it says, now that the sons of God saw the daughters of men, that they were beautiful. Now, the phrase sons of God, like what we talked about before, is Beni Ha Elohim. But then you have this phrase called daughters of men. Now, the phrase daughters of men in Hebrew is Banath Adim. Now, why that's important to understand is because it's Banath Adim, meaning the daughters of men, meaning mankind. Because there's a different teaching idea that's out there where where people tried to spin that the fallen angels, or that these sons of God were only mixing with the sons of Seth or the sons of Cain, and they try to like paint this whole different picture. But it doesn't make any sense. And the reason why it doesn't make any sense is because their idea is that they're just humans mixing with other humans. But if that was the case, then why does Jesus refer to as in the days of Noah? And who were the Nephilim? Who are the giants? Who are these Hagabarim? Who are these people that are mentioned in Genesis chapter 6, verse 4? You have a whole bunch of questions that doesn't make sense. And so the reason why I'm explaining this now is just so you can understand that there is a different way of thinking that is out there. And the different way that's out there is where people believe that this is... these are they were mixing with the daughters of Seth or the daughters of Cain, and that's not what the text says. It's the daughters of mankind, just referring to mankind in general. And what we talked about before is that the earth was getting heavily populated. People were living for 900 plus years on average. That was just a normal thing. Hey, thank you, K-Juan. Thank you for that, Rose. People were living for a very long time, having all kinds of children, multiplying. There was so many people on the earth during this time. And so the only logical explanation, in my opinion, is that these were actual fallen angels who were mixing with the daughters of mankind in general, not just a specific, not just going after just the Sethites, not just going after the Cainites, but mankind, the women from mankind in general. Okay, so I just want you to understand there's different views out there, and so I'm proposing to you my idea, but that's just to kind of give you what else is out there. But moving on, in Genesis chapter 6, verse 2, it says that the sons of God saw the daughters of men, that they were beautiful, and they took wives for themselves of all whom they chose. Now, here in this verse, you have three words that are used here. You have saw, good, and took. Saw, good, and took. You have the angels, they saw that the daughters of men were good or beautiful, and they took them. Now, why I'm pointing these three words out is because these three Hebrew words in English are saw, beautiful, and took. But in Hebrew, they are the same words that are mentioned in Genesis chapter 3 when Eve was looking at the tree and she sees the fruit, she saw it was good, and she took it. And so you see the three words in both of these verses, and both of these verses, the problem was their eyes. They were looking at things, they saw it, it was good to them, and they took it. So Eve saw, she took, or she saw it was good, she took. The sons of God, the angels, they saw the daughters of men. They saw that they were good or beautiful, and they took them. And so you have those three words mixed together in a sense. And so basically what this is telling us is that the eyes need to be controlled. This is not a new concept. You have different pictures of this all throughout the Bible. For example, we talked about last time, the one that comes to mind very simply is David. And David and Bathsheba, when he looked across the way, he sees Bathsheba. He sees that she is good or beautiful, and he takes her after he goes through, does the whole thing with Uriah and whatnot. And so it's just really interesting to see how dangerous your eyes are. There's some connections there, which I think is very fascinating, because it seems to be the portal that Satan uses is the eyes, whereas in God's point of view, the portal that he tends to use is the ears. In Matthew 13 and Revelation chapter 2 and 3, you have this phrase that is kind of echoed all throughout the place, and it says, "He who has an ear, let him hear." And so, faith comes by hearing, right? You have all of these kind of ideas that are sprinkled around, and so it's just something to consider and to note. But this is all, these are the sons of God. In Genesis chapter 6, verse 2, the Beni Ha Elohim. Now, when you think about the sons of God, what's something that I think is important to recognize is, so there's some people out there who say that angels are sexless. That they don't have any gender. They're the gender neutral. And I would argue that that is completely incorrect. Now, the reason why I would say that is because of what we are given in the Bible. In Genesis chapter 18, if you guys remember, that's when God appears to Abraham. And he appears to Abraham, and when he appears to Abraham, he has two other young men with him. He has two young men with him. And so when he's going to Abraham acknowledges what's going on here, because Abraham freaks out. He's like, "Honey, get all the stuff." And so they're just out there just doing a whole bunch of stuff. And so he convinces God to stay with him. And so God does. The two men stay there. And so after they stay there, then the two men go to Sodom and to Gomorrah, and they go get Lot. And so when they go get Lot, those are two angels. And so that's the whole story. You guys are probably familiar with it, where the two angels, they go. And so all of the evil people in those cities were like, give us those men so that we may know them, right? And this is crazy. And so what the people you see there is that they recognize them to be men. And so that's very significant. But it's not just there, but you also have another example in Acts chapter 1. In Acts chapter 1, you see after Jesus ascends into heaven. And so you have all of the disciples like looking up in heaven. They're like, ow, my neck, like they're looking up in heaven, just like, what's going to happen next? And so then then after Jesus ascends up into heaven, you have two men who are standing by, and they're like, why do you keep looking up into heaven, right? And so those were two angels, but you keep seeing two men. And this is always in the masculine sense. But it's not just there. Also, what we learn about in Daniel chapter 10, you have this entire amazing chapter where it just like blows your entire mind when it comes to spiritual war. Daniel chapter 10 is your chapter if you want to go just try to get a little bit of a better glimpse behind the veil as far as what's going on in our world right now. But in Daniel chapter 10, you have a very serious spiritual situation going on where Daniel is fasting for 21 days. Daniel is going about his day to day, just like how normal, he's just doing his normal thing, his administrative duties, whatever. And then out of nowhere, this angel shows up, and Daniel like falls down, and he just is like, oh. And so this angel has this conversation with Daniel, and he's like, hey, Daniel, I was meant to be here 21 days ago, but the prince of the kingdom of Persia withstood me. So I need you to understand the picture. This angel, this good angel, was trying to get to Daniel. But this other angel, this fallen angel, intervened. And so you have a war going up in heaven while Daniel is just doing his like little thing down here. And this war going on. And this angel, this bad angel, is preventing this good angel to getting to Daniel. And this is all happening in Persia, which is over, what you and I would refer to as Iran right now. And so this is very, very significant because what you're seeing there is, again, it's not the queen of Persia in Daniel chapter 10. It's called the prince of Persia. And so that is masculine. And so then again, in Ezekiel chapter 28, when Ezekiel is writing down what God is telling him, he says, Lamentations for the king of Tyre. That the king of Tyre is masculine. Now, the king of Tyre is not the human king, not like the physical human body. No, God is talking to the power behind the king of Tyre because he says, you were in Eden. And so who was in Eden? It wasn't the king of Tyre. No, that dude's just a scrub. And I ain't got no scrub, scrubs and guy. Don't go chasing waterfall. But you have this whole concept of the masculine a masculinity being referred to in each one of these areas. You have the prince of Persia, which is this fallen angel, masculine. You have the two men showing up after Jesus rose from the dead in the tomb. You have this entire picture here of everything going on, and it's all in connection to being men. And so I think that's something to at least document in the back of your mind. But it's all used in the masculine form. But it's also what we talked about before. It's also good to just remember that the sons of God here are, in the Old Testament, again, used of angels. Every time in the Old Testament, every time sons of God, it's in regards to angels. And the phrase sons of God is only mentioned like 5 times in the Old Testament. But when you switch over to the New Testament, then all of a sudden, sons of God takes a whole new meaning. It refers to angels and also believers at the same time. And so I think that's pretty cool. But let's get back into Genesis chapter 6. In Genesis chapter 6, verse 2, it says that the sons of God saw the daughters of men, that they were beautiful. Now, so these... we talked about beauty before, and beauty is, there's nothing wrong with being beautiful. I mean, but one of the things I was telling my wife, I was telling her, I was like, listen, her name is Samantha. So her name's Sammy. I was like, listen, Sam. I was like, you women. I need you guys, like, if you're a woman in here, you need to understand that angels literally fell because of women. It wasn't just David. We understand that David fell. He looked across the way, he sees Bathsheba, but angels fell. I just think that that is so remarkable. Like, this is so interesting. Like, we look at angels like, oh my goodness, like, ooh, shiny. But what they look at us and they felt, like, there was like, they felt, they saw the daughters of men that they were beautiful. And they took their wives for them. I'm not saying they fell just because of just because of women. They made their decision before that, but I'm just saying you see a very, very serious decision that they made based upon women, and we are told that they were beautiful. Now, this is just how the angels admired them. Now, one of the reasons perhaps why this is given in a sense is because you and I were made in the image of God. Now, that is significant because the angels, they're not made in the image of God. You and I, we are unique to like who we are, what we are different than the other things that were created. You and I are over the angels. Even though they're, like right now, it seems like we're under them, we are going to be judging them. We have that kind of understanding. But it's fascinating to see that they recognize the daughters of men to be beautiful. That's how they viewed them. I think that is very, very interesting. But let's go to 1 Peter chapter 3. 1 Peter chapter 3, verse 3. Because I need you guys, this is, it's important to recognize that what the world is telling you as a woman, if you're a woman, the world is telling you to look a certain way, to walk a certain way, to wear certain clothes, and to be a certain thing, because that is what is cool. And you and I want to be cool. We want to conform, and we're like, oh, I want to be cool, and I want to be popular, and I want people to like me. Well, that's very easy to relate to, And it reminds me of, Mike Myers from Austin Powers, where he's like, I'm cool, I'm hip, give me a hug, come here, give me a hug. But my point here, in 1 Peter chapter 3, verse 3, in regards to women, Peter says, do not let your adornment be merely outward, arranging the hair, wearing gold, or putting on fine apparel, but rather let it be the hidden person of the heart, with incorruptible beauty, of a gentle and quiet spirit. And here's the most important part, which is very precious in the sight of God. I need you to understand, ladies, like I can't speak into your life like how another woman can. That's something that women can speak to other women in ways that men cannot. And so I understand that. And so, but what I want you to just really, really understand and appreciate is that the world wants you to be a certain thing. The world wants you to be a certain way and to look a certain way and to dress a certain way. But what you see here is that what is considered to be very precious in the sight of God is to be the beauty of a gentle and quiet spirit. That is so opposite of what the world wants you to be. If you look out into the world right now, you see a whole bunch of just loud, just crazy, just popping off, just like, ruling the roost type of stuff. And it's just like, man, when you recognize what God finds to be very precious, and if you're a lady, then you recognize that you can give him something that is very precious to him, then that is something that you need to hang on to, because that is absolutely wonderful. If you realize that you can do something to please the Lord or something that is very precious, I need you to understand the heaviness behind the word precious. I mean, that is crazy. Something that is very precious to God. But in Genesis chapter 6, verse 2, going back to Genesis chapter 6, verse 2, it says that the sons of God saw the daughters of men, that they were beautiful, and they took wives for themselves of all whom they chose. And so here you get into this whole conversation about these angels falling, and after they fell, they took wives for themselves. And so you have this whole conversation that is now all of a sudden opened as far as what does it mean that these angels took for themselves wives. Because the question is, can angels procreate? Can they do it? And this is where people will say, no, angels are sexless. And I'm just like, no, they're not. I don't think so at all. I think that I think it's very clear that they are masculine. And obviously, even the names that we are given about the angels that we do know of, Gabriel, Michael, you have a very, very, that those are very clearly names with masculine attaches to it. But you have here in Genesis chapter 6 that they took wives for themselves. And so the question is, can angels procreate? And I would say that they cannot. I don't think that they can. But I think what they do have is I think that they have a lot of understanding and technology that they are aware of because they are behind the veil. They know what's going on. So I think that I think they mixed somehow. They did something to these women, and then the women obviously became pregnant. There was a mixing, an improper mixing in some kind of capacity. Now, this is just a thought. This is some heavy stuff, and I don't want, this is some heavy things, and I don't want you guys to ever lose sight of this. This is completely secondary, and the primary thing is always going to be the cross, and so what Jesus did for you and I on the cross, and so that's always going to be the main thing. Never going to take away for that, but we'll talk more about this improper mixing here in a little bit, but let's keep on reading. In Genesis chapter 6, verse 3, it says, "And the Lord said, My spirit shall not strive with man forever, for he is indeed flesh, yet his days shall be 120 years." So here in Genesis chapter 6, verse 3, it says, "And the Lord said, My spirit shall not strive." Now, the word strive there can mean contend, it can mean plead, it can mean judge, it can mean quarrel, it can mean govern. And so it could say that God says, my spirit shall not contend with man forever. That's just something. But it also can mean strive. It just depends on how, you need to look into this. This word is very interesting. But my spirit shall not strive with man forever. Let's go to 1 Peter chapter 3, verse 18. 1 Peter chapter 3, verse 18 through 20. In 1 Peter chapter 3, verse 18 through 20, we have some interesting verses here. It says, "For Christ also suffered once for sins, the just for the unjust, that he might bring us to God, being put to death in the flesh, but made alive by the Spirit, by whom also he went and preached to the spirits in prison, who formerly were disobedient, when once the divine long-suffering waited in the days of Noah, while the ark was being prepared, in which a few, that is, 8 souls, were saved through water." Now here, this whole situation where you see that in connection to what we just read in Genesis chapter 6, verse 3, it says, "My spirit shall not strive with man forever." And then you hear the result in 1 Peter chapter 3, the result of that. The result of that was the flood. The flood. He's like, there's going to be judgment. It's going to be global judgment. It is something that is going to take place for everybody who has breath in their lungs. They're going to be judged. And so you read that there was 8 that were specifically that had entered 8 souls that were saved through water. Now, why this says saved through water is interesting, because this again is another verse where people would be like, see, you need to get water baptized. And then they would read verse 21. This is not talking about water baptism, but this is, there's all kinds of other examples. We don't need to be speaking on this. We actually talked a lot about this when we went through our 1 Peter study, which I think is really cool. But here you have the phrase, the divine long suffering. You see a picture of God's long suffering where he waited. And so the whole connection of reading there is to see that Peter is acknowledging Noah. He's acknowledging what happened. He's saying that they were saved through water, meaning they were on top of the water, saved there. And they were saved because of the ark. They weren't saved through water, like in a bubble of water, just like, I'm in water. No, they weren't saved in water. They were saved on top of the water. They didn't get wet. And so I think that's important to recognize. But it says that and going back to Genesis chapter 6, verse 3, it says, "And the Lord said, My spirit shall not strive with man forever, for he is indeed flesh. Yet his day shall be 120 years. So when it says his day shall be 120 years, this is basically when God basically started the stopwatch, because 120 years after he said this is when the flood came upon the earth. And so the 120 years is now on the stopwatch, 120 years, and then the flood would occur. Something to at least also take note of in Genesis chapter 6, verse 3. Hey, thank you, Sabrina. In Genesis chapter 6, verse 3, you see a complex situation going on as far as in regards to who God is. It says, and the Lord said, my spirit shall not strive. You're seeing a duality going on there. You're seeing the Lord and you're seeing his spirit. Thank you, Laura, for those gifts. Thank you guys so much. You're seeing the Lord and his spirit. You're seeing Elohim in Genesis chapter 1, verse 1. You're seeing the spirit in Genesis chapter 1, verse 2. Here, you're seeing the Lord and his spirit. And so you're seeing a multifaceted, complex God in a sense. And so one of the things that I want you guys to remember, again, is something that I always say often, is that a God a God that I can understand is not a God worth worshiping. If I can understand and fit God and the entire concept of who God is in my little brain, then he is not a God worth worshiping. And so I can't wrap my mind around God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit. I can talk about it. I can give you examples of where it's found. Psalm chapter 2, you have Daniel chapter 7, you have Matthew, you have the baptism, this is my beloved Son, the Spirit descending like a dove. Revelation chapter 5, where God is sitting on the throne. You have the Lamb going up, taking the scroll. You have all of these ideas, these pictures. And so explaining that is not something that I can actually do. I don't know how to do that. I can tell you about what's going on in them, but as far as understanding, this is why Psalm 131 is really, really important for you and I to kind of hold on to, because I can't lift my eyes. My eyes are not going to be too lofty. He's basically in Psalm 131, David is saying, he's like, I'm just going to stay in my lane. I can't understand things that are too profound for me. And so if David kind of basically concludes that there are things, thank you, Lynn, if David concludes that there are things that are too profound for him, then I can also rest easy that there are also things that are too profound for me. And so that is really, really kind of cool to see David doing it. If David did it, then I can do it, because Genesis is very, very heavy because of all the things that we don't know. There's a lot of things that we don't know, and it's okay to not know. Thank you, Sherry, and thank you, guys, for those gifts. Thank you so much. Hot dog, hot diggity dog. Thank you, Linz. Somebody else sent something. I didn't see it, but thank you so much. Okay, so let's go ahead and get on into Genesis chapter 6, verse 4. Genesis chapter 6, verse 4, it says, there were giants on the earth in those days, and also afterward, when the sons of God came into the daughters of men, and they bore children to them. Those were the mighty men who were of old, men of renown. Now here you get into this verse, which is, like basically something like a verse that people just love studying and diving into. Hey, thank you, Melanie. Thank you so much. Thank you guys for those gifts. Thank you so much. Very kind. The thing that I want you guys to remember just before we dive into this is that this is the kind of stuff where people get really, really lost. People just lose their marbles diving into this verse right here. People love the shiny stuff. They love the things that sparkle, and they love talking about the Nephilim. And this is kind of goes hand in hand with, hey, thank you so much, user. Thank you so much. This also goes hand in hand with like a lot of people in our world today, where they go after people who are self-proclaimed prophets because they like hearing something. They like hearing like, oh, tell me something. Tell me. And they get lost in this whole false prophet kind of mix-up that is going on in our world today because they don't want to study the Word of God. Hey, thank you, Liz. And so studying the Word of God is very important, because when you do that, then you recognize that this is everything you need. This is everything you need. Everything you need in your life is right here. You don't need to go wandering off over here and over here and over here after the shiny stuff. But here in Genesis, so just keep in mind that Jesus is amazing, because this stuff is what sucks people in. And when they get sucked in, then they go down all these rabbit holes, and then they get lost and they get distracted. So just remember that. But in Genesis chapter 6, verse 4, it says, there were giants on the earth in those days and afterward, and also afterward. So let's focus on the word giants because that's kind of the key word here. The word, I use a New King James Version. The word shouldn't say giants. The word should actually say Nephilim. It should say there were Nephilim on the earth in those days. Now, what's interesting and important to recognize is that Nephilim happened to be giants because they were a hybrid. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you so much. They were a hybrid of sorts. They were half man, half angel. And so that is important. Now, they were giants, but they were, the word here should not be giants. It should be Nephilim. Now, they actually, the word that people pull from, the word Nephilim is the root word there is nephal, and the word nephal has the idea to fall or to be cast down or to desert, like to be a deserter. Like if you were in the military and you like went AWOL or something like that, you would be considered a deserter. And so those are the words or the definitions that are attached to the word nephal. But they were the fallen ones. But in the Greek, the word for Nephilim is gigantes or gigantes, and the word gigantes there is where people kind of get the word giant from, and so that's just not it's not accurate. And so the word gigantes means Nephilim, but it sounds like giants. And so that's why in our Bible, at least in mine, you have the actual English word giants. It shouldn't say giants, it should say Nephilim, because they were Nephilim. They happen to be giants, but it's using the correct word there is what's important. And so it should say there were Nephilim on the earth in those days and also afterward. Okay, so now when you're thinking about these Nephilim, these giants, it's something that is in Greek mythology that would be used or referred as titans. Now, if you think about titans, something that comes to mind if you think about a titan is half god, half human. Now, if you guys think about Greek mythology and I ask you who was half god or who was half human, one of the first characters that would come to your mind would be Hercules. Hercules was half god, half human. And so that's half god, though, half human. But these Nephilim were not half god, half human. They were half angel, half human. So they were not like either one of their parents. They were not just like the fallen angels, and they also were not like the daughters of men. They were a hybrid. They were half and half of both. And that's important. So these Nephilim were hybrids. They were not fallen angels. They were the offspring of fallen angels. And that is that's important to recognize. They were the offspring of fallen angels. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about how it says, and also afterward. Also afterward. In Genesis chapter 6, verse 4, it says, there were giants on the earth in those days, and also afterward. So let's turn the page over to Genesis chapter 6, verse 17. In Genesis chapter 6, verse 17, this is an important verse because this kind of like sets the scene in a sense as far as what happened. But in Genesis chapter 6, verse 17, it says, and behold, I myself, God, am bringing floodwaters on the earth to destroy from under heaven all flesh, in which is the breath of life. Everything that is on the earth shall die. That's important to understand. That is important to understand. Very cool. Drayden, awesome, man. Well, thanks for letting me know that. I appreciate that. In Genesis chapter 6, verse 17, God says that everything that has the breath of life is going to be destroyed. Now, that's important to understand. Everything. So the question on the table when we go back to Genesis chapter 6, verse 4, the fork in the road, the problem, the little speed bump that we need to hurdle in a sense is how in the world were the Nephilim on the earth in those days and also afterward. So you just like left there. You're like, okay, wait a second. Okay. So you're telling me, okay, I got a verse that says everything on the earth died. We're told in Peter that 8 souls lived, but then we're told that there were Nephilim on the earth afterward. And so then you're just like, how in the world do I harmonize this? How do I make this make sense? Because that's what we're supposed to, when you know that the Bible is perfect, you know the answer is there. You just got to go searching for it. And so I'm going to propose to you an idea, and it is on you to just remember that it is just my opinion. It is just an idea. Doesn't mean that it's correct, but here's something that you can kind of build off of, if you will, or if you would like to. But in verse 4, where it says, and also afterward, the question is, so did Nephilim survive the flood? Did they survive the flood? And the answer is no, because of what we just read about in Genesis chapter 6, verse 17. And so if we can conclude that the Nephilim did not survive the flood, the question is, how were they on the earth afterward? How were they there afterward? So a possible explanation, here is just a possible explanation, is that there were perhaps two different waves of fallen angels that mixed with the daughters of men. That's the most plausible thing that can make sense in my mind. So, for example, before the flood, these sons of God mixed with the daughters of men. And then God sends the flood and wipes them all out. All of the Nephilim were wiped out. But now we have to figure out, how were there Nephilim after the flood? And so what I would propose to you, an idea at least, is that there were the sons of God that mixed with the daughters of men before the flood. They produced Nephilim. Then the flood came, destroyed all of them. And then after the flood subsided, then the sons of God came again, and they mixed with the daughters of men again, and they also created Nephilim again. It's just an opinion. I don't know. I'm not being dogmatic about it. I will never be dogmatic about this issue, because this is some deep stuff. I don't even know how anybody can be. It is just an opinion. Now, what we're going to be diving into here in a little bit is we're going to be going to the book of Jude, and we're going to be reading some verses there that are really, really provocative to try to understand some of this stuff. But what we're reading about here in general in Genesis chapter 6, I want you guys to appreciate, is that there is improper mixing. There's improper mixing all over the place. QD Music says, or they did not all die. Well, that's an interesting thing, and that's why I pointed you to Genesis chapter 6, verse 17, because it says in Genesis chapter 6, verse 17, it says, everything that is on earth shall die. And so they were obviously on earth, and so they all died. We can conclude, I think, very simply that they all died. So how in the world do you harmonize how they were on the earth afterward as well? So just something to kind of work with. Anyways, where did the second round of daughters come from? I think that, they obviously procreated after they got off the ark, and so after they got off the ark, they might have mingled again. I don't know, but there just the possibility that there might have been two waves of angels, in a sense. And basically, those are fallen angels that were under the orders of Satan, and they were really bad. I have no idea. You think they went underground? Yeah, who knows? I mean, it says that they were on earth, so it's a heavy topic. I'm sure there's all kinds of opinions out there. That's just one. You can bounce it around in your mind. It's clearly a humongous secondary issue. Hey, thank you, Letha. Thank you so much. But I want you guys to really, really pay attention to a word that I'm going to be using over and over again. I want you to be sensitive to the word mixing. Mixing. I'm going to be using that a lot because I want you guys to understand this is improper mixing. Improper mixing. Mixing with something you have no business mixing with. Now, why this is important is because in Exodus, like 22 or something, I can't remember. It's probably somewhere. But in Exodus, it talks about how, men, if any man lies with a beast, with an animal, that was punishable by law by death, like bestiality, something that's our terminology in today's world. If that happened in the Old Testament, that was punishable by death because that was improper mixing. And so if there's improper mixing that's going on, it was punishable by death according to the law. And so that's significant. That's something to pay attention to. And so when you think about this improper mixing, it's going to come back into play when we go to Jude. So actually, we'll get there. We'll go to Jude here in a little bit. But let's go to, let's just go to Jude right now. Let's go to Jude. There's only one chapter, so just go to Jude verse 6. Go to Jude verse 6, and we'll continue pulling on this thread, and hopefully this will kind of make it a little bit more easier to navigate instead of trying to pick it up where we just left off until we waited here in a little bit. Jude verse 6. Go to Jude verse 6. In Jude verse 6, it says this, and the angels who did not keep their proper domain, but left their own abode, he has reserved in everlasting chains under darkness for the judgment of the great day. As Sodom and Gomorrah and the cities around them in a similar manner to these, having given themselves over to sexual immorality and gone after strange flesh, are set forth as an example, suffering the vengeance of eternal fire. When we think about that phrase in verse 7, Jude verse 7, where it says that they were set forth as an example, you need to understand the significance of that. If you have, if you want to use somebody, you can use anything as an example, but you use things as an example to portray an idea in your day-to-day life. Like let's say you're a parent and you have some young kids, and one of your kids does something wrong and you discipline that child, you use that child as an example for the other children. You use them. You're like, hey, you seen what's happening to this one over here? This is what happens when you don't listen. They're either grounded, you spank them, whatever you do, and that is, you use them as an example for the other children. And so here in Jude verse 6 and 7, you see that Sodom and Gomorrah and also the fallen angels were for an example. They're an example. Now, what was the example about, though? What did they do that was incorrect? What did they do that was so wrong? And the thing that both of them have in common is improper mixing. Now, this is significant, guys. I need you to understand, it might seem trivial in our world here in 2025, but just because the world in the politically correct way to talk about this kind of stuff is might seem, that's so old-fashioned. We need to understand the severity that is attached to this type of lifestyle. This type of lifestyle. Thank you so much, Bridget. Thank you so much. Thank you for that, Rose. But you have an improper mixing that was going on with the fallen angels in Jude verse 6. The fallen angels had improper mixing. And also Sodom and Gomorrah is brought back into the picture as also having improper mixing, because they were, man with man, woman with woman. That's what Romans chapter 1 talks about. This type of lifestyle is not something to be boasting about. It's really highly unfortunate, because it's heartbreaking. This is serious stuff, and our world is completely covered with this very, very great deception. And the deception is, you do you live your best life, you do what makes you feel good, love is love. All of these slogans that kind of get into our brains and lay eggs, and next thing you know, you're buying into it, and then you're the one saying it, and then all of a sudden you're just living it, and then all of a sudden nothing matters anymore, and let us eat and drink and be merry, for tomorrow we die. That's the type of lifestyle that is being promoted, and this is heartbreaking. But what you see here is, when you read Genesis and you see in Genesis chapter 1, where God talks to Adam, and he's basically saying, he says, hey, be fruitful and multiply. God himself is implying a heterosexual relationship, because you cannot be fruitful and multiply in any other kind of relationship unless it's heterosexual. And so that is a very clear picture of what God intended marriage to look like. And then also after he gave Adam, after he created Eve, Adam then said, a man shall leave his father and mother. He doesn't say he shall leave his father and father or his mother and mother. It says he shall leave his father and mother. So again, Adam amplifies the message that God had already given us. And so it's a very clear picture again. And so what that picture that was given all the way back, right when everything was perfect, has spiraled completely out of control over the span of thousands of years. And now here we are in 2025, and we're living in a world where we have a month which is something that we refer to as Pride. I want you guys to just allow that to sink inside your head as far as the implications of pride. Because in Proverbs chapter 6, verse 16, there are things that we are told that God hates. And the things that God hates, the very first thing is a proud look. A proud look. And this is incredible, guys. Like, this is very serious. He does not mention the stuff that we're reading about here. Pride. Pride. Why? Why pride? Because before there is an outward sin, it has started internally. And pride is not outward. It's something that starts internally. And when we become prideful, then all of a sudden, I am all that and a bag of chips, and I am God. I am amazing. And then when you start thinking that way, then your life is going to become that. But it starts inside, which is why God looks at your heart. And so it's not the sin that you see outside, it's what's starting on the inside. And so the pride starts inside. And when you recognize that, it's a proud look. Why in the world would somebody have a proud look? Well, it's because of what's going on inside. And so when you recognize what's going on inside and you see the connection here, and you see this, the byproduct of that, which is connected to these fallen angels and what happened in Sodom and Gomorrah, it is an improper mixing. And Jude draws a direct connection to it. And it is so important for us to see how serious these issues are, but compare how serious the Bible refers to these things and apply it and look out in the world into what we see today and see how unserious we are about it. We are right now. Like, if you go to a church, there's churches that, you know, it's just, I mean, I'm telling you guys, it is just unbelievable. Like, I mean, Laodicea, a lukewarm, you know, where the people are ruling the church, there is incredible, the time that we are alive right now. I mean, it's heartbreaking. You know, these are souls, these are people, you know, these are people who have emotions that hurt, that cry, that are just suffering, that they have things going on. There's spiritual war going on around them, and they're just, you know, they're just being pulled certain ways and they don't know what to do. And then they have people laughing and joking and calling them, you know, certain names and all these things. And it's just mind-blowing. Like, these are people. And Jesus died for them just like how he died for me. And we are no different. This is why it's important to remember 1 Corinthians chapter 6. It says, and such were some of you. And so we need to be a light in this dark world, guys. I'm just telling you, it is so incredibly important for you, the people in here, like you guys, for you guys to be a light. Because if you're not going to be the light, then who is? Because everybody just keeps on saying, oh, somebody else will do it. And that's what the world is completely doing. Everybody's like, somebody else will do it. All right. Anyways, moving on back to Jude. In Jude verse 6, I want you guys to really understand a really cool concept here. In Jude chapter 6, Jude verse 6. In Jude verse 6, it says, and the angels, the fallen angels, who did not keep their proper domain, but left their own abode. Now let's talk about that word abode. This word abode, let's go to 2 Corinthians chapter 5, verse 2. Go to 2 Corinthians chapter 5, verse 2. 2 Corinthians chapter 5, verse 2. This word abode is only used 2 times in the Bible. This word abode in the Greek is only used 2 times in the Bible. And when you think about that, you're like, okay, well, why is that important at all? Well, it's important because these two words are directly connected to both of these verses. In 2 Corinthians chapter 5, we'll read verse 1 and 2. 2 Corinthians chapter 5, verse 1, Paul says, "For we know that if our earthly house, this tent," and you can almost picture him pointing to his body, this tent, because this is temporary, that's why he refers to it as a tent. He's like, this tent? He says, "For we know that if our earthly house, this tent, is destroyed, we have a building from God, a house not made with hands, eternal in the heavens." And then we get to verse 2. In 2 Corinthians chapter 5, verse 2, it says, "For in this we groan, earnestly desiring to be clothed with our habitation, which is from heaven." Now, the word I want you to focus on in 2 Corinthians chapter 5, verse 2 is the word habitation. The word habitation is the exact same Greek word that is used in Jude verse 6. So Paul and Jude both use the same Greek word. It's like oikoneros or something like that. And the word, though, is talking about their habitation or their abode, habitation, abode. It's the same word in Greek. Now, why this is significant is because to understand the background of what actually is going on here. So basically, what Paul is talking about in 2 Corinthians chapter 5, he is talking about what Paul and other born-again believers, what they are looking forward to. In 1 Corinthians chapter 15, Paul, again, talks about the differences between our bodies. There is something called a celestial body that Paul refers to in 1 Corinthians 15, and there's something called a terrestrial body. There's a celestial body and a terrestrial body. There's differences, though. He says, "But the celestial body has glory, and the glory of the celestial body is different than the glory of the terrestrial body." Now, why this is interesting is because you have two bodies, both have their own glory or glorified bodies in a sense, but they are different from one another. And so what you and I are looking forward to is our celestial body. If you're a born-again believer right now, we are looking forward to a glorified body or a celestial body. But that's different than a terrestrial body. The born-again believers right now will be receiving a glorified body, and that is what is referred to in the Bible as a celestial body. But then there's something called a terrestrial body, and the terrestrial body is what is going to be given to the millennial saints, the tribulation saints, the ones who get saved during the tribulation and never die, the ones who make it through the whole entire 7 years of tribulation and then they literally walk into the millennial kingdom. They are going to be given a terrestrial body. And so you have two bodies, one that has a glory that is different than the other glory of the other one. And so that's what Paul is talking about in 2 Corinthians chapter 5. And so what Paul is saying is that they were looking forward to their body. Paul is looking forward to his body, and the body that he is looking forward to is what these angels in Jude verse 6, they left. So Paul, for example, Paul is looking forward to putting on his new body, and the body that he's looking forward to putting on is the same body or the same clothing in a sense that these angels who fell, that is what they took off. So what we are looking forward to putting on is what these fallen angels took off. They took it off. They disrobed, in a sense. They disrobed. And they did that when they fell, and they followed Satan. They followed him. Revelation chapter 12, verse 4 or 5 or something like that talks about how he drew a third of the stars. I mean, this is incredible. It's absolutely incredible. But yeah, this is talking about glorified bodies. Let's go to 2 Peter chapter 2, verse 4. 2 Peter chapter 2, and let's talk about these angels again. So these angels are mentioned in multiple places, and so this is good to kind of get a couple different sources in a sense if you're citing your source. But in 2 Peter chapter 2, verse 4. It says this, 2 Peter chapter 2, verse 4, Peter says, "For if God did not spare the angels who sinned," but cast them down to hell and delivered them into chains of darkness to be reserved for judgment, and did not spare the ancient world, but saved Noah, one of 8 people, a preacher of righteousness, bringing in the flood on the world of the ungodly, and turning the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah into ashes, condemned them to destruction, making them an example to those who afterward would live ungodly. You recognize that Sodom and Gomorrah in the flood, all of these are examples for the people who would be living an ungodly lifestyle in the future. He did everything back then for you and I as an example. This is what Paul tells us, Romans chapter 15. He's like, all things that were given to us were for our learning. The scriptures, those things back in the Old Testament were given to you and I for our learning. Aren't you glad that we have the Old Testament so that we can look back in time? I want you to understand, if you take away the Old Testament, then a whole bunch of the stuff in the New Testament, you're just left alone. You're just like, I have no idea, like, what's the significance of all of this? If you take away the New Testament and you just read the Old Testament, you're left with a million questions. But if you put both of them together, you have the questions and you're seeing what's going on from start to finish, and it is absolutely beautiful picture that we are seeing here. It's incredible. But in 2 Peter chapter 2, verse 4, it says, "For if God did not spare the angels who sinned, but cast them down to hell and delivered them into chains of darkness to be reserved for judgment, and did not spare the ancient world, but saved Noah, one of 8 people, a preacher of righteousness." I want you to understand that God did not spare the ancient world. What you see before, as in the days of Noah, is that God allowed it to continue on. He allowed it to continue on. He's like, okay, I see where this is going. I understand what's going to happen. And here's what I got for that. There is going to be a judgment. And because because there's going to be a judgment, there is also going to be a way to escape that judgment. And so he's painting, he understands. And so the reason why why he didn't just wipe out the entire planet is because of the promise that he made the woman. And he referred to it as the seed of the woman. And so if he wiped out everybody, there would be nobody left. Everybody's dead. He would have not been able to fulfill his command unless he completely started all over again. But he said, no, the seed of the woman. And so there needed to be continuation of that. And he kept his promise by preserving the line. And that is what he did through Noah. But it's unbelievable to see, again, in 2 Peter chapter 2, how he is pulling from Noah, as in the days of Noah. So obviously, Peter believed in a global flood. He believed that this would actually happened. Peter believed it. If Peter believed it because Peter mentioned it, it's also good to recognize that Jesus believed it because Jesus mentioned it. They're both bringing up Noah. But it says... in verse 6, 2 Peter chapter 2, verse 6, you see Sodom and Gomorrah being brought back into the picture. These are all things that people laugh at in our world today. People keep on scoffing and saying, no, they've been saying it all the time. There's nothing like this. And they make fun of this kind of stuff. But it's being authenticated in multiple places if you just use the Bible. The best source of the Bible is to use the Bible. It's I mean, this is incredible, guys. This is really neat. Anyways, all right, so that's something to kind of like pull from when you're diving into this kind of stuff. Let's go back to Genesis chapter. Let's go back to Genesis chapter 6. Genesis chapter 6, verse 4. If you guys are new here, thank you so much for being here. My name is Ryan. We're just going through the Bible book by book, chapter by chapter, verse by verse. We've done Revelation, Daniel, Ruth, Hebrews, James, John, Acts, Romans. We've done like 25, 26 books, just kind of like what you're listening to right now. All of these are posted up on YouTube if you're interested in a verse-by-verse Bible study like what you're listening to right now. If you wanted to go follow me on YouTube, I'm live streaming on YouTube right now and on TikTok. So if you guys are new here, thank you so much for being here. I want you guys to understand we just so happen to be, if this is your first time here, we just so happen to be in Genesis chapter 6, which is where, this is why it's so challenging going through the Bible in an expositional manner, because it forces you to unpack topics and concepts that are rather challenging. And so it really forces us to dive in rather deeply. And so, I don't want you guys to get lost in this shiny stuff. I guess want you to always remember the main thing is always going to be the main thing, and that is what Jesus did on the cross. I mean, there's nothing greater to talk about than what Jesus did on the cross. And so never lose sight of that. It kind of gets boring because you keep hearing about, yeah, we know Jesus died on the cross. No, guys, no. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son. That's unbelievable. That is unbelievable. You need to make that the biggest thing, the biggest deal ever. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son, that whosoever believes in him shall not perish but have everlasting life. It is for by grace you have been saved through faith, and that not of yourselves, it is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. The gospel is unbelievable. Did you know the gospel is about somebody dying? It doesn't sound like something that is amazing. Like, how can somebody dying be good news? Well, it's because it's who died. And that's what we're, celebrating this week right now, is about Jesus dying and being buried and rising again on the third day, which happens to be what is the gospel in 1 Corinthians 15. That Jesus died according to the scriptures, that he was buried, and that he rose again on the third day according to the scriptures. That's unbelievable, guys, when you just think about that. God Almighty, while he was being crucified, was holding everything together by the power of his word. It doesn't make sense in my mind, but I believe it. And praise God for him, because of him, I am saved. What a mighty God we serve. Okay, and if you guys wanted to support this ministry is literally ran by you guys. I'm going to keep doing this till the wheels fall off. And if you guys would like to do that, there are ways to do that up in my TikTok profile. And if you do, and if you have been, or if you're thinking about it, thank you so much. And pray for me if you would, just because of some pretty big decisions coming up in regards to this ministry. But anyways, moving on. In Genesis chapter 6, let's keep diving into it. Genesis chapter 6, verse 4. It says, there were giants on the earth in those days, and also afterward, when the sons of God came into the daughters of men, and they bore children to them. Those were the mighty men who were of old, men of renown. Now, okay, so since we're going to be, let's keep building on this idea of mixing. Let's keep building on this idea of mixing. Remember the mixing. Thank you, Enjoy. Thank you so much. Let's go to Daniel chapter 2. I always forget where it's at, but Daniel chapter 2 is where we are going, probably verse 40. Daniel chapter 2, Daniel chapter 2, verse 40. I knew it was around in the 40s, but go to Daniel chapter 2, verse 40. So just a little background while you're turning there. In Daniel chapter 2, verse 40, you have this whole chapter is where Nebuchadnezzar has a dream. And while he has this dream, he's kind of freaking out because he doesn't know what the dream means. And he basically calls all of his, magicians and sorcerers and all these interpreters. He calls them on. He's like, hey, tell me what the dream is. And so all the people are like, well, you tell us what the dream is, then we'll tell you what it means. And Nebuchadnezzar is like, no. I want to know if you are the real deal. And the only way that I can tell if you're the real deal is if you tell me what the dream is. So Nebuchadnezzar didn't tell anybody what the dream was. And so this was a test. And he's like, if you pass the test, you will live. If you do not pass the test, you will not pass go. You will not collect $200. And so he gave the order to end everybody's life in this arena. And so basically Daniel hears about this, and so he goes before the Lord and he's like, Lord, can you help me out, and can you tell me what this dream was? Can you give me the interpretation for it? And so the Lord does. God gives him the answer. And then Daniel goes before King Nebuchadnezzar and he tells King Nebuchadnezzar the dream. And after he tells him the dream, he also tells him the vision. And so here in Daniel chapter 2, verse 40, we are, halfway through the interpretation that Daniel is giving Nebuchadnezzar. And in Daniel chapter 2, verse 40, we are in the, it says in verse 40, it says, and the fourth kingdom shall be as strong as iron, inasmuch as iron breaks in pieces and shatters everything. And like iron that crushes, that kingdom will break in pieces and crush all the others. Now, this fourth kingdom, again, just to kind of give you the background, you have the gold, the silver, the brass, the iron, and then you have the iron mixed with clay. But the gold represented Babylon, the silver represented Persia, the Persian kingdom with Cyrus, the brass or the bronze represented the Greece kingdom, which is Alexander the Great, and then the iron represented the Roman Empire. And so Daniel, this chapter, I need you guys to understand, this is one of the most incredible chapters ever, because Daniel is giving you and I the forecast of the world empires I mean, this is crazy. These details are so bananas to me. Like I'm just like blown away by this. Like every time I read this chapter, I'm just like, this is incredible. Like, how are we not talking about this more? But in Daniel chapter 2, verse 40, he's talking about the fourth kingdom that is going to arise. And what you see here is he's describing the Roman Empire. And the Roman Empire is what he is describing here in Daniel chapter 2, verse 40. But then we get to verse 41. In Daniel chapter 2, verse 41, it says, whereas you saw the feet and toes, partly of potter's clay and partly of iron, the kingdom shall be divided. Yet the strength of the iron shall be in it, just as you saw the iron mixed with ceramic clay. Okay, so here in Daniel chapter 2, verse 41, he goes from talking about the fourth kingdom, which is all about iron. There's nothing there except iron. Iron. Just like, I want you to just picture like iron, right? You just have a big old ball of iron. But then in verse 41, he says that there is going to be iron and then clay. So you have iron mixed with clay. Now he's talking about something different. And he's talking about the 10 toes. Now, last time I made I misspoke a little bit, and I'm still regretting that. Like I said, I'm not even going to say it this time because now it's on my mind. Like, them 10. But you have the 10 toes. Stop it. I know some of y'all know what I'm talking about if you were here last time. Yeah, Laura. Sheesh. Y'all crazy. I told my wife about it. I was like, I did something. But in Daniel chapter 2, Daniel chapter 2, verse 40, you have the whole iron situation. It's just iron. In Daniel chapter 2, verse 41, it goes from iron and clay. So now you have two things, and they're mixed together. There is a mixing going on. There is an improper mixing. And so this mixing that you see going on in Daniel chapter 2, verse 41 is speaking of the 10 toes. I want you to pay attention to the 10 toes. The 10 toes is what you need to pay attention. That's the key. The 10 toes is the same thing in Daniel chapter 7. When you go to Daniel chapter 7, there's 10 kings. So just like how there's 10 toes in this aspect, the 10 toes are representing the revived Roman Empire. And what we know about in the revived Roman Empire is that there's going to be 10 kings. Because you read about that in Daniel chapter 7. The 10 horns, right? Remember the 10 horns? 3 of them will be subdued. And then there's going to be a little horn that arises. He is going to be the 8th. He's of the 7th, but he himself is the 8th. Revelation chapter 17. You have that whole concept there. But my point here in bringing this up is to recognize, to get you to connect this forecast that Daniel is talking about to the revived Roman Empire. Because the Roman Empire just, like, Babylon was defeated. Then after Babylon fell, it was never destroyed, it just fell. After it fell, the Persian Empire kind of just took over Babylon, and then Persia became the world empire. Then Persia fell, and then after Persia fell, it fell to the Greek Empire. But then the Greek Empire fell to the Roman Empire, but the Roman Empire just dissipated. It just kind of just broke apart. It never was defeated. It just kind of just faded away. And so that brings us to Daniel chapter 2, verse 41, where you have this next phase, and the next phase is iron and clay mixed together. And this iron and clay mixed together is in regards to the revived Roman Empire. So this revived Roman Empire is going to be entering the scene, and it's already being set in front of our eyes, I would argue. And so this revived Roman Empire is going to be the final chapter. It's the final world government. There's going to be a final world empire, just like how Babylon was the superpower of the world back during its time. Just like how Persia was the superpower of the world during its time. Just like how Greece was the superpower of the world during its time. Just like how Rome was the superpower of the world during its time. Just like how all of them were, the next one that's going to rise is going to be all of those empires mixed into one, and it's going to rise up, and there's going to be 10 kings in charge of it for the first 3.5 years. There's going to be 10 kings in charge of it for the first 3.5 years. After the first 3.5 years of the tribulation, the Antichrist is going to subdue 3 of them, which brings you down to 7. He's going to pluck them up. He's going to subdue them. He's going to poink, 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 and he's going to throw them away. So then you're down to 7, but then there's going to arise the 8th. And the 8th one is going to be the Antichrist. And so it's fascinating, this. S.D. Benson, hello. You're back. You and your little scary face. I don't know what that is, but that's very nightmarish. And so anyways, it's good to see you, man. Thanks for trolling. It's good to have a regular. Congratulations, you understand everything. No. But I'm learning, I'm growing. I grew. No, never mind. But anyways, going back to Daniel chapter 2. In Daniel chapter 2, you have where we Daniel chapter daggone it, Benson. And just coming on in here with a little puppet face. I don't even know why you would have that. Are you still here? Thanks for being here. Hey, Boab Rob, good to see you, brother. Sorry, Daniel chapter 2, verse 41, we'll just read it again to just kind of get the flow of it. In Daniel chapter 2, verse 41, it says, whereas you saw the feet and toes, partly of potter's clay and partly of iron, the kingdom shall be divided, yet the strength of the iron shall be in it, just as you saw the iron mixed with ceramic clay. Okay, so that's all just... Everything we talked about was just backstory so that we can understand where we're about to get to here in verse 42 and 43. Because here's the whole point of being here in Daniel chapter 2. In Daniel chapter 2, verse 42, it says, and as the toes of the feet were partly of iron and partly of clay, so the kingdom shall be partly strong and partly fragile. Verse 43, as you saw iron mixed with ceramic clay, they will mingle with the seed of men, but they will not adhere to one another, just as iron does not mix with clay. Now, why this is so interesting is because of verse 43. I need you to understand, like, Daniel chapter 2, verse 43 should make your mind hurt a little bit. In Daniel chapter 2, verse 43, it says, they will mingle with the seed of men. Now, if I said, if just think about that, they will mingle with the seed of men. So the question on the table is, what is they? What is they? Because in order for somebody to mingle with the seed of men, and you have the comparison of iron and clay, and you're understanding that this is an improper mixing, and they are not going to adhere to one another, it's not humans mixing with humans, because humans mixing with humans do adhere to one another. So the question is, what is they? What is they? They will mix with the seed of men. And so it's very provocative. I don't know what the answer is, but I'm telling you, like, it's remarkable. What this is talking about, just so you can put it in, the correct order of operations, trying to, digest all of this, this is going to be applicable during the last empire, which is the revived Roman Empire. So that's significant. You need to understand that's not right now, but that's going to be taking place during when the 10 kings, during the 10 toes, during the revived Roman Empire. It's not right now, but it's going to be taking place during that time. And so those 10 kings, just like how those 10 kings, or those 10 toes, iron mixed with clay. I mean, but so you have, I mean, it's really, really fascinating. I mean, it's so interesting. And so, okay, so, in our world today, like, I'm sure you guys, if you guys are on TikTok or if you're, scrolling on YouTube or whatever, you guys have probably seen like the videos surfacing about like how they brought back to life like these wolves that were extinct, and they took the DNA and they brought it back, and they cloned these things or did something to them to basically bring it back in, right? And so it's very it's very fascinating seeing how we have the technology to do that. My point here is to get you to understand that the technology that is accessible. The Trump administration recently made a statement talking about how they have the capacity or the ability to basically bend and manipulate time and space or something along those lines. I can't remember. But just them coming out and saying something like that, like you don't say something like that unless you obviously want it to be heard. And they said it in a very real scenario, in a very public, everybody was recording. They were behind a podium and all this kind of stuff. I'm not trying to get all weird and all this kind of stuff over here and stuff over here. I have no idea. I just want you guys to recognize that the technology that you and I have is what we are allowed to have, but it's light years behind what they have. And so if they allow us to have this kind of stuff, then the question is to ask yourself is, what do they have? Because the phones that we are using is incredible. I mean, it's incredible. I mean, these phones are so much cooler than the door that Katy Perry came down and, he went in and he opened the door and the door was like flapping in the wind. And I was like, oh, it's super safe. Don't get me started. Don't you get me. No, totally kidding. But I mean, it's just the comical. It's, lots of actors. Anyways, Danger chapter 2, hello, Gail. Hello. It says, in verse 43, it says, as you saw iron mixed with ceramic clay, they will mingle with the seed of men. I'm just like, man, okay. So anyways, okay. So I don't mean to, to get, I'm just pointing verses out to you. I don't know. I want you to understand. I don't know. It's deeper than something that I can wade into. I don't know how to unpack it. I don't know how to paint a proper picture. I'm just pointing things out and trying to formulate some kind of idea or visual for you. And then you can build on top of it, or you can take away from it, and you can run with it. You can do whatever you'd like to. It's really, really heavy stuff. And so I'm just doing the best that I can. Okay, so, hey, thank you, Laura. Thank you so much for that gift. I appreciate that. Okay, so let's get back to Genesis. Oh, my back. I got a little cushion. I got a little cushion down here, just so you know. So that's exciting. But in Genesis chapter 6, moving on to verse 5, Genesis chapter 6, verse 5. In Genesis chapter 6, verse 5, we're making my way downtown. Genesis 6, verse 5, it says, then the Lord saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every intent of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. Walking fast. Yeah. But it says, then the Lord, in Genesis 6, verse 5, it says, then the Lord saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every intent of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. It says in the latter times that men will grow, wax worse and worse. In Timothy, I think it talks about, Timothy, it talks about how in the last days men will be lovers of themselves, boasters, proud, disobedient to parents, that they are going to have the form of godliness but deny its power. And so that verse seems to kind of be coupled, at least in the days of Noah, in that sense, to what we're reading about here in Genesis chapter 6, verse 5. Every intent, I want you to just think about that. Every intent. It's incredibly alarming to me to observe our world that we're living in right now, because the world that we're living in right now, we have a whole bunch of younger people growing up right now, and their world is all about technology. They are connected to everything at all times. They don't have to think. They can ask ChatGPT a question and it will pump out a 10-page paper for an essay or homework or whatever. There's no critical thinking skills being trained into them because we don't need to do that anymore. And so we're merging away from what we were doing before, and we're getting away from books. And so since we're getting away from books, you see how dangerous that becomes, because then everything can be altered. And so books are becoming a thing of the past. And so the Word of God seems to be trending out in a sense. They don't want to hear they don't want to hear the Bible. They don't want to hear it. They want to hear a verse. They want to hear prosperity. They want to hear, name it and claim it type stuff. They want to hear blab it and grab it type stuff. They want to hear things that are very good that I can hold on to. The thing is that when you start studying the Word of God, you recognize that this is very, very serious stuff, and what you do on the earth with your time actually matters. And so when you apply that principle to what's going on in the world, and you see how little the world cares about this type of stuff, they don't care. You can't have intelligent conversations with too many people about the Word of God in our world today. I mean, raise your hand. I mean, if you know more than 3 people that you can really have deep conversations and ask questions, or ask somebody who knows more than you and be like, hey, what do you think about this? What does this mean? Can you help me out here? What is this? There's not too many people. It's really, it's not, I'm not trying to throw shame on anybody. I don't want you to think that. That's not my point. My point here is always going to try to encourage you and stir you up to grow closer to the Lord, because I need you and you need me, and I need you and you need me, and we need to be glorifying the Lord and working in the field together diligently. And so it's never, trying to, do anything like that. I just want you to I want to try to equip and stir you up. But just also recognize the time that we're living in. Thank you so much, Julie, for those gifted subs. That is incredibly kind. Thank you so much, Julie. But this is very serious. This is very, very serious time that we're living in. And I want you to recognize it's not about how good you are at sports. But that's what the world wants you to focus on. It's not how beautiful you are. That's something the world wants you to focus on. It's not about how often you look in the mirror. That's what the world wants you to focus on. It's not about how much money you make. That is something the world wants you to focus on. It's not about the next career, the job, the pay raise. It's not about your house, how big your house is, how better you are than your best friend, or how you want to be better and you want people to be envious of you. And that's what the world wants you to strive for and to pursue. And so they put all these goals and say, yeah, hey, what's your 10-year plan? And it's like, no. This is completely backwards. That way of thinking is completely backwards. It is not the way that we've been programmed to think something incorrect. And so when you think about it, you're like, well, wait a second. Well, when was the last time I told somebody about Jesus? Hold up. Wait a second. When was the last time I told somebody about Jesus? Because if I want to show somebody and demonstrate to them that I love them, then I will want to tell them about Jesus, about the most important thing ever, about where they're going to spend eternity. And so this is what we need to focus on. It's not about how much and all this and how cool you are and what about kind of shoes you got on and how your designer clothes and all the things that the world wants you to look at. When you look at Jesus, what you see is somebody who is who showed up lowly, riding on a donkey. He had no form or comeliness that we should desire him, but the world wants you to think the exact opposite and to be beautiful and all of these things and look at me. And it's just like, no. It's like, and so this is why we need to recognize that we look most like Jesus when we serve. And when you think about that, then all of a sudden when you serve, you are lowering yourself. And you're getting down and you're washing somebody's feet, which is as humble as you can possibly get. I mean, that's incredible that Jesus did that for you and for me. And so I want you to understand how dark it's getting. And so this is very serious. I just want you to understand it's very serious. I know you recognize that, but I'm saying it anyways. It is very serious with what we do with the Word of God. Moving on, Genesis chapter 6, verse 5, it says, "Then the Lord saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every intent of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually." Verse 6, it says, "And the Lord was sorry that he had made man on the earth, and he was grieved in his heart." Now, the word sorry here has the idea of to breathe heavily or to groan. It was very hurtful sigh. And so what I want you to appreciate here is that you can only grieve somebody. Thank you so much, Shauna. You can only grieve somebody if they love you. If I don't love you, you can give me the cold shoulder and give me the silent treatment for a whole decade, and I wouldn't even notice. But if I love you, if you give me the cold shoulder and you don't talk to me, it's going to hurt me. And so that's the kind of idea going on here in verse 6. It says, "And the Lord was sorry, he was deep hurt, a deep hurt or sigh or a groan that he made man on the earth, and he was grieved in his heart. Then it goes on in Genesis chapter 6, verse 7, it says, "So the Lord said, I will destroy man whom I have created from the face of the earth, both man and beast, creeping thing, and birds of the air, for I am sorry," same word, "that I have made them." Then we get to verse 8. In Genesis chapter 6, verse 8, you have this really, these two verses here are kind of some important concepts that are going to go here, so we're going to stay here for a little bit. But in Genesis chapter 6, verse 8, it says, "But Noah." Now I want you to understand that word "but." That's an important but. Come on, grow up. But it says "but Noah." Now the reason why I think that's kind of important to understand is because of what we just got done reading. We just got done reading about how God was, it says, and the Lord was sorry. It says the Lord said, "I will destroy man," right? So you have this whole idea of where God says, "I'm going to destroy man." That's heavy. That is heavy stuff right there. And that's why I say in Genesis chapter 6, verse 8, where it says, "but," that's a good but right there. That's a good but, because here it says, "but Noah." And because Noah found grace in the eyes of the Lord, then all of the things were a byproduct because of that. But Noah. So God says, "I'm going to destroy everything, but Noah." And so here it's just really neat. "But Noah found grace in the eyes of the Lord." And then we get to verse 9. In Genesis chapter 6, verse 9, it says, "This is the genealogy of Noah. Noah was a just man, perfect in his generations. Noah walked with God." I just get all pumped up about that. Like when I hear about somebody walking with God, I'm like, But in Genesis chapter 6, verse 9, it says, "This is the genealogy of Noah." It says Noah was a just man, perfect. Now, we're going to talk about that word perfect here for a second, because I need you to understand the word perfect. Understanding the concept behind that word is it's different than our English word. When I say, "Hey, you're perfect," like you think you're like 100% on your test, right? Perfect. That's not the idea here. The idea behind this word "perfect" in Hebrew has more of the feel for it of, this always refers to a physical or a literal blemish. I was actually talking about this to my girls. I have a 8-year-old and a 6-year-old, and I was talking to them about this, and I was like, a physical blemish. And so my oldest, she's like asking questions like she always does, and I was like, well, a blemish is like a mark. If you have like a mark on you, like I was like, look at your arm. You see your arm, how there's like nothing on it. Imagine if there was like a cut or a bruise or something like that on there. That would be a blemish. And so she took her fingernails and like scratched her arm just to kind of like, and she's like this, and I was like, yeah. I was like that. And so just to kind of help her out understanding that this was a literal blemish. And so what this seems to imply is that Noah was not perfect. We understand that. For all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God, right? For all have sinned. So when you think about everybody sinning, the question on the table is, well, what does this mean? How is Noah perfect if for all have sinned? So there's a contradiction. I found it. We can throw the Bible away, guys. We did it. No. That's not it at all. So the idea of perfect here is that Noah's line, his bloodline, his genealogy was without blemish. It was unimpaired, is a better kind of concept there. His bloodline was unimpaired. His genealogy was unimpaired. The Nephilim that were mixing, and the sons of God that were mixing with the daughters of men, producing Nephilim, the Nephilim going all over the place and mixing and mixing and mixing and mixing. You have a whole bunch of mixing, improper mixing, but Noah. And so Noah walked with God, but he avoided all of those things. And because he avoided all of those things, his genealogy was unimpaired. His genealogy was without blemish. And that's incredible. So when you read about him being perfect in his generations, it's not saying that he was perfect and he never sinned. No, far from it. Because we know he was a sinner. So what this is saying is that his genealogy, his bloodline was without blemish. And so what you have here is the human race in this, as in the days of Noah concept, the human race was completely contaminated except for Noah. But Noah, perfect in his generations. Noah's bloodline, his entire, from him down, his bloodline was uncontaminated. And because his bloodline was uncontaminated, spiraled all of the other things that happened, and now here we are. We are all descendants of Noah, in a sense. We were all descendants of Adam, and now we are all descendants of Noah. And so it's really fascinating. It's just how it is. But his bloodline was unimpaired. The entire human race was completely contaminated because of what the sons of God, the fallen angels, were mixing with the daughters of men. They had Nephilim. Nephilim were all over the place. This also answers the question as far as like what happened. Like how in the world do you explain all of these giant pyramids? Like, how do you explain how they align perfectly with the stars? How do you explain all of these things, all of these structures that are all over the globe that were built, and we don't even have the technology to do today? How do you explain that? And so the most plausible way to explain that seems to be with talking about these fallen angels. These fallen angels and their offspring, the Nephilim, had super technology that they knew and that they were sharing. We think that we are at the top of the pyramid right now here in 2025 because we got a cell phone, right? We got a cell phone. I don't think so. I think before the flood, it was just absolutely incredible. They were doing things that they were unbelievable. And so it was obviously not okay because God wiped it out, but it is really, really fascinating seeing all this kind of stuff. Now, I obviously don't want you to get lost in all that kind of stuff because there's all kinds of conspiracies, and I'm just like, okay, that word conspiracy might as well just, like, I don't even know, like they're all basically true at this point. Like, let's be real. But anyways, moving on, Genesis chapter 6. One of the things in regards to the Nephilim, it's important to recognize that Genesis chapter 6, like it's easy to look at Genesis chapter 6 and be like, okay, this is all about Nephilim and it's about fallen angels and stuff like that. But it's good to recognize that this isn't a trivial chapter. It's an important chapter to understand because it will help you understand other aspects in the Old Testament and in the New Testament. Let's go to Numbers chapter 13. Numbers chapter 13, verse 33. In Numbers chapter 13, Numbers chapter 13, verse 33, in regards to Nephilim on the earth after, in Numbers chapter 13, verse 33, it says this, Numbers 13, 33, it says, there we saw the Nephilim, or giants, your Bible might say, but it's actually the word Nephilim. There we saw the Nephilim. The descendants of Anak came from the giants, and we were like grasshoppers in our own sight. And so we were in their sight. So the Nephilim on the earth after the flood are clearly introduced to you here in Numbers chapter 13, verse 33. So that's where it shows Nephilim, and they were descendants of Anak. And you also have some different concepts going on, but let's go to Isaiah chapter 26, verse 14. Isaiah chapter 26, verse 14, and let's look up the Rephidim. Isaiah chapter 26, verse 14. Now in Isaiah chapter 26, verse 14, you have the Hebrew word called Rephaim, and so you have the Nephilim, you have the Rephaim, and you have, and whenever you have the I am ending there, it's always going to be a plurality. So you have the seraphim, I am ending, you have Elohim, I am ending, you have the cherubim, I am ending, you have the Nephilim, I am ending, you have the Rephaim, I am ending, plurality, plurality, plurality. There is more than one going on there. But in Isaiah chapter 26, verse 14, this is in regards to the Rephaim. It says, they are dead, they will not live. They are deceased, they will not rise. Therefore, you have punished and destroyed them and made all their memory to perish. Now here in Isaiah chapter 26, verse 14, where it says, they are dead, they will not live, they are Rephaim. Rephaim has the idea of ghosts of the dead or spirits or giants. And so it's really interesting to think about these Rephaim. If the Rephaim here are in regards to giants, there's some questions there. Are they not going to take part of the resurrection? Are they going to be left out of the resurrection? Who is going to be left out of the resurrection? And so, it's fascinating thinking about this kind of stuff because it's got some interesting implications. Now, again, I'm not going to be, I feel like this is like, I don't know how this can be edifying. Really, like you could do a study on this kind of stuff if you would like to. I don't know how it could help in the bigger picture of things. I feel like, I feel like you could kind of get lost in. Anyways, I don't say all of this to kind of like spark your interest, but there's just kind of shine a light on it just for a quick moment. But it seems a possible option is that these things, these Rephaim, may not take part in the resurrection. They just may not collect $200, go straight to the lake of fire. But I have no idea. I don't know. I mean, it says they are dead, they will not live. They are deceased, they will not rise. And so if they are not going to rise, then that's interesting. That is very provocative. Let's go to Isaiah chapter 20, Isaiah 14. What in the world? Isaiah chapter 14. How'd a hair get in my mouth? It's crazy. It's getting all crazy. In Isaiah chapter 14, verse 9, you have this. Okay, so Isaiah 14 is a chapter that is in direct connection to the king of Babylon. Now, the king of Babylon is, in a sense, it's an ectiki to the Antichrist. The Antichrist is mentioned here in Isaiah chapter 14. The Antichrist or Lucifer. Now, it kind of is interchangeable, I think, and I think that's important to recognize. So it's talking about Satan, but also it's talking about future things. And it seems to be, in regards when it's talking about future things, it seems to be focusing on the Antichrist. And so even though Isaiah 14, verse 12, for example, it says, how you are fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, it's talking about Lucifer, but then it talks about him in his defeat. And when it's talking about him in his defeat, you're just like asking yourself like a question. You're like, what in the world is this actually talking about? And so what this scene, there's all kinds of there's so much. This chapter just makes you you're like, wow, how far or how many places this chapter can actually go. We spent some time here in regards to, in Revelation chapter 19, it says the beast and the false prophet were the first cast alive into the lake of fire, but they were cast alive into the lake of fire. And so the question on the table is, does the Antichrist die when he actually is here? And so the reason why that is something to consider is because Jesus is, the Antichrist copycats everything Jesus does. Satan's never had an original thought. And so what I mean is that if you just focus on Jesus, Jesus was the firstborn. He was the first fruits of the first resurrection. Jesus is light. Satan is dark. Jesus is life. Satan, death. Jesus is the first fruits of the first resurrection. Satan, or the Antichrist, is the first fruits of the second resurrection. And so when you think about the second resurrection, that implies that he would have to die first. And so when you think about the Antichrist dying, the question is, he received a mortal head wound, Revelation 13, I totally get that. But I'm not talking about Revelation 13, I'm talking about Isaiah 14. Because in Isaiah chapter 14, it seems to be implying that the Antichrist could possibly die during the second coming of Jesus, but then right when he dies, he's resurrected again, just so he can fulfill the first fruits of the second resurrection, if that makes sense to you guys. But the reason, let's read a little bit in Isaiah 14. In Isaiah chapter 14, verse 9, it says, hell from beneath is excited about you. to meet you at your coming. It stirs up the dead for you, all the chief ones of the earth. It has raised up from their thrones all the kings of the nations. So here in Isaiah chapter 14, verse 9, it talks about it says it stirs up the dead for you. It stirs up the dead for you. Now, when you think about it stirring up the dead for you, the word dead there, thank you, Karakala. The word dead there in Isaiah 14, verse 9 is the word Raphaim. It stirs up the dead for you. So could be talking about this the ghosts, the spirits, or it could be talking about the giants in a sense that had passed away. I have no idea. This is some rather deep stuff, and it's, that I would just caution you not to get lost in it. But let's talk about how there's a possibility of the Antichrist actually dying and then being rise from the dead. Thank you, Shauna. In Isaiah chapter 14, verse 18, it says, all the kings of the nations, all of them, sleep in glory, everyone in his own house. But you are cast out of your grave like an abominable branch, like the garment of those who are slain, thrust through with the sword, who go down to the stones of the pit, like a corpse trodden underfoot. You will not be joined with them in burial, because you have destroyed your land and slain your people. The brood of evildoers shall never be named. So you have a picture here of, in verse 18, Isaiah 14, verse 18, it says, all the kings of the nations, all of them sleep in glory. So all of the people, all of the kings before this person shows up, they all are in their resting place. They dead. They're buried. Here, it says in verse 19, it says, but you are cast out of your grave. And so it seems to be, again, in connection to Babylon. The king of Babylon is what Isaiah 14 is talking about. The king of Babylon is directly connected to Lucifer. Lucifer is obviously, Babylon. Babylon is bad. Babylon is fallen, is fallen, is fallen. Babylon compared to Jerusalem, those are the tale of two cities in a sense. Babylon is going to fall. So the king of Babylon, in a sense, is Satan. And so, or the Antichrist, he's going to take control of it. And so this Antichrist is perhaps a possibility, something to at least consider, is that he could die. And if he does die, then he will fulfill the parallel to Jesus, in a sense, just like how Jesus was the first fruits of the first resurrection. The Antichrist will be the first fruits of the second resurrection. And so that seems to be painting the picture here in Isaiah 14. I don't know. Could be. But when you continue reading, hey, thank you, Julie, in Isaiah chapter 14, the whole reason why we were here to begin with was just because of Isaiah chapter 14, verse 9, because you have the connection of Raphaim right there. And so you can play with that as much as you would like to, but that is that's just some connections there. But the idea here is to basically get the understanding of the Nephilim were on the earth after the flood, according to Genesis chapter 6, verse 4. It says, and also after. They were on the flood, on the earth before, and also afterward. So you have the Nephilim in Numbers 13, verse 33. You have the Raphaim in Isaiah 26, and also in Isaiah chapter 14. So you have different, things around during this time. And so, even in 2 Samuel, you have, Goliath of Gath. David, when he went to go slay Goliath, he took 5 stones. People postulate that he took 5 stones not just because he was thinking he's going to miss Goliath. No, it's because Goliath had 4 brothers, and so there was a total of 5 of them. And so he was basically going to go hunting giants in a sense. Thank you, Julie, for those roses. And so I think it's just fascinating. Anyways, moving on, Genesis chapter 6. Verse 8. Genesis chapter 6, verse 8, we'll just pick it up a little bit and just kind of retrace our steps. In Genesis chapter 6, thank you, Laura. In Genesis chapter 6, verse 8, it says, but Noah found grace in the eyes of the Lord. This is the genealogy of Noah. Noah was a just man, perfect in his generations. Noah walked with God. Now, I actually don't know all of the people who are titled. I actually should have looked that up because that's interesting. How many people are labeled as walking with God? We know Enoch walked with God, and we know Noah walked with God. I almost wonder, Daniel, Perhaps. So Ezekiel mentions that Daniel, Job, and Noah. Daniel, Job, and Noah were the ones who walked with God. Or no. They were the ones who were righteous. I can't remember. But anyways, the Noah walked with God. I just think it's interesting that, that's cool. Like, can you imagine? So anyways, I don't know if anybody knows that answer. If anybody walked with God, how many people are labeled as a walked, like very clear cut, like Noah walked with God, Enoch walked with God. I mean, that's a significant statement right there. That is pretty heavy right there. Genesis chapter 6, in verse 10, moving on to Genesis chapter 6, verse 10. Well, before we move on to Genesis chapter 6, verse 10, I want you to understand this whole contamination that's going on during this time, as in the days of Noah, according to Jesus's terminology. This whole contamination that's going on here is because of the mixing, the improper mixing. And so the important thing to take away from all of this that we're talking about here is go back to Genesis chapter 3, verse 15. Genesis chapter 3, verse 15. In Genesis chapter 3, verse 15, it says, "And I will put enmity between you and the woman, and between your seed and her seed." Now, you have this whole concept there that there is going to be this just this unquenchable thirst of, like fighting going on. And so Satan recognizes that there's something called the seed of the woman. And so since he recognizes that there's something called the seed of the woman in Genesis 3, verse 15, he sees that is on God's agenda, something that is called the seed of the woman. And so Satan's like, okay, what's this about? And so the reason why all of this mixing was going on was because Satan was trying to contaminate the seed of the woman. And so he's trying to stop the Messiah from being born. And that's what we're reading about here. He's trying to stop it. This is satanic attacks all the way from the beginning. Everything, everywhere you look. And I need you guys to really understand that for a second, because Satan has a mission. He's not going to be able to win, but he doesn't know that. He thinks he's amazing. And I'm not going to say anything bad about him, because, we're not supposed to be speaking evil of dignitaries. Like even Michael the archangel did not say anything evil. He said, "But the Lord rebuke you." So you need to be very cautious in regards to addressing anything in regards to him. So that's something that I think that's very, very instructive. But anyways, in Genesis chapter 6, where you see this mixing between angels, the sons of God, the fallen angels, the bad angels, and the daughters of men, all of this mixing was a satanic attempt to eliminate the seed of the woman. He wanted to get rid of it. Now, why that's so important is because it's not the first time, and it's not going to be the last. It's happening right now. So he tried to contaminate it, which was what was going on before the flood. After the flood, he tried to contaminate it again. And so you have this whole concept, but then as you progress throughout the entire story of the Bible, you have Moses gets his people out of Israel, but then Pharaoh chases him, trying to end all of them. He's like, "I'm going to take them out." Didn't work out because the Red Sea closed in on them, drowned them all, right? And so then they're wandering through the wilderness. As they wander through the wilderness, they go through everything. God tells them what to do. They don't listen. They disobey. They go into captivity. As they go into captivity, there's all kinds of terrible stuff happening to them. But God is protecting them. Why? Because he promised to make them a great, mighty people. He promised them covenants that were everlasting. And he's still going to fulfill those covenants. And so they go throughout. Then you go all the way to Esther. When you go to Esther, you have Naaman, who's trying to eliminate all of the people. And he's trying to just end them. It's not just some of them. It's not just the boys. It's not just the girls. It's all of them. Just like how Pharaoh in Exodus chapter 1 was trying to end all of the boys. If an Israelite woman had a child and it was a boy, the instruction was to end their life. And so when you look at Naaman, his instructions were to end the lives of all of them. It doesn't matter who they were, just end them all. They was trying to exterminate every single one of them. And then when you go to the New Testament, you have when Jesus was being born, the Magi, they show up to King Herod, and then they run away. They basically are instructed not to go back to King Herod. King Herod gets ticked off about it. He gives the order to end the life of all of the boys who were 2 years old and younger. And so that was another attempt of exterminating them. Do you see there's a trend? You have the Holocaust, you have that taking place where 1/3 of the Jewish people lost their lives. This is a trend, and according to the Bible, has been and always will be going on. And so what you see in our world today is a whole bunch of people just completely confused as far as who is who and who is what and who is the real people and the real Jews and all this kind of stuff. And there's all of these kind of conversations like, who are the real Jews? And like, oh, there's this, I need you to understand, like, if you're just using your critical thinking skills, the way to find out who the real Jews are, if this is even a question in your mind, is who does the world hate the most right now, and where are they located? It's in a little itty bitty space over in the Middle East called Israel, and those are the people. It's crazy how many people are just like, no, but this is unbelievable. And so you see the world going against them. Jerusalem is going to be a burdensome stone. All who would heave it away shall surely be cut into pieces. You see all of this stuff, and it's culminating in a very, very specific spot. And so there's all kinds of confusion out in the world, a whole bunch of people who are getting riled up because of other people out there, like Candace Owens, for example. She makes some pretty bold claims about them. And this is just fueling the fire, in a sense, as for speaking on anti-Semitism. And it's heartbreaking because we need to understand that the Bible talks about multiple times. It says, he who touches you touches the apple of my eye. And when you think about how serious that is, I want you to imagine going up to your friend and just poking them in the eye and then just laughing about it and be like, oh, it's funny, right? No, it's not funny. Then I want you to go and do it to somebody that you don't like, and then see the different reaction there. But this is a very serious situation, a very real time to be alive right now, because you're seeing a whole bunch of people who are poking him in the eye right now by going against him. And so, I mean, you can do with that what you will, but this is some heavy stuff right here. Moving on, Genesis chapter 6. My whole point, and to basically wrap that whole idea up, is to recognize that this is a satanic attempt to eliminate the Jewish people. Revelation chapter 12 is going to be the final full send mode into try to eliminate the Jewish people. In Revelation chapter 12, Satan gets kicked out of heaven. He is kicked out of heaven during the 3.5 years of after 3.5 years into the tribulation. He's kicked out at the great tribulation point, and he falls to the earth, and he goes specifically after the woman. Now, the woman in Revelation chapter 12 is Israel. He's going after Israel. He's not going after any other nation. He's not going after America, Russia, China, South Africa. He's not going after Australia. He's not going after Europe. He's going after Israel. And so that is very important to pay attention to. And so since he's going after Israel, the question is why? And if you know the answer, then you're doing well. But the answer for why Satan's going after the woman or Israel, why Satan's going to specifically target Israel, is because he recognizes that in order for Jesus to return, the Jewish people need to do something. First off, they need to exist. And so he's going to try to eliminate them from existing. And if he eliminates them from existing, then God ceases to be God, because God promised them an everlasting covenant. And so they need to exist, because in Zechariah chapter 13, there is a promise that 1/3 of them is going to remain. He says, 2/3 of you are going to be cut off, but 1/3 of you is going to remain. There's also the Davidic covenants in Jeremiah chapter 31, the new covenant. You have all of these other covenants that need to be fulfilled. In order for them to be fulfilled, there needs to be the Jewish people. And so that's important. And so Satan's trying to eliminate them, because if he eliminates them, then God ceases to be God. But one of the things that they need to do is they need to acknowledge their offense. Hosea chapter 5, verse 15 says that they will look, I will go and return again to my place until they acknowledge their offense. And so God is saying, I'm going back to heaven until they, the Jewish people, acknowledge their offense. And what was the Jewish people's offense? Now, many people would say the crucifixion of Jesus Christ. A lot of people blame the Jewish people for crucifying Jesus. In fact, it was all of us. It is for all have sinned. And so if you want to point and blame the Jewish people for the ones and say that you are completely responsible for it all, it's like, no. We were all there. If you read John chapter, I don't know, 18, I can't remember. It talks about how when Jesus was in the garden, right when he was arrested, you have everybody was there. It was the Jewish people. It was the Romans. It was all of the soldiers, the captains, the guards, everybody, Jews and Gentiles were there. And it's fascinating, but you just have a picture of, we're all to blame for that. But when in Hosea chapter 5, verse 15, where it says, I will go again, I will return to my place until they acknowledge their offense. What their offense was the rejection of the kingdom. So Jesus shows up in Matthew, and or if you want to just one of the Gospels, Jesus shows up and he presents to them the kingdom. He's like, here's the kingdom. Here is the kingdom. And when you think about here is the kingdom, he's presenting them the kingdom. Their offense was not accepting him as the king. And so he was offering, that's why he had the 12 disciples. He's like, go preach, repent, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand. And so he was offering them the kingdom, and they rejected it. And so since they rejected it, he retracted the offer. He sets the kingdom to the side. He's like, okay, I'm going to the cross. And so he went to the cross and he ascended up into heaven. He's like, I'm going back to my place until they acknowledge their offense. When they acknowledge their offense, then I'll return. And so Satan recognizes this, and that's why he's like, hey, you know what? I'm going after the Jewish people, because if they don't exist, then they cannot acknowledge their offense. And if they don't acknowledge their offense, then Jesus isn't going to return. That's why in Matthew 23, Jesus says, you will see me no more until you say, blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord. So this is something that they have to say, but they need to be alive in order to say it. And so that's why Satan is going to try to eliminate them. And so this is why you have the war on Israel from the beginning, and that is why you have the war on Israel right now. It is satanic. And so when you look over in the Middle East, you have the Prince of Persia that existed back during Daniel's time, the demon king, who is alive during that time, who is alive during this time. He is there. It's a demon eternal being who is completely influencing all kinds of stuff over there and talking in there and just like getting in there and like manipulating whatever he can behind the scenes. And it's wild. And so that stuff hasn't changed. It's nothing new. This has always been going on. And so my point here is to get you to understand, it's not about all these other nations. He's focused on Israel. He wants to take it out. And so there's going to be a dude who enters the scene sometime. He might be on the earth right now. I know many people have their own ideas, but there's going to be somebody who's called the Antichrist. He is going to rise up and he is going to become buddy with Israel. Israel is going to put their trust into this person. They're going to think he is amazing. They're going to trust him. They're going to look at him as the Messiah. And when they look at him as the Messiah, they are going to trust him to broker a covenant of some kind. And when he brokers that covenant, Daniel 9:27, then that is when the tribulation begins. And so that man of sin, the lawless one, or whatever, the Antichrist, he is going to basically be incognito to those Jewish people for the first 3.5 years. They're not going to know they're not going to realize it. But then after 3.5 years in, then he's going to reveal himself by going into the temple where nobody has the right to go into. And then that's when they're going to have to flee. Hey, thank you, Renee. Thank you so much. Anyways, that's just a little bit of a flyby as far as why Israel is so important, and to recognize what's going on back here in Genesis chapter 6 is so it's so wild, but it's also understandable because it's not changed. Satan has been mixing and contaminating and messing things up and destroying and chaos and anarchy, and it's never changed. And so I want you to recognize, if Satan had his way, Job is this is something that recently dawned on me. I need you guys to understand, if Satan had his way, you and I would all be without families, and we would all be covered in boils, and we would have nothing. Because if you look at what happens to Job, you know the whole story. Satan goes to God. He's like, he only loves you because you gave him all the things. And God's like, all right, do whatever you want to him, just don't take his life. And so what Satan does is he does everything to him. He literally ruins him. And that's what Satan would do to you if God was not withholding it. God allowed that to happen to Job for a lesson for you and I to recognize that, because just to show you what Satan would do. And if that's what Satan would do to Job, and he only was allowed to do that to Job because he got the green light for God, he wants to do that to you. And he wants to do that to you. And he wants to do that to you and you and you and you and me. But God. And praise God for God, right? Like, praise God for him withholding that and be like, no. He's like, you can do this. And it's so funny, because when something does happen, we're like, I'm just like Job. And it's just like crazy, because we have no idea. And so this is why we need to really understand what we've been given, because every breath we have, it needs to be used in a way that brings glory to the Lord, because it's so important. And so you have an option. You have the ability to live a life. You have the ability to live a godly life, to represent him in a very proper manner, to demonstrate his love through your actions. Let your light so shine before men that they may see your good works and glorify your Father who is in heaven. Are you kidding me? We get to do stuff and glorify God through that? Are you kidding me? He doesn't need you. He doesn't need me. If we didn't do what we were doing, he was like, it doesn't matter. Even the stones would cry out. Are you kidding me? It says in Psalm 19, all the heavens, all the creation cries out. They declare the glory of God. It's the creation. Are you kidding me? Like, when you look outside and you go outside on a walk tomorrow and you see a tree, I want you to think that tree is going to cry out and declare the glory of God. A tree. And then a little caterpillar would be like, oh, I knew it. I knew you could talk. But this is unreal, right? This is unbelievable. And so for you to be able to do the things that you have the ability to do, you need to recognize that that's unique to you and I. It's not unique to them. We are here. We are made in the image of God. We are different than all the other things that were created. And you were created to glorify him. All right, moving on. Genesis chapter 6. Genesis chapter 6, verse 10. The rest of this will probably go rather quickly. Genesis chapter 6, verse 10, it says, and Noah begot 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. The earth was also corrupt before God, and the earth was filled with violence. So God looked upon the earth and indeed it was corrupt, for all flesh had corrupted their way on the earth. And God said to Noah, the end of all flesh has come before me, for the earth is filled with violence through them. And behold, I will destroy them with the earth. So interesting here. The word violence here is what we talked about before. The word violence in Hebrew is the word Hamas. I think that's interesting. Now, what's interesting, again, is that God is saying, I am going to destroy them with the earth. If you read Peter talks about how the earth that once was destroyed by water. But then he goes on and he's like, but that was destroyed by water. The earth that is now is going to be consumed by fire. It is going to be melted with fervent heat. And so you have a model of what happened back then that is going to be imitated, or in a sense, happening again. One was with water, the next one is with fire. He's like, I told you this is how it was. This is what is going to happen in the future. He's like, just like how the angels mixed with the seed of, with the daughters of men, you have the mixing of Sodom and Gomorrah. You have the judgment because of what they did. You have the judgment because of what they did. Improper mixing. You have the judgment of the flood with water. The next one is going to be with fire. He's like, I'm not fooling around here. I'm telling you exactly what's going on. He's like, I am telling you. He's like, what else can I do? He's like, I did all this stuff, all of the things. He's like, I'm doing all this. This is very real. But in Peter, it also says scoffers are going to scoff. Scoffer scoffing. Imagine that, right? They say they'll say things like, this has been what they've been saying since the beginning of time. I mean, it's same thing, right? It's nothing new. But Genesis chapter 6. In Genesis chapter 6, moving on, verse 14, it says, make yourself an ark of gopher wood. Make rooms in the ark and cover it inside and outside with pitch. And this is how you shall make it. The length of the ark shall be 300 cubits, its width 50 cubits, and its height 30 cubits. So this is basically like a cubit. Whenever you think of a cubit, it's probably about 18 inches long, which is about 1.5 feet. And so basically this thing was 400 feet long and 45 feet deep and 75 feet across. And so this thing was a beast. This thing was a beast. But I think it's interesting in verse 14 that God told him to pitch it inside and on the outside. Inside and outside. Like, who does that? Like, that's strange. Also, we are told that detail for a reason. I don't know what the reason is, but I find it's fascinating. But he was told to do it on the inside and on the outside. Something, I don't know. I have no idea why, but it's just a note, an observation. Moving on to Genesis chapter 6, verse 16, it says, you shall make a window for the ark, and you shall finish it to a cubit from above, and set the door of the ark in its side. You shall make it with lower, second, and third decks. And behold, I myself am bringing floodwaters on the earth to destroy from under heaven all flesh, in which is the breath of life. Everything that is on the earth shall die. Now here, again, I saw somebody in the comments not too long ago say, well, maybe the Nephilim went under the earth. I have no idea. I literally have no idea. But assuming that this is to be taken, when the plain sense makes sense, seek no other sense. When you read this, it seems like the Nephilim would be on the earth. And so, like maybe they all jumped right when God said this so that they weren't technically on the earth. I'm totally joking. Like it's that one scene in The Office, like when Michael Scott, he's got all of his employees and they're taking a group picture and they're all trying to jump at the same time. So, oh my goodness, it's hysterical. Anyways, here in Genesis chapter 6, verse 17, it says, everything that is on the earth shall die. When you think about everything on the earth is going to die, that's just like, holy smokes, that is a very real sentence right there. Everything. So, yeah, that's why I propose the idea of perhaps two different waves of the sons of God, the bad angels, the fallen angels, mixed with the daughters of men the first time before flood. God took them. He threw them into chains. And then after the flood waters go away, and then sons of God, a smaller wave, go after the daughters of men, and then God took them as well, and also threw them into everlasting chains. I don't know. Just I have no idea. It could be, take it or leave it. But moving on, Genesis chapter 6, verse 18, it says, but I will establish my covenant with you, and you shall go into the ark, you, your sons, your wife, and your sons' wives with you. And of every living thing of all flesh you shall bring 2 of every sort into the ark, to keep them alive with you. They shall be male and female. Of the birds after their kind, of animals after their kind, and of every creeping thing of the earth after its kind. 2 of every kind will come to you to keep them alive. And you shall take for yourself of all food that is eaten, and you shall gather it to yourself, and it shall be food for you and for them. Thus Noah did, according to all that God commanded him. So he did. So this is Genesis chapter 6. We can pause right there, I suppose, but heavy chapter. This is really, really dynamic in many different areas. It's deep, it's tough, it's sparkly and shiny and all the things that everybody loves in today's world. And I don't want you to get lost in it. You can take what I've said and, throw it away. You can take what I said and keep half of it, whatever. It doesn't really matter. I want you to test all things, so I'm going to hold fast to that, which is good. Again, I'm not a pastor. I'm not a scholar. I'm nothing special. I just want you guys to understand this is interesting stuff, but always remember the cross. It's always about the cross. And so I want to kind of, just out of respect for what we are observing traditionally today in certain parts of the world, Good Friday. And I know there's people who understand that it might not have, different days, and there's, hey, what day was Jesus crucified on? Was it a Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, that kind of thing. Let's not worry about that. Let's talk about the actual event, because that's what it's all about. Go to Isaiah chapter 53. Because I would just like, well, actually don't even worry about turning there. I just want to read to you. I don't want you to follow along. I just want you to read, or I'm sorry, I just want you to listen. Just use your ears, because Isaiah 53 talks about his the crucifixion. And so I'm just going to read it to you, and if you would like to, you can just listen if you would like to, but just remember what he went through. Isaiah 53 verse 1, it says, "Who has believed our report? And to whom has the arm of the Lord been revealed? For he shall grow up before him as a tender plant, and as a root out of dry ground. He has no form or comeliness, and when we see him, there is no beauty that we should desire him. He is despised and rejected by men, a man of sorrows and acquainted with grief. And we hid, as it were, our faces from him. He was despised, and we did not esteem him. Surely he has borne our griefs and carried our sorrows. Yet we esteemed him stricken, smitten by God, and afflicted. But he was wounded for our transgressions. He was bruised for our iniquities. The chastisement for our peace was upon him, and by his stripes we are healed. All we like sheep have gone astray. We have turned every one to his own way, and the Lord has laid on him the iniquity of us all. He was oppressed and he was afflicted, yet he opened not his mouth. He was led as a lamb to the slaughter, and as a sheep before its shearers is silent, so he opened not his mouth. He was taken from prison and from judgment, and who will declare his generation? For he was cut off from the land of the living. For the transgressions of my people he was stricken. And they made his grave with the wicked, but with the rich at his death, because he had done no violence, nor was any deceit in his mouth. Yet it pleased the Lord to crush him. He has put him to grief. When you make his soul an offering for sin, he shall see his seed, he shall prolong his days, and the pleasure of the Lord shall prosper in his hand. He shall see the labor of his soul and be satisfied. By his knowledge my righteous servant shall justify many, for he shall bear their iniquities. Therefore I will divide him a portion with the great, and he shall divide the spoil with the strong, because he poured out his soul unto death, and he was numbered with the transgressors, and he bore the sin of many, and made intercession for the transgressors. I think that's just absolutely incredible. This, paints a picture. It's a brutal picture of the crucifixion. Like what he went through. It's remarkable, and this was and is the Son of God who did that. God Almighty is what that Isaiah 53 is about. And so I would just want you to think about it. I mean, this is, it's not about what day and arguing about this or who was it or whatever. It's about the event. It's about what Jesus did on the cross, how he died, he was buried, and he rose again on the third day, according to the scriptures. And it is absolutely incredible. This is something to just absolutely fall in love with, because what you see there is what he did for you and what he did for me. And it's something you need to understand. If this didn't matter, then the world wouldn't be full attacking it. If you're having a question about who's the real God, how do you know this is true? Well, it's because you don't see anybody else going after any other gods. You don't see it. You don't see any other. You don't see. Jesus's name is literally a swear word in our day. It's incredible. I mean, you don't see that. You don't see people saying, "Oh, Buddha," or anything like that. It is Jesus Christ, and you can see the hatred behind it. And we are all without excuse. Romans chapter 1, right? There is nobody. There's people who are atheists, but just because they don't believe in God doesn't mean that it's not real. They know deep down. They know. But Isaiah 53 is wonderful. Absolutely beautiful. Yeah, Julie. Hey, cool. Good to see you, brother. And so that's what I got for you guys. If you guys are new here, thank you so much for being here. Great. I mean, this was a fun study, drawing connections all over the place, but always bringing it back to Jesus and always staying there is the best thing that you can possibly do. I want you to stay as close, cling to the old rugged cross. That's what you need to be doing. And so if you guys are new here, thank you so much for being here. We're just going through the Bible book by book, chapter by chapter, verse by verse. My name is Ryan, and we're just trying to do the best that we can and trying to learn, trying to grow closer to the Lord. But the main thing is always going to be the main thing, how to know for sure you can get to heaven. How do you get to heaven? That's the most important thing. If you don't know how to get to heaven, then none of this matters. We're talking about Nephilim. It's super cool. We're talking about giants and all these things and the Antichrist and Isaiah 14 and whatever. But if you don't know how to know for sure you can get to heaven, then none of it matters. So how do you get to heaven? Well, first off, you need to understand the bad news. The bad news is for all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. And also, the wages of sin is death. So if you've ever done anything wrong, what you are deserving of is death. That's what the Bible says. If you've ever sinned, you are under the death penalty. But the gift of God is eternal life through Jesus Christ our Lord. It's unbelievable. It is unbelievable. It's a gift. Do you just think about that? It's a gift. Imagine if I just have a box and I wrapped it all nice and I put it right in front of you and I was like, that's a gift. And so you're looking at it, you can actually see what's inside. You're like, oh, that's eternal life. Okay. It's a gift. It's on the table. You're just looking at it. You're looking around. You're like, oh, I see it. It is through Jesus Christ our Lord. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believes in him shall not perish, but have everlasting life. Ephesians 2:8-9 says, for by grace you have been saved through faith, and that not of yourselves. It is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. So if you guys are, I know I talk fast. If you guys haven't followed me on YouTube, there's a YouTube link up in my TikTok profile. If you guys wanted to go check that out, you are more than welcome to. We've done Revelation, Daniel, Ruth, Hebrews, James, John, Acts, Romans. And I'm growing a lot. These Bible studies. We've only been doing these Bible studies for about a year and like 6 or 7 months or so. Probably like a year and 7 months now, probably. But my hope and my hope and my desire is to go through the entire Bible just like how we're going through it right now. That's what I want to do. I told that to my dad. I think I was like, I just want to go through the entire Bible just like what we're doing right now. That's what I want to do. And so, as many of you guys know, there's this option that I can go be a Bible teacher over at this school. And so I'm like weighing that with this because I love this. I know this is encouraging many people. This is helping many people. And I understand that this is very important, especially with how dark it is out in the world. And so it's just like two different fields, in a sense that I'm kind of working through. And so, I want to do this. This is what I want to do. Just so you guys know, that's what I would like to do. But so if you guys would like to support this ministry in any kind of way, there's ways to do that up in my TikTok profile. There's a link tree. All of that goes directly to supporting this ministry and keeping this thing going, because this is only running off of you guys. And so if you guys have, or if you will, support it, thank you so much for it. It's incredibly humbling. And it's really amazing, like the Lord's using you to bless me, and I'm just like, I can't unsee that. And so it's we're all part of it. It's same team, same fight tape thing, and so it's a beautiful thing to really see. But I'm just if you wouldn't mind praying for me, just because I it's a pretty heavy decision, which way to go, left or right, and so we'll figure that out, but. It's just one of the things that's on the horizon here within the next week or two, I'd imagine. So we will see, but pray for me about that. And I just want to keep these things going, but we shall see. We shall see. But some good stuff here. Good stuff. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Dina. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much for that prayer. Those prayers. Happy. Yeah, thank you, Elise. Happy. Thank you, Katie. I appreciate that so much. What's up, Joshua Journeys? I saw you commenting. I was really trying to focus on what I was saying because of how difficult some of the things were. So I was like, some things that are easier, I'm able to like read comments while I'm actually talking about something completely different because I know it so well. But the stuff that we're talking about here, I'm just like, I don't know it that well. So I'm just like, I can't look at anything. And so I was like, don't look at the comments, because when I read the comments while I'm talking, I like, I like end up saying the words that I'm reading. Hey, thank you, Rhonda. Thank you so much. Thank you for praying. I appreciate that. Yeah, Kayla, Alec, Alak, your name backwards. Kayla, that was your name backwards, I think. Thank you, April. Get some rest, brother. You get some rest. Boab Rob. Yeah. Oh, thank you so much. All the best, bro. Hey, thanks, man. I appreciate it. Thank you, Laura. Thank you so much. Hey, Mark. Thank you so much for posting that. Yeah, Sophie. Absolutely. Do what is best for your family. Oh, yeah. 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 There's a lot to consider there. I was just being transparent, just letting you guys know where I was at. I won't bring it up all the time. I brought it up last time and I brought it up this time. So we'll see. It's not something I'm just gonna be like, I'm talking about it. So, but just letting you guys know. Boab is still coming back for more. Yeah, he is. Yogi, thanks for posting all those things and helping out. Hopefully, I know Bridget said that she was gonna be sleeping and she wanted to be here. But there's I know you guys know Eli. Eli, or many of you guys probably are aware of Eli. He was a moderator in here. But he just reached out like yesterday and asked for prayer, but he told me today that he's going to have triple bypass surgery. And so I didn't know that. And so if you guys wouldn't mind praying for him, I'm sure he would appreciate that, but that's pretty deep stuff right there. I mean, I think he's like in his 30s. So I don't know what's going on there, but that's wild. Lots of stuff going on. There's a lot of things. A lot of people need prayer. Yeah. Thank you, Tammy. Yeah, praying for Eli. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know him personally, but just he asked me, and so I'm telling you guys. And I don't know. There's a lot of things, a lot of hurt, a lot of fear, a lot of anxiety, a lot of stress, a lot of pressure. That's just the world just feels like it's coming down, and I'm feeling it too. And this is why it's just vital to keep your eyes on the Lord. And if you take your eyes off the Lord, you'll see the waves, and you'll see how dark the clouds are and the lightning, and then you'll just fall right into the water. And so we need to keep our eyes on Christ. It's the best that we can do. It is the best that we can do. He is our peace. I know, April. I mean, he is our peace. And so like Hebrews 4, like just strive to enter into that rest. Just the rest, the peace, the completed work on the cross. I mean, it's incredible to think that it's already done. Like we are already seated in heavenly places, and like I can't really get my mind around that, But the best way to kind of like paint that picture to you and me is to understand that God was there when you were born. He was there. He's there with you right now, and he's also at your funeral. That's the best way that I can paint a picture. Like, that's it. Like, I mean, like, he's there. He was there when you were born. He's there right with you right now, and he's also at your funeral. But wait a second, I haven't died yet. I know. My point is, like, he's there. He understands. Like, we're already with him. We just don't know it yet. It's just wild. Thank you, Sandy. Thank you so much. Yeah, Gail. Thank you so much. Oh man. Press on. John 16:33. Prayers for Amber and Eli as well. Yeah, Amber as well. I'll be praying for him, Amber. For him, Amber, and for you and your family. May God bless you. Thank you so much, Sandy. Thank you so much. That's awesome. Great study. Thanks, Bagel. Thanks, Bagel. Praying for the entire Sheesh family. Thank you, Yogi. Do you know when? Julie, I don't know. He told me he asked to pray for him yesterday, and then today he told me he was going to have triple bypass surgery. So I know he didn't tell me like a time. I don't know. Maybe he was going in for it that day or today. And so I don't know. Thanks be to God for that undescribable gift. Right, Sean? So good. Oh, man. Laura, thank you so much for that star. I appreciate that. Potatoes, pineapples, and bagels. I know. I'm hearing thunder for the first time this year. Oh, wow. Super cool. Sheesh family. I like that. Yeah, Pastor Sheesh. Gotta get my dad back up in here. Attacks for fiery darts in all directions. Yeah, it's wild. What a time to be alive. Got some crazy stuff going on right now, man. Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. Well, Hebrews 12, 1 through 2. Yes, my heart rate went down and my mom felt like it was melting down too. Bring your dad back for life. Yeah, April. Well, hopefully everything's going good on your end, but I know, Tammy, gotta bring him back. He said he's definitely down for it. I would like that too. I think he would enjoy that as well. Hi, Ryan. Sorry, I'm about 4 minutes behind due to lag. Yeah, sorry about that. Thanks, Josh. I appreciate that. Yeah, and if you guys are new here, thanks so much for being here. You know, it's just a cool thing that we got going on here, and got some really awesome people who are just, there's people in here. It's funny because there are people in here who I've never even seen before who will randomly reach out and say, hey, I've been listening, and like I'm just like, that's so neat. Like I don't know any of you guys. Like I've never met anybody here. I don't know you don't know me, but we're all just having a Bible study, and I'm just like, that's super cool. Like how awesome is that? And so I can only imagine you guys turn into pages like where you are, or if you're just sitting there listening, or if you're like, I'm just here just for like, I don't even know who this guy is. He's weird looking, but it's just kind of cool to like imagine there's like 350 people in here, and just imagine everybody just like searching the scriptures together. And I just think that's a really, really neat thing. I just think that is a neat thing of imagining that many people looking through the Bible. And that's really precious to me. 200,000 likes. That's the most I've ever had. That's awesome. Thank you guys for doing that. I say it all the time. You never feel like you need to do that. Thank you. I know it helps. I push it out or whatever, but thanks for doing that. Thank you so much. These studies are always a highlight of my week. That is awesome. Nonstop tapping. Yeah. I really feel like I know you all almost after 2 years. Yeah, I am curious. Is it like a year and like 7 months? I'll have to like go back to see when the first video on YouTube was posted, but it's probably about that. You studied the book of Isaiah? That's a big book. Hey, thank you, Deba. Hey, thank you, Lisa. Lisel, thank you so much. We all meet one day soon. One day soon. Hello, Coco. Hello. One day soon. One day closer to home. Hey, Enjoy, thank you so much for those roses. My first time and I'm totally hooked. You really need to stay now. Yeah. Oh, man. Hello, sir. This morning I'm going to participate in the service of my church. I get nervous. Oh, that's super cool. Participate. What do you mean participate? Like go to church, or are you actually involved in some kind of aspect, like deacon or something? I believe it's 1 year and 8 months. Okay, you start as August 2024. Dina coming in clutch. Hey, thank you so much for those roses. Thank you so much. Where did those go? Okay, Michelle. Thank you, Michelle. It will be in August. It will be 2 years. In August, it will be 2 years. Okay. Okay. That's crazy. I'm new to your channel and I'm grateful. Hey, very well. Welcome in, Coco. Thanks for being here. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Sandy. Yeah, these Bible studies, we do these Bible studies Tuesdays and Fridays. Obviously a lot goes into them. These things last a long time. This one is going on for 4 hours and 38 minutes and 48 seconds, 49 seconds, 50 seconds. But like, yeah, they go pretty long, but they're very, I think, for me, and I'm just speaking for me, they are incredibly invaluable. I mean, I went out to eat with my buddy and his wife, our best friends, on Wednesday night. And they asked a question about something in the Bible, and I just couldn't shut up. Like, I was just like, there's just so much to say, and you need to understand this. And I was just like, stop it. Like, it's happening again. Like, it's just like, you're just so full. Like, you just have so much, and you just like want to tell. And it's not like in a way of like, I know this much. It's in a way of, I want you to tell somebody because I didn't know this. And if I didn't know this, then I mean, they definitely don't know it. And if they don't know it, then they don't know it. And if they don't know it, then that person definitely doesn't know it. I just want to tell them. And so you just can see the eyes glazing over, and it's unfortunate because when you guys, this is why I am extremely encouraged by you guys, because you guys want to be here, and that's something that is really hitting me. Like, I'm like, this is important. Like, you guys want to be here. Like, you guys keep coming back. Like, I don't know if it's because of the funny movie quotes that I think are hilarious, and you guys, half you guys people are just eye rolling, like when I say something, there's like 2 people who like laugh, but then like the rest of everybody else is like, what's he talking about? This guy's crazy. And it's okay. In my own head, I'm hysterical. But I don't know. I just, it's completely fine. I just think it's just unbelievable. Like, how do you answer a question? I don't know. I'm just learning how little I actually knew before. I used to think I actually had a good handle on a lot of stuff before, but now that I'm actually studying, I'm just like, I had no idea. I'm just like, this is... Even tonight, like when we were talking about in Daniel chapter 2, I was like making connections like in my mind that I was like, I didn't even, that's incredible. I'm like, yeah, I'm going to have to write that down because I'll forget about that. The thing I just said, I was like, I actually really liked the thing I said. I was like, I've never said that before. I was like, but what I just said, I was like, that makes complete sense. And so while I was talking about it, I was like, I'm going to have to remember this because this is important. But I didn't know that before. I didn't see it before until I started looking at it and reading with you guys just tonight. And so there are things that I'm connecting while I'm talking that I didn't know before. So all of the things don't come together. It's just when I'm talking and I'm understanding and I'm learning and I'm seeing, there's other things that come out because I can read. But what helps me, in a sense, order things is by talking out loud. And so that's why these studies are really helpful. You know what would be hilarious is when I get to heaven, I find out that you guys aren't even real, that you guys are all just bots, and you guys aren't just like, you're all figment of my imagination, and I was just sitting in front of a camera for hours for 2 years just talking to nobody, just like having a great old time, and you guys are just like tapping away. There's just like, just people just responding. You guys aren't even I would be like, man, that was a good one, but I know you guys are real, at least in that is funny. It's cracking me up. But wow, Dankist, yeah, that is incredible. 350. I know, isn't that super cool? That's a whole church. Yeah, Bagel. That is like 7 times the size of the church I go to. Our church is very small, but I actually prefer smaller churches. Ours like 50 people. Which is nothing wrong with that. I am human. I'm gonna need you to fill out this CAPTCHA to confirm that, Beverly. Yeah, I've checked out mentally from this world too. R2D2 style. Let's go. C3PO. You're so tired. Go sleep. You go sleep. Gen A. There was 12 Gen A's. We are definitely real. See, that's exactly what a fake person would say. See, this is what I'm talking about. You can't trust anybody anymore. You see, oh, I'm totally real. Now, throwing the flag on that one. Yeah, you guys are real. We're talking about. Oh. Now here we are just talking about if you guys are real or not. I see you'd be completely unhinged. I am totally real. Okay, we're bots then. Bot number 17 today. Oh man, it's just fun. I'm a figment of your imagination in witness protection. It's okay, Coffee Queen. Hello. Oh man, it's good. Are you real? I don't know. I mean, what is that? I don't even know. What is a woman? What if you're the bot? I mean, it's a possibility. You never know. Hello, Carla. Hello. All right. Well, I'm a real person, robot. Where are you from? I'm from Ohio. See, we should met. See, we should met. See, we are weird just like you, Ryan. It's okay. We're all good. We're all crazy. This is fine. AI, sheesh. Oh, bring people up to say hi. No, it's too easy to clone voices. You can talk, like I talk to my phone sometimes. And you know what's funny? I don't know. Does anybody else do this? You guys know when you use GPS on your phones, I put my phone on a British accent. And so whenever it's telling me to take a left or take a right, you have this like British accent talking, turn left out the road, and then, like this crazy, not crazy, funny. I think it's funny. And that's what talks to me while I'm driving. And I'm like, this is hilarious. And so I just think it's fun. It's just a little, you could change it. I get some weird looks when somebody who doesn't drive with me often hops in the car and they're like, what is going on? I was like, you leave her alone. You leave her alone. Mine is on Australian GPS. Is that funny? Do you think there's people in other countries that like use American accents on their GPS? They're like, yeah, I'd like a hamburger. You go take a right. Like, oh man, like what do we sound like? Man, I think we sound pretty cool. I mean, you can tell when you're talking to a Canadian though. Canadians are some of the nicest people. I don't even understand what's going on with Canada. Like, I just do not understand it. Yeah, dude, go left. like start swearing at him. Excuse me? Yes, yeah, no, yeah. I've never met. I mean, I'm looking forward to the time when I meet a mean Canadian. Like, I'm just gonna be like, oh, you exist. But I just haven't found one. Mine is from India, like telemarketers. Oh man, what's that all about? What's that all about? Yeah, I see. It's about dignity. By the way, I'm from Ecuador. I'm leaning English through the Bible. Oh, very cool. Hello, Kelvin from Ecuador. That is super neat. We are all different accent series. Like, how so? I'm just saying, I'm just saying, like, I mean, has anybody met a mean Canadian? As a Canadian, I can confirm there are some mean Canadians. Jess, tag me in a mean Canadian video if you find one, because I'm gonna be. I mean, I'm sure there are probably some out there. Um, I played. I played volleyball with some Canadians in Florida when I was there a couple of years ago, and they were just the nicest people ever, and they completely dominated us. I was just like, I feel small. Like, you guys are giants. You guys are pounding the ball right in our faces. We look like we don't even know how to play this game. We're over here like sweating like crazy, and you guys are just like little elves dancing on the sand. I'm like, how are you like you guys? It doesn't even. I don't know. They were super cool though. Really kind. Yeah, one guy on TikTok is kind of mean. I would say his name, but better not. Ooh. Well, that's hilarious. I do like the India telemarketer voice. That would be hilarious. I'd be so upset talking. Ah, I'm from Alabama, so I can say it. Not me, bro. Not me, bro. Oh man, this is just getting out of control. DJ Nick, hello. Gaza 51st, Canada 52nd, later Mexico. Oh my goodness. There are some not see even April. She says, as a Canadian, I can confirm that yes, there are not some very nice ones. Like the way she said it. Did you hear the way she said it? They're not very nice ones. She didn't even want to say there are mean ones. She says not very nice. Like that's saying a negative in a positive way. And I'm just like, that's what I'm talking about right there. It's hilarious. I absolutely love it. He cut out and sounded like Max Headroom from 80s MTV. Oh man. I have been accused of being a G-spot. Oh, gosh. What in the world? Is it Saturday yet? Yeah. Hello. Deep Duelist. DJ Nick says my mom dated a mean Canadian for 2 years? What? Holly, go wake her up, Nick. I need the details. Hello. All right. Well, I'm going to go to bed. Thank you guys so much for being here. This was enjoyable. I actually was looking forward to this because I feel like the last time when we went through this on Tuesday, I feel like I didn't do the best as explaining it. But this time around, I feel like I worked out a lot of things. And so this is the one that I'm going to post to the YouTubes. So I was looking forward to redeeming myself in a sense, and so it's very helpful to go through this a time or two. So hopefully it helps because it helped me. Hey, awesome, Liesel, Lascelle, 219,000. That is incredible. Holy smokes. Thank you so much for doing that, guys. Yeah, that's awesome. All right. Well, just in case you guys are new, these will all be uploaded to YouTube. There's a YouTube link up in my TikTok profile. Like you guys know, we are live on YouTube right now and TikTok at the same time. And if you guys wanted to follow me over on YouTube, just in case they get rid of TikTok or just in case they remove me from TikTok, you can either follow me here on TikTok and or on YouTube, but I would encourage you to follow me on YouTube just in case they get rid of me on TikTok or just in case TikTok goes away, because that's always something they're hanging over us. Just because there's nothing like free speech, like taking stuff away, you know what I'm saying? And so, yeah, YouTube is seems to be a little bit, I don't know, less strict in certain areas. I don't know. It's crazy, but it is what it is. But yeah, yes, thank you, Mark, for pinning that. Yeah, the website that we got is called threadsthatpreach.com. I actually just put up those new shirts. It's winning souls is greater than winning arguments. There's a black shirt and there's a dust color shirt, which I really like I really like the winning souls is greater than winning arguments thing. I don't even know, like that. I just was thinking about that and I was like, I'm going to put that in my bio. And so I did, and now it's a shirt. So here we are. So it's there if you are interested. Innocent is guilty today. Yeah. Yeah, Rhonda, absolutely. You too, Laura. Thank you so much. All right, guys. Well, I will, Lord willing, see you on Tuesday morning. We will go ahead and dive into Genesis chapter 7 and probably chapter 8, Genesis chapter 7 and 8. And then we'll do that probably Tuesday morning around 9:30 in the morning. 9:30 in the morning Eastern Standard Time is what we will shoot for. And if you guys have any questions about anything, feel free to reach out to me. You don't even need to follow me. My messages are open for everybody and anybody. And if you have any questions about salvation, please reach out to me, or if you would like to, or if you've made some connections here on YouTube or on TikTok, reach out to them. Get that figured out. Get it figured out, because we don't know how much time we have left. And so it's a very real thing. Life is very fragile. We are here one second, gone the next. And so what we do right now matters. And so don't wait. There's some people who are like, oh, I'll worry about that, in a year or so from now. I just want to have fun. I just want to do stuff right now. I'll worry about that when I get older. And so that would be a mistake. Today is the day of salvation. And so just remember what it cost to provide that option for you. It costs the most precious gift ever, which is Jesus. He died on the cross for you. He was buried and he rose again on the third day. And he demonstrated his love by doing that, which is incredible. All right. Cheers, Boab. All right, guys. Lord willing, I'll see you guys on Tuesday, 9:30 in the morning. All right. See you guys.